you hate it?
I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high.
You have forgotten to say, I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas.
I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high.
Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one.
No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here.
Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7th. You are Hamas.
No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today's a very special day, and you might be thinking, Hasan, is that a very special day because you hit 220 for 7 on the incline bench, and that's pretty remarkable. You might be saying that, okay? You might be saying that if you watched my Instagram story that I just posted right before I went live, and I don't think that's the reason. Is it a very special day? Because it's 68 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California. And I say, no, that's actually a pretty good reason, but that's not the only reason why it's a very special day. You might be saying, is it a very special day because the Video Game Awards came out last night and we were very excited. Very excited about all these new video games that are coming out, but that's not the real reason either. It's a very special day because it's a very special day every single week.
It's Friday.
It's Friday. That's
It's
right, ladies and gentlemen.
Sunday,
It's because it's Friday. It is December 12th, 2025, 11:16 a.m. on this beautiful Friday. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Friday. It's Friday, it's Friday. You already know what it is. We got the holiday spirit, the immaculate vibes. Our forefathers fought long and hard to make sure that we have a concept such as the weekend, so we will celebrate it as always until somebody tries to fuck it up. For all of us. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. For some of you, you're still in the finals. You're still going through your finals. For others, you are a wage cut of a different variety, maybe in the service industry, so Fridays are not your weekend. But for the regular 9-to-5ers, this is your opportunity to feel a sense of autonomy, a sense of purpose in your lives. For the regular people that work during the week, that's right. And we are going to celebrate it with immaculate vibes as always. We are getting freaky for Friday. It's Freaky Ass Friday. Hopefully everybody aced their finals. And for those of you who are still working on them, good luck. I have a final in 15 minutes. Okay, well, you're cooked. What the fuck are you doing in the chat? If you got a final in 15 minutes, what the hell are you doing in the chat right now? That's the one time Santa should have danced. Santa's got no more dance in him. Oh, I spoke too soon. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot of news to cover, but obviously before we get into all of that, all the news, I got done with finals and I work full-time at Amazon. Let's go socialism. Hell yeah. What is Kai wearing? Festive gear, as always. Okay, so just closed out my first ground-up construction job with my new job, a new low-income housing unit here in Kalamazoo. Nice. Hey, Hasan, we got another taco. Trump took down the Magnitsky law against Brazil a few minutes ago. Hell yeah. New We Are Charlie Kirk edit just dropped. I love that.
Counting.
Oh, that's not. I don't know if I love that. Anyway, we'll take a look at that. You got to mention in my political philosophy final. Oh, brother. That's cool. I hope. 2 units low income, the rest luxury. Nice. Hasan, this is how you look when you're doing Zoomer. This is how you look when you're doing Zoomer speak. What the hell is this? But folks. There's a new boy we'll be watching. There's the Z-Way, Vince Staples. We will be watching. We will be seated. Is Kai warming up to Ethnic Santa? No. Kai is not warming up to Ethnic Santa. I don't think she fucks with Ethnic Santa at all. Anyway, they're really transvestigating Hasan because of this video. Lamau, why would he know how many tampons a woman uses during an average cycle? Like, not only is that obviously something you'd only know if you've experienced, but when the fuck would that ever come up in a convo, even with your closest she/her homie? Yes, I am a woman. Yes, I am. They caught me. My biggest secret. 6'4", hairy as fuck, 245 pounds. I am I'm actually AFAB, assigned female at birth, transgender male now. Transgender man. That's right. They caught me. Yeah. Anyway, I don't even know how many tampons I use during an average cycle. The fuck? I mean, I know that's what I said in the answer as well. This is why you talk about taking tea. Yeah. Big pussy energy, dude. Show the curtains. My curtains, they're fluttering right now. Anyway, I'm trans. Everybody knows you're trans in the community. It's an open secret. Yeah, I'm transgender. Anyway, where was I? Oh, personal news wise, last night I ended the broadcast. And after I did that, during the VGA, Video Game Awards, I wasn't able to complete the Video Game Awards, unfortunately, so I apologize for everybody. I apologize to everybody. But we had to do the Fear Am podcast. We have a very special guest for the Fear Am podcast this week. It's going to be awesome when it comes out. But basically, yeah, I was a little busy doing another goated. I'm not going to tell you who the guest is until you see it. Until you'll see it when you see it. In any case, didn't do the did the Fear Am podcast. Was it Obama? No. But after that, I went to bed, woke up early. Is it PD Dimes? Who the fuck is PD Dimes? It's not Kojima. There was a Kirk joke at the Game Awards. What the fuck? That's crazy. Hey, yeah, very special guest. The guest is Cutie Cinderella. But yeah, I woke up early. Okay. I woke up early and I hit the weights. And let me tell you something, okay? Look at that. 220 pounds for 7 is not even a big deal. I mean, this is like 220. It's above 220. It's like 225 almost. For 7 on the incline, chat. Almost hit 8 too. Look at how easily I was pumping that. Pull up on the scene, guarantee I'm gonna let him have it. AK on me like I was just I'm gonna go practice some of my basketball skills before my game tomorrow. 220 pounds is great. Hell yeah. Yeah, Jasmine Crockett called her naysayers intellectually lazy. What is that dog shit music, bro? It's post a squat or a deadlift reel. I do all the time. Can you get rid of the chat again? No. Wearing the woke bay fit? What do you mean? You make Cutie so proud with your joke. Her eyes and smile lit up. Timestamp. What is this?
You invented. Now, what is a gat?
Yeah.
Can you please describe me a gat?
happening?
Do you want me to show you?
I mean,
I'm sure.
yo, this is my
Are you
legacy.
gonna pull
Chat.
up a photo?
Chat, this is my legacy, bro.
She popped off on me after this. I thought it was a good joke. I was dishing back a fraction of what she dishes at me. Not even dishes at me, but just like fucking throws my way. Boulders upon boulders. I think she did like that. Look at her face.
You gonna kill yourself? Or are you gonna find some lead and shit?
Your TikTok editors are ass. Gyat is from 2022. I know it is. I know it's old at this point. Your episode with Your Rage was so great. So many laughs. I know, it was fucking awesome.
Shove it in your.
We're gonna have more guests like that on the Fear M podcast, you know? I think it's good. To be honest, not a fan of having blatantly homophobic people like Rage on Fear N. You should watch the podcast. Also, I don't know if you know this, but this man is a homosexual himself. Okay? I don't know if you're joking or not, but I can't tell. Sometimes people are so woke, I can never tell. Also, I'm homophobic. Allegedly a homosexual. Yes. Allegedly a homosexual man surrounded by homophobic people. In any case, bro, you are just phobic, no homo needed. Yeah, that's how homophobic I am. I don't even say no homo. I'm so maxed out on no homo. I don't even say homophobic. I'm just phobic. I'm just scared all the time. Okay? I'm scared of things that are different. I'm scared of things that I don't understand. I'm just phobic. Equal opportunity phobic. Yeah, I don't even say no homo. I just say no. People understand. I say no, and people are like, "Oh, I get it. I get what you meant there. You put some oomph in it." It's kind of like when Austin says the F slur. It's hateful, okay? And you can tell it's hateful, right? I don't know why. I think he was in the closet for too long, and he was too convincing. That when he says the F slur, like, I'm like, oh shit, dude, what the fuck? It's crazy. And for years and years, he was like, he was so reluctant to say it. And me and Will would constantly be like, dude, if you say it, you'll get gay cred. Like, you'll be gayer if you say it, right? And we were wrong. We were fucking wrong, okay? He's not gayer when he says it. He says it with hate in his heart, man. I don't know how it's possible. He's literally gay. We thought every time he said it, Rage would flinch. No, it's because I'm telling you, it's because of the way he says it. I don't know how to describe it. Okay? People expect normies to be the most woke about LGBTQ stuff, but don't understand that most normies are not homophobic or transphobic. They're just ignorant and don't have LGBTQ friends. Exactly. That's why I always say the greatest antidote to transphobia, the greatest antidote to homophobia as well, is just like a chill gay dude or a chill trans coworker. Like you chatters in here who are transgender have, I'm sure, experienced this in your real life as well. When you are just like chill at the workplace and you just kind of point to all the other fucking dumb fuck coworkers and all of your other coworkers are just like, oh my God, you're right. You're so right. You literally just normalize it by existing in the real world. It took one serious comment with a coworker to smooth their shit over. Everyone else don't give a fuck. Exactly. I'm the only trans person a lot of people know, and they always ask me so many questions, but I'm always well-meaning. Yeah. You play a big role in this. Like, you are in the real world. I know it sounds crazy because like we experience everything on the internet. Okay? We experience everything on the internet, and especially for trans people, like a lot of the socialization, if you're not out, a lot of your socialization happens on the internet as well. So it's like, you know, and on the internet, it's fucking insane. People are just absolutely insane about it. But like the amount of power you have in the real world as like the singular representative for all trans is massive. You know? But it's not our responsibility to change people's minds about this. I mean, it's not. And again, see, look, that's the difference between someone who has only experienced the online versus someone who is, someone who is just like refusing to understand what I'm saying. Okay? We've had this conversation so many times. It's not your responsibility, of course. It's not. But the reality of the matter is, this is just the world that we're in. Also, I'm not saying like you go above and beyond. I'm just saying be normal and be chill. You know? Especially because our enemies are never taking that approach. You know what I mean? They're like, oh yeah, it is our responsibility. It is our responsibility at all times. I will explain to you why society is designed to make everybody transgender and everybody woke and we should kill them all, you know? Also, I'm not saying, you know, pull up a fucking PowerPoint presentation about transgender existence. I'm just saying be chill and be cool around your peers. And it's the greatest antidote to transphobia and queerphobia in general, homophobia in general. All right. So, where was I? What was I talking about? Oh yeah. Speaking of transgender, I've been outed. I've been outed. I did this podcast with an old friend, Liz Plank, who I've known for many, many years. She's, you know, pretty liberal, but it was about like feminism, girl issues, stuff like that, and part of that was me drawing a what people seem to call a fairly accurate anatomy of a vagina. And a lot of people don't know that, like, you know, I have a lot of experience seeing vaginas, but also more importantly, drawing vaginas as well. Because, you know, back in the day when I was growing up in Turkey, I didn't actually have a lot of access to porn. So as a teenager, I had to make do by drawing my own. So I just got good at drawing in general. Like, people don't know that. That is part of the
anatomy.
reason,
Could
but
you make
here it
us?
is.
I don't know if I can draw the female anatomy.
Just try.
Okay.
We make every guest do it.
Let's do it.
Wow, this is accurate. What's that part?
I'm just doing the legs and stuff. There you go. There you go.
Whoa. Okay, so where's the clips?
That's the clip.
Good job.
The button.
The bun?
Right there. The button.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Where do women pee?
From inside of here, but it's confusing. I don't know. And it scares me.
It's
Anyway. Basically, that paired up with a bunch of questions that I answered about, like, you know, I think the TikTok specifically was about like, how many tampons does a woman need throughout the period. And I was like, well, it changes, right? Like, it's entirely situational. It depends on the flow.
I have one little fun game I want to do with you, which is like asking.
It was just like me answering girly pop questions, like girl related questions. Okay.
You questions that only girls know the answers to.
Okay,
But like,
let's go.
since you've been like overperforming in that.
No, I'm going to fail here for sure. Let's see.
Okay. What is a beauty blender?
Oof. I have no idea. It's just, what, you put all your makeup in a blender and just like one of those ninja mixers?
Uh-huh.
Different kinds of makeup that you use that blend together?
Yes.
Is that good?
That is it.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Oh my God. How many tampons does a woman use per period?
Cutie did this with you. Cutie did this bit with you, shaking my head. Yeah, no, and I forgot about it, but I think I like remembered some of it.
I would assume it depends on the flow. Probably at least 7
Per period? Yeah.
Yeah, at least 7, maybe more if you got, you know,
So
when
like
you're
one
heavy.
a day, one tampon a day.
Well, it's not. I think sometimes even more than one a day, depending on your flow. And then by the end of it, you might not even need a tampon.
Yeah, you just.
When you got, you know, when you got a light breeze going on.
Okay, what are flyaways?
Missed a 6-7 joke. Wrong twice, big bro. Wait, why are people saying that's wrong? You know that's not what a beauty blender is, correct? No, a beauty blender is a makeup sponge, right? Isn't that what it is? You know too much is scary. You know what's crazy about this, by the way? This depends on like how sinister or how cynical people are with their approach. Because mad people were just like, I can't believe he clocked it. I can't believe he knows it. First of all, it's pretty basic stuff. God damn, the bar is so low for dudes. Okay, for all the dudes in this chat, remember that. Okay, remember that. All you need to do is talk to women like they're human beings. And just like learn basic shit about their existence, and all of a sudden, magically, you just come across like a champion. Okay, it's kind of sad. It's very, very sad, but it's also advantageous for us if you can just behave like a normal human being around women. Anyway, they look at you like you're a savant. They look at you like that you just unlocked something so incredible. They're like, oh my God, you're so dialed in. Okay. It's just like if you've ever had a girlfriend and you're not like a psycho, if you've ever had a girlfriend and you have paid a little bit of attention to their needs, you should know a lot of the stuff. Anyway.
Is it like different, like hair, like little hair?
Yeah.
Little hair that gets out of place, basically.
Yes. Oh my God. We're gonna put a little sound effect. Woo.
Okay. Hell yeah. I'm nailing it.
You're really nailing it. Oh, what does a urethra do?
It's usually 4 tampons a day. Listen, that's why I said minimum, like that's why I said it's depends on your flow. Okay, I know, that's why I said at least 7, but depending on your flow it changes. Okay, I know I understand. Okay, you got listen, queen, your pussy is flowing. Okay, it's very healthy. Okay, you got a healthy heavy flow. Congratulations. What do you want me to say? God damn. But yeah, also the reason why I said at least 7 is because like if you keep it in the entire day, you can get toxic shock and die. For those of you who don't know, I didn't bring that up in the conversation, but like, yes. There is, dude, the period tech is one of those things where you truly realize that there is a lot of technological improvements that haven't been made because most of the people, like women, were just like kept out of these spaces for the longest fucking time. And therefore nobody really gave a shit about their needs at all. I'm not trying to be like super woke or anything. I'm not being Mr. Feminist. But it's like, it's pretty obvious because think about it. You need fucking tampons, right? You're sticking it up there. Okay. It's already an interesting and, somewhat, I assume somewhat uncomfortable experience, but you get used to it. But then if you fucking keep that in there for too long, you die. That's insane. How the fuck have we not improved the tech? That's actually insane. How is that not? Like, that tech should have been improved by now. That's crazy. Anyway, but the very fact that there are not a lot of improvements there implies that, it's just people just kind of decided, all right, it's fine. You just basically put a diaper on or something, you do the pad, whatever, who cares? We have cups that don't have toxic shock risk. Yeah, I know. The Diva cup, right? I know. I learned about that recently. That was like the Diva cup situation was mind-boggling to me when I found out about it. I still think that's a little wild, but do you, I guess. Two fun facts. A report came out a few years ago that proved that tampons and pads were tested by analyzing their absorption of water, not blood. Therefore, they're made in the most inefficient way possible because period discharge is uterine lining and other things, not just blood. And all tampons were found to have lead in them. Oh my God. We can't spare any scientists for tampon research. We need our top mind working on the baldness cures and boner pills. okay, to be fair, that's a sore spot for me specifically. Not the boner pill shit, but like, because I feel like they've definitely got that covered. Like the boner pill stuff at this stage is like they've improved that tech to the maximum ability. Okay, you're 85 and you can still crank one out. It's over. You know, they've already maxed out on that tech. And yes, that is a point for misogyny, point for patriarchy. But the fact that they still haven't had like a full blown balding cure is insane to me. So you know, that's another thing that we got to work on. You already have your hair meds. Let the AFABs get some. Tampons cause autism. Call RFK now. Oh no, don't tell RFK that tampons cause autism. He's going to make them illegal too. So, the FDA is trying to get tea over the counter. Okay, I joked about this back in the day, but like if they do that, that's my goat. I'm Maha. I've already talked to you about this. You already know my position on this. I'm Maha. I'm Maha till the day I die if they do that shit. Okay, sorry. Get mad at me all day, every day, but this is gonna make it. This is gonna make America healthy again for sure. What hair meds do you use? I've talked about it before. Finasteride and minoxidil.
Did you pee out?
Yeah. Oh my God. Okay. You're like too good at this.
Wait, but we have that too.
So, but yeah, someone clocked me. The reason why I watched this is because someone clocked me and they said, why would he know how many tampons a woman uses during an average cycle? Dude, men are so funny. Okay. This is yet another testament to how low the fucking bar is. If you know like bare minimum basic facts about a biological function, okay, of a woman, the average men will go, oh, you must be secretly transgender. You must have grown up with a pussy. There is no other way that you could know this sacred knowledge. Like, it's so beyond the pale for this guy. It's so beyond comprehension that, like, you could have just, you know, been around women and been naturally curious or been in a singular relationship. You know what I mean? Just one. Had sisters. Been in one relationship. Like, men will assume you are AFAB transgender man before they assume that you have talked to a woman. What is that search? I have no idea. That shit is all over the timeline. I genuinely don't know what this search is. Okay. The bar is very low. Yeah, exactly. Bro, that's not bare minimum. Knowing how many tampons you use as extracurricular activity, 100%. Don't be a tryhard. That's like the people who get 100% in the exam and say it was too hard. No, that's not. No, that's not. That's very normal. I think it's super basic shit. First of all, you can definitely get 100% on an exam and say it was hard. How to tell if someone is an incel without calling them an incel? Okay, anyway, let me blast off real quick and get it popping here. We have a lot to talk about, obviously. A lot going on in the world. But that is all for the personal news part of this broadcast. Okay, we're moving on to bigger and better things. Specifically, there was some VGA controversy as well. There was a VGA recap, new Epstein photo dump, BARONTRUMP, ex ANDREWTATE, HOGWATCH, Trump is flailing, Freaky Friday. We got so much happening. NASA sent 100 tampons for 6 days for one female astronaut. It's definitely something men should know. At some point, you got to check out this insane We Are Charlie Kirk edit. Sure. It's TGA, not VGA. What if it's TVGA? You got a blast off meme for me. Thank you so much. Small Hossy. Your favorite unc and auntie are cooking billionaires? Yeah, I saw that clip. Okay. To be fair, tampons are very light. I bet they bought a whole box. Yeah, except light or not, you have to literally account. It's a NASA space travel. They have to account for every single thing and the weight of every single thing. What the fuck? Every milligram matters on a spaceship. You know, they don't just like eyeball it, right? Like there's no, for space travel especially, they don't just like go, huh? Well, it's fine. It's all good. Video Game Awards recap. Yeah, vibes-based space travel. Anyway, eyeballing it is SpaceX mode. Okay, don't disrespect the actual scientists on SpaceX. Also, you don't even know what what the impact of 0G will be on period flow too. That's another one. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 was robbed of the Game Awards. So I did want to mention that. Okay, I wanted to start off by saying that Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 was robbed. I mean, it was a total Expedition 33 sweep, right? Except I loved Expedition 33 as well. I think it was great. I mean, it was a great game. But Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 was my favorite RPG of the year. It's one of my favorite games of all time. It's in my all-time greats. I think it is one of the most vibrant worlds that you can encounter, that you can be a part of. Like very, not dissimilar to how I felt about Red Dead Redemption 2, right? Especially in the first person. Don't ever say favorite RPG of all time. You will never live down the envy hate. No. I'm not saying it's one of my favorite I'm not saying it's my favorite all-time RPG. I'm saying it's one of the best RPGs, if not the best RPG I played this year. And I really, really liked it. And I think that it's even more like, it's not as dynamic as like Red Dead, but it has that same feeling of like a real lived in world that Red Dead Redemption 2 gave me, right? It's very immersive. You stopped playing it on stream and left us gaming frogs hanging so hard. Yeah, I fucking enjoyed it on my own. Okay, just like I enjoyed Expedition 33 on my own. So, in any case, it was a fantastic experience. However, the fucking guys that make the game they're so chuddy. Okay, like I don't know why they have to be like that. I get a little embarrassed when I see that. Like I get a little embarrassed when I see that kind of thing where it's just like you're like a game developer but then you're like kind of shitting on other game developers. It's like, bro, you're in the same space, okay? Do you not fucking know? Does anyone have the tweet that I'm talking about from the actual main developer who like the sore loser so of a common ego? Yeah. Like the audience that Kingdom Come Deliverance is cultivated certainly is a little bit like that too. Don't streamers shit on other streamers, so what's the difference? Yeah, I don't like that either. No, this is not what I'm talking about. This was actually funny. Okay. This was actually funny. That's not what I'm talking about. It was one of the main developers that like posted something. I forget what it was. Yeah, it was Daniel. Yeah, Daniel Vavra, I think, was the one who posted something yesterday that was like, where was it? Free speech in Germany. How do people react when they take their phones? They're shocked. Ha ha ha. I don't know what the fuck. Didn't he post about it? Am I crazy? Maybe he deleted it, or maybe it was someone else. Anyway, I really like the game regardless. I think that the amount of work that they put in to make it like historically accurate, like it shows. It's a fucking labor of love, and it shows, right? No, it wasn't the we have officially been robbed. I wasn't talking about that either. There was another thing. What did I fucking see? Anyway, whatever. It's just Smash JT. You're talking about this guy? No, Smash JT has nothing to do with video game development. Oh yeah, they posted the "This is fine, dog." Yeah, that's what it was. Warhorse posted the "This is fine, dog." That's what like bothered me a little bit. And then also the other thing I was gonna say is, on the one hand, I kind of like that now everything when Zoomers just, or when Gen Alpha and Zoomers hate something, they just immediately say this is Israel. Like they just say Israel is now, they use Israel as a substitute term in the same way that like Republicans at the peak of cancel culture would use cancel culture as a substitute term, as like a higher, more damaging thing to say about someone, as a higher pejorative than anything else. Like demonstrated by Marjorie Taylor Greene, who once famously said, Democrats want to do cancel culture to babies with abortion. As in, the implication there is that like death is not as bad as cancel culture. That's why she's saying, they were doing cancel culture to babies. And now it's become, when you hate something, you just say this is Israel. And I kind of like that because, it's fuck Israel o'clock every day of the week for me. But also, at the same time, they were like using it for Expedition 33, which I thought was like kind of fucked. I saw so many tweets being like, oh, the most like Israeli game won. The most Israeli game won the Video Game Awards. Like they won everything. And I don't think those guys are like that. I mean, they're French, right? They're French, sure. But they're not Israeli. It was just, it's a mid game though. No, it wasn't. I don't know why. Oh yeah, they say on TikTok, they say Israel GPT, generate a game for me, and it's E33. Or instead of ChatGPT, they say Israel GPT. Saying Expedition 33 is an Israeli game is not a compliment to Israel. No, they're saying it's an Israeli game to shit on it. So on the one hand, I think it's kind of funny. The cope is cringe as fuck. No, on the one hand, I think it's funny because like they just say, when they find something to be negative, they just say this is Israeli. I like that because fuck Israel. Yeah, they call it Colonizer 33 as well. That's kind of funny. They were saying is Tel Aviv 33. But the reason why I don't like that they were using it against Expedition 33 is because it's a good game. It's another labor of love. My two favorite games of the year were both made by passionate developers who overcame great odds. Like Kingdom Come Deliverance initially was what Expedition 33 was when it was developed, right? So Why are people mad at an indie dev with a small team won an award like this? It's great for an industry filled with union busting shithole megacorps pumping out a billion-dollar slop. I agree 100%. That's part of the reason why I like it as well. This like, what is this?
Got an assist. I see some snow and ice here. Did you get hit in that spot?
I hit my eye.
Man, are you okay?
Yeah, okay. It like hurt, but I'm still okay.
I'm glad to hear that.
Oh,
Hey,
I got one more thing to say.
yeah, one more thing to say.
Free Palestine.
Okay.
Because the sweep was too extreme, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 deserved best RPG. Come on. Yeah, no, I preferred Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 over Expedition 33 as my favorite RPG of the year. So I agree. Oh, I didn't even show you guys what was going on. This is a little kid.
Got an assist. I see some
This is a little kid, but also maybe Hamas.
snow and ice here. Did you get hit in that
I
spot?
hit my eye.
Man, are you okay?
Yeah, okay. It like hurt, but I'm still okay.
I'm glad to hear that.
Oh,
Hey,
I got one more thing to say.
yeah, one more thing to say.
Free Palestine.
Okay. Got an assist. I see.
Yeah, we're gonna be all right. Kingdom Come 2 is Palestinian for sure. Okay, bro, chill. E33 is not indie. They were produced by Kepler. I mean, they were a small team that left a major studio to pursue a passion project. It's as indie as it's gonna get, no? And they also did it. They also did it with a $10 million budget. When every other video game that fucking comes out, 400 employers, small. No, initially they were much smaller than that. And they made it again under $10 million when most of those other fucking games up there are literally $100 million. It's like, as I know, oh my God. Y'all are so lame about this. Kepler is literally an indie publisher that a bunch of indie studios got together and formed. People are stupid. What is this? Bro really said he had our videos up while he was working on the game. What is life? They found the dude that did the soundtrack on SoundCloud. No, he on Bandcamp. Thank you. Defining that as small indie is a lie. I loved it. Like at this point, you have to literally be like a one-person team that goes through a traumatic workplace injury where you lost one of your eyeballs or something, and only then it's only Balatro or none. Some chatters and their concept of indie is like you have to literally be a singular. If you have a computer, it's not indie. You have to literally use an abacus. Silk Song had 3 people. This is your most ass take? Well, you'll arrive at this conclusion just like every other fucking conclusion you arrive at many years down the line. It's just too early for this take, so you consider it to be a hot take. Okay? Eventually you will arrive at this because the independence, the indie nature of a Baba tamam. Sonra dörtte. Okay. I'm sorry. Anyway, this isn't a political take though. I know it's not. But like I said, you will arrive at that conclusion when you realize that the video gaming space is a multi-billion-dollar industry at this point, and all of the developers are merging with one another over and over and over again, and that will greatly redefine what people understand as independent, as opposed to like a big budget studio. It's getting to a degree where, because everything is like AAA or even quadruple A, that double A developers are going to start being considered independent or indie. You can be like a double A studio and still it's like independent movies. It's even worse than that though, because the video gaming industry is even more profitable than Hollywood in general. It's bigger than Hollywood. It's not even a hot take. Literally never heard this argument before this chat, lol. Every game will claim this game was made by one guy, but the guy's Jared Kushner. Oh, God.
I think it's because I woke up and I got a text about we're filming Fear Ann tonight, you know? It ruined my mood instantly.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest.
What?
You need to be nicer to your other podcast.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Because I realized,
It's true. And I'm glad someone is saying
even though Wine About It is the favorite child, and that's valid, it's real and true, because that's your firstborn, and it's so real. Like, you're treating your other podcasts like Leslie can suck. Yep. It's true.
It's true. I know games like You Know Politics and E33 is indie. Thank you. I believe you. Do you believe if Markiplier's movie does good, it could affect Hollywood? No. I don't. We are the bastard child of her two podcasts, and I'm sick and tired of it. Okay? Yeah, we got a lot to cover today. We got the conservative meltdown that we're going to continue watching. This is but before we do that, here is a new We Are Charlie Kirk installation for you guys.
10 years. Counting or not counting gang violence?
I can't even tell if this is like supposed to be promotional of Charlie Kirk or making fun of Charlie Kirk, because the thing is, this video that they made, this AI video that they generated, initially was made by Israel. Like an identical version of this was initially made by Israel. And it was supposed to be like celebrating Charlie Kirk, which is so crazy to me. But there's funk in this. Oh. Jesus Christ, man. I don't know what to say about that, you know? I mean, this is made for the clandestine operators, okay? This is for the clandanistas, for the real clandest heads. Real life is an Amon animation video. I don't know how to respond to this. Yeah, I have no response to this. I'm cooked. I saw this too. I don't know what the fuck's going on there. I stepped out of public eye back in January. I needed peace, a fresh start. Wait, why did Charlie have the fuckboy zoomer cut? That's crazy. When the fuck did he have why didn't he just roll out with this? This looks like a joke. He shouldn't have posted this, man. This is crazy. We're still on Charlie Slop, god damn it. I mean, brother, what the fuck? He had the broccoli cut. And it's crazy because his widow's peak is so severe. His widow peak is so severe. His nipples protruding. Very disrespectful. But like, man is 2 months late. I didn't know he had the broccoli cut like that. Good thing he didn't get God with that haircut going on. I don't see a difference to your haircut, by the way. You can't see a difference between what my hair currently looks like and what Charlie Kirk's hair looks like there. Do you have eyeballs in your head? Are they attached to your brain? Can you comprehend visuals? He mogs you, bro? Jesus Christ. Anyway, I stepped out of the public eye back in January. I needed peace, a fresh start somewhere far from the constant noise and chaos. That decision changed my life. I met and married my best friend and found more peace and purpose than I ever thought possible. Then came the unthinkable, the brutal assassination of my friend Charlie Kirk. Bro, it's December 10th, 2025. Why the fuck are you posting this now? This post would have done LeBron numbers. LeBron 2018. Numbers 3 months ago. Now it just looks like you want attention. It's called mourning. In that moment, I realized something important. This fight for our future, for our freedoms, it can't wait. It doesn't pause when you want it to. What's he going to do? Go out with an AR-15 and start shooting people again? This is what I don't understand. Because, like, Kyle Rittenhouse's claim to fame is he was like, oh, man, I'm going to go and get a couple legal kills here at the Black Lives Matter protest. Like, that's what it was. And he's still on that timeline. Like, this is his entire personality is like, hey, remember when I shot and killed people at the Black Lives Matter protest? How crazy was that? And then the government basically said it's legal to do so. My wife looked me in the eye and said, if you're going back, I'm with you. So I'm back, not quietly, not halfway. I'm coming back in a big way. More to come soon. Stay tuned. It's like he's posting he's posting about how he's back. And it's like, who the fuck was demanding this? You know what I mean? Who the fuck was out there being like, you know what? You know who we really need right now to save us? Fucking Kyle Rittenhouse. And it's awesome because it's awesome. Let's be real. Because they are so ass. Like, conservatives are so ass. They are such horrible, monstrous grifters in general that they are eating each other alive. This is what I've been talking about for the past couple of days. And I think like this is the new meta. A lot of other people are, tuning into this. They're paying attention to it. But like, there is a real, very open knife fight happening right now amongst these conservatives for who will take the top slot, who will replace Charlie Kirk, who will be his guy, who will. Oh yeah, he's going to speak at the signing ceremony after the Epstein files, new Epstein photos were released. We're obviously going to talk about that in a second. Thank you to Macy's for the playlist, but it is so clear to me that they are just actively shanking one another. And the person who is dominating the most is the one who is saying this is Israel the most. And that happens to be Candace Owens. So much so that she's even eating away at Nick Fuentes' audience. Because even Nick Fuentes' audience is like, hey, Nick, what the fuck's up here? Like, why won't you say it's the Jews that did this? Like Candace is saying, we're moving over there because she's giving us what we need. You know it's bad when Milo is back. I mean, Milo's been trying to be back for the longest time, but that's right. All of the old guard in the conservative sphere, some of the newer content creators in the conservative sphere, they're all fucking fighting one another right now actively, and it's awesome. It's awesome. I am enjoying the fuck out of it, okay? I low-key also kind of like that the number one primary motivator amongst the base is like how much people will be anti-Israel, basically, in the right-wing Thunderdome, and like whoever's the most anti-Israel wins, which means, if I'm going to look at this in a positive way, which means that like even the Republicans are looking for anti-Israel commentary. Of course, the problem is with the Republicans, they're not just looking for anti-Israel commentary, they're looking for anti-Semitic commentary, but there is literally no left-wing left. All they have is each other to fight. I mean, I've talked about this before, right? Republicans, when they reach a level of success in general, like both in the cultural sphere or in politics, realize that they have no vision in the affirmative for a better future, right? And because of that, they just when they've dominated all of their enemies on the left, or what they've perceived as enemies on the left, they just have nowhere else to go but fight one another. And yes, the clips out of Turning Point USA this week is going to be fucking spectacular, right? Or not this week, sorry, next week. Turning Point USA has a sold-out AmeriFest 2025 tour. Watch MFest live on Rumble. I mean, you got so many Jeffrey Epstein affiliates here, okay? So many of them. And it's awesome. It's great. And partially because like the Republicans are currently in charge, because Republicans are dominating, and it is, all red from the White House down to Congress. Every single thing that takes place, Republicans have to take ownership over. They can't just simply turn around and, yell at the libtards, right? They can't yell at the libtards. So, that's the reason why they're fighting amongst themselves currently. Because technically, every awful thing that's taking place right now is directly in the hands of the Republicans. So now Republicans have to assume a woke position, because if someone is criticizing the current Republican Party and Donald Trump, or Donald Trump's FBI, or Donald Trump's inability or lack of interest in, releasing the Epstein files, things of that nature, then all of a sudden the Republicans have to be the woke moralizers. Because under different circumstances, a Turning Point USA tour such as this one would draw a lot of animosity from liberal outlets, the Media Matters of the world, people who are like, hyper focusing on whatever kind of like insane thing that they're going to say on this tour. Because like, remember, it's like Jack Posobiec is like a 1488 style crypto fascist, right? All these people, but now they have to present this like weird tightrope where they have to be the woke ones, because the 1488 posting is now hurting Donald Trump's the 1488 posting and the anti-Semitic memes are now hurting Donald Trump's unconditional loyalty to the state of Israel. In the past, you could have just kept that away from the public eye, but now everything is tied back to Israel, including when Charlie Kirk gets assassinated, right? So they can't just do like the right-wingers that used to do like Nazi shit as a way to be like, see, I'm one of the guys. Can't really continue doing that, because now the crowd is actually demanding you do that, and they're demanding things out of that, right? Before they could just be like, oh, you're so edgy, I like that. Now it's not just that they demand the edge, but they want things in return. They want to yeah, it's so cold outside. Fuck Israel. That has 238,000 likes, dude. Yeah, back in the day, they just wanted the edge. Now they want the edge, but they also want that knife to be used. Okay? So, who knows where this will go? But I will enjoy the show nonetheless. Okay? Having said that, let's get to one of our most interesting stories. How do you know if it's just anti-Israel and not anti-Semitism? I mean, it's basically merged into one another at this point. That's what it is. And it's literally merged into anti-Semitism and anti-Israel for the most part, because every fucking liberal outlet forcibly tied Israel to Judaism. And as they had done so from the start, all the Zionist groups, all the Jewish advocacy groups that are actually pro-Israel groups that masquerade as Jewish advocacy groups, every single media figure consistently... They continue to do so as well, but they consistently tied it to Jews over and over again, and how Israel is doing all of this for all Jews. And if you criticize Israel, you're criticizing all Jews. Every Jew is a Zionist. Every Jew is a Zionist. If you say you're an anti-Zionist, that means you're anti-Jew. Like, what do you think people are going to learn from that? You know? And it's not like this is a new concept. People like myself and many others have been saying that this is a dangerous and negative conflation that is untrue for years and years, right? I've been saying that for a fucking decade. I've been saying that for a decade, and here we are. So now the most salient expression of anti-Israel sentiment doesn't actually stop at being anti-Israel. The most salient expression of being anti-Israel is read as, or not read as anti-Semitism, but the most salient expression of being anti-Israel is being anti-Semitic. You know? But also, most Jewish people do support Israel. Yes, there is also a higher percentage of Jews that support Israel, but it doesn't fucking matter, because most people, it's generational, okay? It's generational. You're talking about over 35 versus under 35. That's the major difference. Because there are a shit ton more evangelical Zionist Christians in the United States of America that support Israel in totality than Jews who support Israel. Zionist Jews who support Israel. There's also varying degrees of support for Israel. But when you fucking monolithize an entire group of people, and the actual Jewish advocacy groups are also engaging in that, of course people are going to learn that, you know? Of course people are going to fucking learn that.
אני אמרתי שאני...
Like, how are you supposed to actually actively teach people? How are you supposed to actively go against the grain when virtually every part of the political spectrum in the Western world is saying the exact same thing? Okay? Every part of the political spectrum is saying the exact same thing. Jews have a spiritual and incredibly personal relationship to Israel is the exact same thing that Nick Fuentes says. It's the exact same thing that Jake Tapper says. It's the exact same thing that Dana Fash says. It's what the Jewish advocacy groups say when they are advocating for Israel. And at a certain point, the average person who is not as, who doesn't have that same kind of like social investment into Israel is going to look at that and go, okay, well, I guess this is for the Jews. But because they have a negative association with Israel now, they are going to turn around and become anti-Semitic. That's what you taught people for almost a fucking century. Anyway, there is, in the eyes of people who don't have that same kind of social investment into Israel, in the eyes of people that don't actually fuck with Israel or didn't care about Israel one way or another, but now see it as a nuisance, there is functionally no difference between someone doing a woke dual loyalty trope, by saying, all Jews are Zionists. So if you're shitting on Israel, you're shitting on all Jews, versus someone who is doing a dual loyalty trope in the anti-Semitic way, which is the exact same thing. They're saying the same thing. They're saying all Jews are Zionists and all Jews care about is Israel. They're saying the same shit. The thing that has been difficult for at least me and the way that I see it, this is, totally personal, totally anecdotal, but it's been more difficult to convince people that this is not about Judaism now than even before. That's what's so crazy about it. Like, I genuinely thought it would make my life a little bit easier if people were on that anti-Israel tip. But now it's become even more difficult to convince people, even more difficult that this is not like a monolithic understanding, a monolithic approach at all. And it's partially because while I kept doing that consistently, while I kept explaining this consistently, so many advocacy groups like the ADL that masquerade as advocacy groups that are tasked with like combating anti-Semitism, for example, or cynically smearing people who aren't anti-Semitic as anti-Semitic over and over again in an effort to defend Israel, kept saying that there is fundamentally no difference between someone like myself and someone like Nick Fuentes, or that or they focus most of their efforts on people like myself. Anne geldi. Anne. Okay. Anyway. It also doesn't help that Devil's advocate to Greenblatt, this might sound like you're making his case for him. He'd say, yes, you kept being anti-Zionist and you unleashed anti-Semitism. No, it's actually Greenblatt that is consistently and still doing to this day an untold amount of damage to combating any kind of anti-Semitism. Greenblatt is one of the most responsible figures for the increase of anti-Semitism. If you say people like myself are anti-Semitic, if you say people like Miss Rachel are anti-Semitic, when we are not, when we're simply anti-child murder, right? We're simply anti-ethno-state, then most people who also have that position, because it is now the popular position, are going to be like, okay, I guess we're anti-Semitic. This kind of stuff with Jeffrey Epstein also doesn't help the conspiracies, because there is a very real component to someone who is firmly in the intelligence communities, both in the CIA, both in Mossad as well, operating inside of the U.S. boundaries with seemingly no pushback whatsoever, with seemingly marginal pushback, getting a lot of coverage in the news, but never about his association and his connection to Israel, when everyone can fucking see it. And at a time when there's no more complete control over what kind of information is disseminated, you can't just not cover that shit. When you don't cover that kind of stuff, people go, okay, there's got to be a reason for why you're not covering this angle. It can't just be Drop Site News or Democracy Now! Or people like myself consistently covering Jeffrey Epstein's connections to the state of Israel, and people are seeing it. And then New York Times rarely covers it at all, if they ever offered any coverage. It's marginal, and it's a buried lead in the background of a story about some other shit related to Jeffrey Epstein.
Breaking news. In the last few moments, further files relating to the paedophile Jeffrey Epstein have been released in the US. Our US correspondent, well, we can show you some of them now. Now, there are 4 pictures we can show you as part of, there's overall 95,000 being looked at. They've been released by the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee. As you can see, Donald Trump features in this one. Looks like several women there as well, but their faces have been covered. Let's bring you the next one. This features Steve Bannon, the former advisor to Donald Trump, certainly during his first term, in an office there with Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein on the right there at a desk and with his computer.
Yeah, for the record, very interesting. I don't know what the fuck's going on in this frame picture, by the way. This is very strange. But this is something that I've talked about quite a bit. Steve Bannon's association with Jeffrey Epstein. If you recall, Steve Bannon actually did a deposition for Jeffrey Epstein, and he still has hours and hours of deposition footage and recorded conversations with Jeffrey Epstein. When Jeffrey Epstein was slated to go, when Jeffrey Epstein was under legal scrutiny again, and when people called into question this association, they were like, "What the fuck are you doing? Why are you hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein?" He turned around and he said, "Oh, I was just like shooting a documentary on Jeffrey Epstein in a negative way." Okay? We have yet to see the full tapes, and I don't think we will ever see the full tapes. Okay? Why the fuck was Steve Bannon hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein like this? Recent TrueAnon eps go deep into the Bannon part of the oversight dump for curious chatters. Yeah, TrueAnon's all over this. Yeah, Steve Bannon and Epstein posted up for a fit pic together. What's up with that? Does this look like a negative association with Jeffrey Epstein? No. Because it wasn't. It never was, by the way. He tried to present it as such after the fact, after he got caught, because he was doing a trial run for Jeffrey Epstein. He was trying to do PR for Jeffrey Epstein. But they were boys.
Computer. And we can go to our US correspondent, David Blevins, who joins me now. David, a lot of people have been pushing for this kind of thing. The Democrats have released, well, there's a handful we're showing, but there's a huge tranche.
Yeah. In a late-hour bid to restore his reputation after Miami Herald and other stories question his plea deal, Epstein engaged Steve Bannon to help prepare him for a major PR push. That is precisely what this was, okay? Make no mistake. Steve Bannon claims that this wasn't the case now, but that is absolutely the reason why he was connected to Jeffrey Epstein. That's the reason why he linked up with Jeffrey Epstein. This photo is, I assume, of a victim, maybe? That's why it's censored, because like the only faces that are censored from the oversight Dems is usually like the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. And I can't tell what this looks like. I don't know if it's like, yeah, it's a framed pic. This dude has some freaky ass shit too. Like he just has so many freaky ass photos all over his fucking house, dude. It's just so nutty. So disturbing. It looks like a foot with the sock brand cut out. What? Yeah, the bar is over their face. That's a person. That's the reason why it's censored. The only people that are censored on these in these photos that they're releasing are people who are not like implicated or are victims. Okay. In any case, let's get to it.
Of something like 95,000 as part of this latest dump.
Yes, Matt, let me try to explain what exactly has happened in the last few minutes. The Democrats on the House Oversight Committee, that is the committee on Capitol Hill investigating crimes carried out by Jeffrey Epstein, have received, they say, 95,000 images from the Epstein estate. They have now released 19 of those images, and they are striking. 3 of them are images of the President of the United States, Donald Trump. Also, there is a picture of the former Prince Andrew, now known as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. There is, as you say, a picture of Trump's former advisor, Steve Bannon, and others among those images released. But I think it's really important to stress at this stage that just appearing in a picture that has been released by the Epstein estate is no indication of wrongdoing. NBC, our colleagues in the United States, has reached out to each of these people for comment. None of them has been accused of wrongdoing, and all of them have repeatedly denied any knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. But I think there will be much focus on the 3 photographs featuring Donald Trump. He has, of course, in the past indicated that he was friends with Jeffrey Epstein in the 1990s and the early 2000s. Each of them owned a mansion in Florida, and they were filmed together, for example, at a party, because the American financier and convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein really partied with the rich and famous a lot. You're looking at a picture of him with Woody Allen there, because he cultivated relationships with influential...
Of course, by the way, of course, Woody Allen was all over this. Of course, dude.
People, politicians, academics and celebrities. And so there was much shock in 2008 when he was convicted of procuring a minor for prostitution and served a controversially lenient jail sentence. And then in due course, we know that he was arrested on federal sex trafficking charges, accused of exploiting and trafficking numerous underage girls. So these pictures will...
Bro, what the fuck is this wash coverage? They acting like it's surprising rich people hang out with other rich pedos? Come on, dude. It's mainstream media. They can't be like, of course. Köpek hala arkada orospu evladı. Evet, çok kötü durumu köpeğin.
Be scrutinised heavily. We've now had a statement, I should say, from Representative Robert Garcia, who's the ranking member on the committee from the Democrats. And this is what he's had to say. This latest production contains over 95,000 photos, including images of the wealthy and powerful men who spent time with Jeffrey Epstein. Images also include thousands of photographs of women and Epstein properties. Oversight Democrats are reviewing the full set of photos and will continue to release photos to the public in the days and weeks ahead. Committee Democrats are committed to protecting the identities of the survivors. 19 photos can be accessed here. And he goes on to say, it is time to end this White House cover-up and bring justice to the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein and his powerful friends.
There's something so strange about these guys is like, the same with Nazis, right? They like kept meticulous details about, the people that they were killing, right? And it's the same with like Jeffrey Epstein, where he was just like detailing every aspect of his life. And I guess like for him, it makes a lot of sense because like this is part of the job, right? You were doing that. You were filming everything because you wanted to have blackmail, you know? But one of the things that I find somewhat strange, if I'm being a little cynical here, I think that the actual meat and potatoes beyond the famous celebrities and beyond the pedophilia allegations, or which celebrity was actually engaging in like a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein specifically for the pedophile sex trafficking stuff. there's also a shit ton of financial crimes that were taking place, money laundering and the like. And that every day that the media talks about like the most interesting angle from the public perspective, the pedophilia stuff, is a day where they're not talking about the financial angle. Because there is so much money laundering that took place. There is a tremendous, there is an unlimited amount of paper trail, okay? And for some reason, we just don't talk about that stuff at all. The media never talks about the Israel angle. The media never talks about the weapons trafficking. The media rarely, if at all, talks about the financial aspect of this. Let's be real. Nobody cares about the financial angle. I care about that. That's the most significant part of this. Beyond the pedophile sex trafficking, like that was the most consistent thing that he did. It's crazy that we still don't know how Jeffrey Epstein made billions of dollars. Like is that normal? Also, I am a firm and committed believer that like that was overlapping. Like the blackmail and the sex trafficking and the weapons trafficking went hand in hand with the espionage element. And the proof, in my opinion, is in the paper trail. And that is the one aspect of this story that rarely ever gets mentioned, alongside the Israel angle, of course, especially in mainstream media. We're getting closer to where Epstein's power came from, although we're not all the way there yet. But this is also how he became a powerful shot caller with his own office at Harvard. Wexner paid tens of millions to fund a public service program for Israeli officials there. New leaked emails show that Jeffrey Epstein sat at the head of a powerful financial empire, built to funnel money to promote Israeli interests in the United States. Epstein had power of attorney over the fortune of billionaire Les Wexner. For those of you who don't know, the founder and owner of L Brands like Victoria's Secret and the like. This is how he was able to accrue billions of dollars, right? Even his New York mansion was basically gifted to him by Les Wexner. This is stuff that we do know. But his emails reveal he was also a shot caller in his powerful philanthropic foundation, which has channeled hundreds of millions of dollars to Israel-linked causes in America over the past several decades. So this aspect of it was suspected, and yet the Wexner Foundation had actually said that Jeffrey Epstein had no decision-making power at all at the Wexner Foundation. This is a lie. The emails actually show that he was making unilateral decisions at the Wexner Foundation. The Wexner Foundation has claimed that internal reviews show that Epstein was merely an absentee trustee that had no meaningful role in the foundation's budget or finances. But correspondence from Epstein's Yahoo inbox show that he acted as a de facto chief financial officer for the foundation, making major decisions about the taxes, lines of credit, large fund transfers, and politically sensitive grants. The Wexner Foundation is one of the most powerful Israel lobby groups in the U.S. between 2003 and 2018. After Epstein resigned in 2007 and before his death, the foundation gave over $128.4 million to pro-Israel cause in the U.S., making it the third largest donor to such causes during that period. This is, of course, another piece from Dropsite News from Ryan Grimm and Murtaza Hussein. Ask Jeffrey. Epstein ran Wexner's pro-Israel philanthropy machine, emails reveal. Contrary to what the Wexner Foundation had claimed in the past, this trove of data that came from Jeffrey Epstein's personal email account reveals a totally different reality. There was a front-facing side that was acceptable, like Victoria's Secret and the stuff in the background. He had the opportunity in an acceptable society and immoral society. I think Victoria's Secret was used to promote young girl women as desirable, pretty gross. I mean, it's the fashion industry, because the fashion industry definitely is in a gray area with like what Jeffrey Epstein was doing that we consider to be immoral, they do it with regular frequency. That is the reason why he was able to work within the confines of the fashion industry with ease, because most people saw it as like, oh, it's the same thing that people are doing. It's just more of that. It's basically like a lighter version of sex trafficking, right?
Disturbing photos raise even more questions about Epstein and his relationship with some of the most powerful men in the world. We will not rest until the American people get the truth. The Department of Justice must release all the files now. I think it is worth, again, reminding people that these are not the Epstein files, so to speak, that we've been talking so much about in recent months, following a decision by the House of Representatives and subsequently the Senate, and then the signature of the President himself.
Senate.
Those files, some 300 gigabytes of them, will be released in due course. But right now we are receiving just some documents from the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee, documents which we would expect to feature in the overall files, but they are striking. 19 photographs, 3 of them photographs of the current President of the United States.
David, as you rightly point out, these are not the files, but Donald Trump did say in advance of returning to the White House that he would release the files, and the Democrats are trying to push him to do just that, but as yet, that hasn't happened.
Yes, again, I think it's worth reminding people why the Epstein files have become such an issue. During the election campaign, Donald Trump repeatedly pledged that he would release these documents. Once elected, his Attorney General, Pam Bondi, said they were on her desk and ready to go. She then released a small amount of material and said there was no list of Epstein clients. And that fueled, I think, further conspiracy of cover-up. They had really lit a fire that they were unable to put out. Republican Congressman Thomas Massey then raised his head above the parapet. He tabled a bill to release all the files, and 3 other Republicans supported him. You will remember that one of them was Donald Trump's longtime ally, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and that really developed into quite a split in the MAGA base. So under pressure at that point, Donald Trump did a U-turn, and he urged Republicans to vote for the bill to release all the files.
It's just like, I think if the Trump admin or the Trump campaign in general hadn't leaned so heavily into like the pedophilia conspiracies and stuff, which is like, some of which is a conspiracy, some of which clearly is not a conspiracy theory and just like a real thing that was taking place. But if they hadn't leaned into like QAnon so aggressively, if they hadn't kept up with like the latest and greatest in that realm, I don't think this would be as consequential for them. But because they did, obviously because they like consistently offered their base, their most loyal fans, red meat over and over again, this is something that they are going to continue demanding. This is a promise that you made and a promise that you're not keeping. And it's quite weird. It's quite strange. If you are known for promises made, promises kept, people are just going to turn around and be like, why aren't you keeping this promise? And they're going to start assuming that the reason why you're not keeping this promise is because you yourself are deeply implicated.
And all but one Republican on the Hill did just that. And since then, we've been waiting for the Epstein files to be released. As I say, there are hundreds of thousands of pages, digital records and other media related to criminal investigations into Jeffrey Epstein. The Epstein files, that's really material that has been collected by law enforcement, primarily the FBI and the Department of Justice. And according to the Department of Justice, the archive includes over 300 gigabytes of data and physical evidence. So really, the material that has dropped this morning is literally a drop in the ocean. And 95,000 images. The Democrats on the Oversight Committee say they have received images, including one you're looking at of the former President of the United States, Bill Clinton, alongside Jeffrey Epstein and his girlfriend and co-accused Ghislaine Maxwell. Between those two men, there is also pictures, as we've seen, of the current President, Donald Trump, a picture of his former advisor, Steve Bannon, and one, we understand, of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor.
I will never forgive the Democrats for leaning into defending Bill Clinton instead of just like dumping boatloads of this data, or at least like leaning into the suspicion that, Jeffrey Epstein was deeply tied to Donald Trump during the election. Okay. It's just so, Nope. They had to. They had to defend Bill Clinton. Okay. So they couldn't touch the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. They had to protect Israel. They had to protect Bill Clinton. They couldn't touch the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. And now that they are out of power, they can chirp about it nonstop.
Again, I'm going to stress that just being pictured with Jeffrey Epstein or having your picture released by the Oversight Committee or members of that committee does not indicate wrongdoing. NBC, our colleagues in the United States, have reached out to each of these people for comment, but they have previously denied any wrongdoing and any knowledge of Epstein's crimes.
David, they've only released 19. We're showing a handful of them now. Clearly, some people's identities have been protected in these photos, others not. We're looking at that one of Steve Bannon with Jeffrey Epstein now. But 95,000 to work through. Are they working through these and holding them back because of decency or privacy issues? What would be the reasons for not releasing more?
Also, look at this one, dude. This dude is straight up in the cut producing movies alongside Woody Allen. If we didn't already know enough about Woody Allen's background and how strange of a person he is, this would come as a surprise, but just fork found in the kitchen, I guess, at this point.
This point in time.
Legal reasons and political reasons. There has been a legal change just in the last couple of days in that judges have ruled, for example, that material which had previously been sealed could be unsealed. That was grand jury material relating to prosecution.
Bro, even Cheryl Hines, dude? RFK Jr.'s now wife? Every single person. Every single person, dude. What is going on?
Of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, for anyone who is on...
That's not Cheryl, it's a Victoria's Secret model? Oh, really?
Familiar with the judicial process in the United States. Material goes to a grand jury, and it is...
How can you tell that Cheryl? That could be any white woman on the planet. I mean, chatters are correcting me. I thought it was her. It does look like her.
They who decide if there is enough ground to proceed with a prosecution. That grand jury material has been unsealed.
Look at Steve Bannon again. Look at Steve Bannon again. Alex Jones was right. Every person in power is a reptilian pedophile. Yeah, except Alex Jones now, at the peak of his career, he should be the one who's like going, see, I told you so. I told you so, over and over again. Okay? Whether it be shit that he said about Israel, whether it be stuff that he said about like reptilian, pedophilic, vampire style societal elites, has now... Like, this is his moment, okay? It's like if I, at the tail end of my career, finally, we have like a proletarian revolution, a dictatorship of the proletariat is implemented. And I'm over here being like, actually, this was a horrible idea. This was so bad. This was so bad. This was so bad. No, it's not. You don't want this, actually. Meritocracy is real. And the wealthy people need to continue consolidating wealth and power at the top. The working poor don't know how to control themselves. You know? This is Alex Jones's moment. He made his entire career off of talking about pedophilic vampires. And now that it is in the forefront, where the average person also kind of recognizes that there's this like pedophilic elite conspiracy, he has to sit around and, because he's Daddy Trump's biggest fucking booster, he has to sit around and be like, oh, actually, this is not real. I mean, it's kind of real, but like it's not real at all, actually. Donald Trump's not implicated, and you should look the other way. You should look at different things. And of course, that is a part of the reason why Candace Owens is popping off, because she has no reason to defend Donald Trump. She is truly independent in that sense. And if you are a full-blown grifter, you can take up that space that Alex Jones would normally have, the space that Alex Jones should be occupying in this moment as the number one conspiracy theorist. It's crazy.
In relation to both Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. So legally there had been a delay, but I think that will lead to the release of some more documents in due course. And then politically there have been hurdles to overcome as well, because this had to be brought about through a bill on Capitol Hill, which was ironically brought by a Republican, Thomas Massie. He was the person who tabled the Epstein Transparency Act. He had all of the Democrats on board, obviously, but the pivotal moment came when 3 other Republicans...
Like, people forget Alex Jones literally on the morning of 9/11 was like, this is Israel. Israel did this, okay? The morning of 9/11, while it was still happening, he was like, Israel did this. I can't believe Israel did this. He was anti-George W. Bush. And then Obama one-shotted him, okay? And then Donald Trump basically brought him in to, like, acceptability by really pushing the boundaries. Donald Trump actually, when he was running for president, went on Alex Jones' show on InfoWars. A lot of people forget, back in 2016. And then he won. And then Alex Jones was seen as, like a normal, I guess, somewhat of a normal part of the, at least for the right, somewhat of a normal part of the commentariat. And now Alex Jones is basically defending the Trump administration and trying to get people to look away from the Epstein stuff to the best of his ability, or he's trying to manage. He's trying to do cleanup with what remains of his credibility in the conspiracy world. The last remaining shred of credibility that he has in the conspiracy world, he's basically using to defend Donald Trump.
Republicans crossed the aisle, so to speak, and voted with him.
Sweeping for him.
That pushed the bill through, and you may remember, remarkably, it was swiftly rubber-stamped by the Senate without even a debate and landed quickly on the desk of Donald Trump, who is himself now pictured in 3 of these pictures, which have been...
Yeah, here's Alex Jones one day after 9/11, not the day of 9/11.
I don't support the Palestinians either. They're all hyped up and psychotic. But Israel's going to get us nuked, always backing them up like this. Israel calls the Palestinians goyim or cattle or dogs or subhuman. They keep them on concentration camps. I got video of them taking Palestinian women's tomatoes they grow and breaking their water containers and stealing. That's why you have...
Remember, the greatest conspiracy theorist will always use kernels of truth, especially extra points if it's like a truth that you're not allowed to say, okay? Or a truth that you don't actually encounter in mainstream, in the mainstream at all, okay? That's it. That is the most effective way to be a conspiracy theorist. That's why Candace Owens will talk about like MK Ultra and all these other like different things that the CIA has done. that's why Candace Owens is so popular right now, because when we watched her commentary yesterday when she was talking about like Barry Weiss, she's like, Barry Weiss is basically an agent of Israel. And that is the reason why she got a job at CBS News as the editor-in-chief. This is not far-fetched at all. It's just like she's saying something that is objective reality that you can see if you read if you read beyond the bylines and you read beyond the headlines in a lot of these articles, because the media will cover it and they will say like, oh, Barry Weiss is actually, or Larry Ellison or David Ellison is purchasing CBS News, and the only reason why it was sold is because like the Redstone family finally said that like, post October 7, they couldn't deal with how anti-Semitic CBS News coverage was, blah, blah, blah, all this stuff. And that's the reason why Barry Weiss of the Free Press was brought in to do editorial control to, change the direction of CBS News to be more right-wing and to be more pro-Israel, right? So when Candace Owens says that, it comes across like it's a conspiracy theory, but it's not. It's just the truth. And then she also packages that up with a whole bunch of other nonsensical bullshit, but it doesn't matter. That statement in and of itself makes people believe in her because they're like, well, this is something that I can see with my own two eyes and no one else is talking about it, so you must be like a truth teller, right? Or when she turns around and says like, Barry Weiss is a great example of someone who is an abject failure, uncharismatic, and is only in a position of power because she sucks up to billionaires and millionaires.
This crap, and our children are going to die. We're going to get nuked because of this. Iran's got the nukes now. Syria. We're going to have nuclear war because Israel likes to go around bombing everybody. I'm sorry, it's just the facts. And Israel absolutely is beside itself with joy right now. They are talking about how they're going to blow everything up, how they're going to attack everybody, and guess who's going to get bombed because of it? I have been supportive of Israel for many years. When I found out what they do, shooting little Palestinian children in the genitalia and laughing, it's on video. Little 10-year-olds walk around throwing rocks at tanks. A guy sits off a half mile away and blows their testicles off. They call them goyim. They call them dogs. They call the Arabs cattle. And then the corrupt Arab governments that are in league with this government, it's really a sick Hegelian dialectic, order out of chaos, bringing the world crises, bringing them terrorism, so we'll accept a highly dictatorial police state regime. It's
yeah, OG, dude, there's a reason why I'm such a big Alex Jones fan in general, okay? Even with his newer version of Alex Jones, he's like still a very entertaining figure. It's just that like he is there is a fucking reason why Alex Jones was seen as like a very unique part of American political discourse, and was in Scanner Darkly and was in all these other movies, like playing a version of himself, right? Like he's a fascinating character. Oh, yeah, Waking Life. Yeah, he was in Scanner Darkly. He was in Waking Life. Yeah. A known figure in the Austin community for years and years. He was always like the anti-establishment conspiracy theorist. Some of the things that he would say came out to be true. Mass surveillance by the government, and then he would package that up with a whole bunch of insane shit, right? Like interdimensional space vampires or whatever the fuck. He connects the dots in all the wrong ways and actually makes it harder to see reality. Yeah. Anytime he comes near, anytime he would get close to like unearthing a unspoken truth, he would just quickly fucking snap it into like a totally separate direction, totally insane direction. Which is part of the reason why I would always say, like, I think he's a government agent. If Alex Jones is not a government agent, then the government would create someone exactly like Alex Jones, because he so perfectly would belittle. He would so perfectly belittle like all of these things as like silly conspiracy theories. Richard Linklater said he was just a funny random kook. Didn't think he was harmful at the time, but definitely picked up on his charisma. Yeah. But it's that same Alex Jones that would also say, like, there's a lot of pedophiles, the pedophilic elite, they're doing sex rituals and they're doing sacrifice. And now, in this very moment, that's in the forefront. Like, that's something that people are seeing with their own two fucking eyes. And Alex Jones is nowhere to be seen. In the moments where he does talk about this shit, he spends most of the time talking about how the current president is actually fighting the deep state still. The current president, Donald Trump, who's my friend, is fighting the deep state. He's a white hat pedophile. Kimi kızdırdıysan artık buradaki forumlarda bile 2 aydır falan linç kampanyasını yürütüyorlar. Oğlum siktir et, ne olacak amına koyayım. Yani ne yapayım? Yürüsünler. İsrail. Kimi kızdırdım diye soruyorsan cevap İsrail. Okay? Oh, he did a 28-minute video. Breaking. Democrats launch massive Trump Epstein hoax by editing already public photos to make the president appear guilty. Alex Jones breaks down how images released are designed to implicate criminal behavior with no proof and use innuendo to wrap public perception. See, like that's what he's doing. Boş ver abi, İngiliz uşakları onlar. Aynen öyle. The new Taylor Swift documentary mentioned Israel and people are mad.
We've been here for like 4 or 5 hours. We've spoken to people from like Scotland and England and Israel. I feel like what's happening right now.
That's not even like a big mention. What the fuck? The Israel mention, not even 30 minutes into the documentary, felt intentional to say the least. Taylor Swift, can we be so serious right now, girl? What the fuck are we doing? I'm no way defending, but you're in these comments saying you need to watch Zootopia, and that's why you have Disney Plus when the actress who plays Judy Hobbs, the heavy Zionist. No, that's completely fair. I can't stand her, but the movies and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I think Stan Twitter is going maybe a little nutty over this, like, but that's, cool, I guess. Whatever. This is literally Zionist propaganda. What the fuck? Anyway, free Palestine, fuck Israel, and fuck Taylor Swift too. God damn. 135K likes and another one. You're not powerful if you don't use your voice for the greater good. You're a narcissist when everything is about you and your career. Being silent equals cowardice and complacency. Forbes names Taylor Swift the most powerful female artist in the world. 135,000 likes. Y'all are mad because Taylor has fans globally in every country, calling Israel a country. Hashtag I know what you are. It's so funny because most famously, the story of Taylor Swift in Israel before all the stuff literally was that a Swiftie with a very famous Taylor Swift account was inactive for months. And then she came out and said, hey guys, sorry for being inactive on the Taylor Swift updates account. I was in prison. And then people said, I got arrested. And people said, why did you get arrested? And she said, I refused to serve in the IDF. So the most famous like Swiftie in Israel was unironically an anti-Zionist conscientious objector. So it's kind of crazy that Taylor Swift cannot outflank her fans on this issue. Not lying, I think about her once a week. No, she's dope. She's amazing. Yeah, update is most of you know I haven't been very active in the past couple of months because I was in prison. I'm back now, though. More Taylor Swift updates coming soon. OMG, why? I refused to join the IDF, Lamau. Yeah. From the 2nd of April, 2019. This Taylor Swift stan took a stand in solidarity with Palestinians. Today, 2 years ago, the 19-year-old Israeli girl behind Legit Tay Updates was released from prison, account suspended now, by the way, after refusing to join the Israeli military. During her 2-month sentence, she still gave updates from the inside. Update, I'm still in prison, Lamau, but I asked a visiting friend to post this. Can y'all stop making comments on Taylor's body? She'll let us know when/if she's pregnant. Calm down. I love that Israelis with bare minimum moral compass are touted as heroes while the actual resistance remains consistently demonized even by leftist condom hummus. Okay, but why are you fucking bringing that up in here when I'm called a terrorist every single fucking day, and still to this day people say I'm a deeply anti-Semitic terrorist because I don't do that, okay? I do both. I understand that every person plays a different role in this process. So I don't know why you're coming in here and doing it to me when I'm trying to do my very best to fucking destigmatize resisting militarily against a fucking apartheid state that's conducting a goddamn genocide. Okay? You're not wrong with the overall point, though. You're not wrong about the overall point, but this also kind of feels like you're minimizing the impact of people who are conscientious objectors doing the very most they can do within their own personal development. Like, it's not like they asked to be born in fucking Israel. You know, what are you supposed to do? They're doing the best, more than many others do, right? So I'm never gonna fucking shit on them. I don't do that. I don't play that game at all. Like, I'm not going to fucking yell at a person who literally went to prison. I am going to celebrate that. Okay? Yeah, especially when, like, there are a shit ton of people who, I mean, this person was doing this in 2019, right? Like, there are a lot of people who just found out about Israel, right? Yeah. Nobody's saying yell at them is part of doing commentary. I'm adding a supplementary point. I think a better way to the better way to do that is not by saying Israelis with bare minimum moral compass, because you aren't just saying, you know, you are kind of saying that these are people who are doing, like, you know, the bare minimum. It's crazy. You're undercutting it, you know, a little bit. But it's kind of funny because, like, if you ask Palestinians living in Gaza how they feel about conscientious objectors, they are infinitely more excited. Not even at the prospect that there are conscientious objectors, but also they're more stoked about people who even, like, will go to the West Bank and try to make sure that people can actually engage in, like, olive harvest and things like that. They, you know, that's a huge thing. Yeah, people tweeting is the bare minimum. People writing in my chat is the bare minimum. What we're doing is the bare minimum. Going to prison is, I don't think, the bare minimum. Anyway, where were we? I think more so about the general population looking at these objectives in a more nuanced way than say Hamas or a PFLP militant fighting back. Yeah, if your smoke is for like the general attitude, even of woke people, because I'll give you the maximum like woke pro-resistance take that still actually doesn't fucking meet the standard. There are people out there who will say, oh, well, I don't like Hamas because it's an Islamist resistance group. I like the PFLP. Okay, well, the fucking PFLP likes Hamas. You know? The fuck are you going to do about it now? Like, oh, I'm a socialist, so I only defend the PFLP and DFLP. Okay. Well, the PFLP and DFLP worked under the banner of Hamas on the Al-Aqsa flood operation. So what do you have to say about that? There is no reason to do purity tests in a situation when we're talking about people fucking breaking out of a ghetto. You know, there's no ideological purity. The highest priority is emancipation. You can have the political disagreements after. That comes after the fact. That's why no matter what, unless someone is literally a direct collaborator with the apartheid state, whether it's the PA or whether it's like people who work for American think tanks and are actively cutting anti-resistance propaganda, almost every single Palestinian is united on the first goal of the abolition of the apartheid. You know? Anyway. Yeah, like how in China, the KMT and the communists had a temporary alliance in order to fight the Japanese. Exactly. When you are being dominated by a imperial superpower or an imperial regional power or a ethno-state that is maintaining an apartheid, your highest priority is the end to that occupation and apartheid.
Been released by the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee.
Anyway, let's get back. I don't know how we fucking got to Palestine and the Palestinian resistance here, but
ways the legal hurdles, the political hurdles are being overcome, the barriers are falling, and over the course of time we are seeing more and more material. And while these are not the Epstein files that we've been waiting for, this is the kind of material that you're going to see when those Epstein files come in full in due course.
And as you've stressed, and I'm going to stress again, being in a photo with someone doesn't imply any sort of wrongdoing. You may just brush up near them at a party and a photo is taken. You may meet them in an office like we've just seen, and there may be more to it. We don't know, and none of this implies any wrongdoing. But David, let's just set some of the context on this. I mean, when he came to the White House...
Is Alan Dershowitz in any of these photos? Of course he is, dude. What do you mean?
Donald Trump often talked about draining the swamp, the implication being he was an outsider to the swamp, the milieu, the people who ran Washington. And what this does show is how broad and powerful Jeffrey Epstein's network was. And it went across party lines. He's pictured with Trump. He's pictured with Bill Clinton.
I'm going to keep it a buck. I think it shows something else as well. It doesn't just show how vast and powerful his network was. I think it also shows how those powerful people just kept coming back. Why is it? Why is it that these guys were just so chummy with a international sex trafficker of children? Strange. You know, it's not like it wasn't usually like a one and done.
And he's pictured with plenty of famous, powerful people. The network he had and the power was huge.
Yes, and to some extent, the conspiracy
the
around
dog,
all of
please.
this was a conspiracy that was peddled.
Brother. Are you okay? I like that we went from accusations to like, I actually am invested in this. Like, can you please do this thing? It's fucking insane, dude.
By Donald Trump himself in the course of the election campaign, when he repeatedly stated that he would release the Epstein files if he was re-elected president of the United States. But the moment he found himself back in the White House, the trouble began to arise because his attorney general...
Woody Allen is ruined. Yeah, no. I'm new to Woody Allen's background. I was just a fan of his movies. I had no idea that he was friends with Jeffrey Epstein. Woody Allen is the one guy that's the most like fork found in the kitchen moment here. It's like if Jeffrey Epstein was in France and he was photographed next to fucking Roman Polanski. I don't think anyone would be shocked by that revelation. You know what I mean?
Pam Bondi said the files were on her desk and ready to go, but then never released the material that people expected to see at that stage. And all of that poured petrol on the fire. It fueled further conspiracy theories around the Epstein files. And that is what pushed it to the point where some Republicans on Capitol Hill were joining forces with Democrats to force through a vote demanding the release of the files in full. The Democrats have decided that they are going to some extent drip feed the material to us. They've been doing that in recent months. And these 19 pictures released today, selected from, we are told...
Bet Quentin Tarantino's in the files? No, Quentin Tarantino became like an ultra-Zionist too late to the game, I think, for him to have encountered and become friendly with Jeffrey Epstein. That's like... I mean, he was always like a freak, right? But not a freak of that sort as far as we know, right? He's just... Quentin Tarantino became pro-Israel after, I think like probably after Jeffrey Epstein was already in prison the second time. He did defend Polanski though, so... All right? He absolutely is. Look up the... Yeah, no, he did. He did defend... Yeah, here it is. Quentin Tarantino revealed that he and his wife, Daniela Pick, are fully committed to Israel and consider the country their permanent home. The couple has spent the last several years living there and say they have no plans to return to the U.S., emphasizing that their current lifestyle reflects their values and long-term choices, expanding that their connection to Israel isn't temporary but deeply rooted. You know, not great. And then there was also the Polanski quote, no? Wasn't there like a... Wasn't there a Polanski quote as well where he was like saying that, you know, saying that the 13-year-old that Roman Polanski raped was a... Oh, this is from Howard Stern.
I've been dying to get a hold of you for this reason. When Gary Garver, our reporter out in Hollywood, interviewed you, here's what you said. I got to ask you about this. Okay. This I don't understand. Your movie I understand. This I don't. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Hey, Quentin, how you doing, man? Hey. How's it going, man? Pretty good. Nice to meet you. What have you done to make the world a better place? I don't know. What do you think I've done? Cool movies. Oh, well, I'll stand with that. Pulp Fiction's awesome. Yeah. Hey, were you happy when Roman Polanski won the Oscar? Yeah, that was pretty cool, actually, yeah. What's so great about a rapist being the recipient of Hollywood's highest honor? I don't consider him a rapist.
Right, that's the one. How can you defend... See, I don't understand this. Mm-hmm. How come Hollywood embraces this madman, this director who raped a 13-year-old?
He didn't rape a 13-year-old. It was statutory rape.
Yeah,
all right.
Well,
that's not quite the same thing. All right?
Come on.
Enough said. It's not statutory rape. You know, he had sex with a minor. All right, that's not rape. To me, when you use the word rape, all right, you're talking about violent, throwing them down. It's like one of the most violent.
No, it's just no consent. And considering that 13-year-olds cannot consent, that's the reason why it's considered rape. Can't believe this guy is living out his days. Here he is with the IDF. Breaking. Legendary filmmaker Quentin Tarantino visits an Israeli base in southern Israel to boost IDF morale. Dude. Israel is so evil that their morale is boosted by seeing Quentin Tarantino. It's like the more evil you are, the more of a morale boost it is for the IDF. He's like, oh yeah, I can't wait. This is gonna make it much more enjoyable to go and murder some children now. Thank you, Mr. Quentin Tarantino. I'm a 19-year-old brigadier general, and seeing Quentin Tarantino at my base has really boosted my morale. Dude, when Howard Stern, moral high ground, you're fucking insane. Yeah, and I think that was like back in the day when Howard Stern was still crazy, right? Because now he's like very woke. I mean, he's still like, you know, a liberal and shit, but and annoying about like he's like an anti-Bernie liberal. He was like super pro Hillary Clinton. He's become that kind of liberal. But this is back when Howard Stern was still crazy. We snuck controversial art into a famous art show. No, he used to be. Howard Stern used to be anti-Bernie. I don't know if he still is, but he used to be anti-Bernie. He was pro. Dude, come on, don't question me on this. He was super pro Hillary and hated Bernie for spoiling Hillary Clinton's chances. Like, he was that kind of lib. Oh my God, we've moved so far beyond Jeffrey Epstein. Let's get back to it.
Some 95,000 images they've received from the Epstein estate are part of that.
Yeah, seeing a picture of Bill Gates, the wealthy Microsoft founder, with the now named Andrew Mountbatten Windsor on the screen as well. And plenty of these pictures feature Jeffrey Epstein too. If you're just joining us, just going to reiterate this breaking news that the Democrats on the Oversight Committee of Government Reform in the US say they have now got 95,000 photos, including images of the wealthy and powerful men who spent time with Jeffrey Epstein, and they've released 19 of them, which we're showing you on the screen
70 new
right now.
photos were dropped.
As David Levins, who's still with me, has been stressing, these are not the Epstein files, but these are photos that give
Link
it
temporarily
insight to the connections, the network that Jeffrey Epstein had. And of course, being in a photo with anybody doesn't imply any sort of wrongdoing, just a photo with someone. But nevertheless...
Dude, Noam Chomsky... Oh my fucking Lord, dude. Oh my fucking Lord, Noam Chomsky. What a fucking spectacular. What a spectacular whiplash-inducing fall from fucking grace. I mean, sure, like, you can have your disagreements with Noam Chomsky. I have mine. But this is like... This is so far beyond the pale, dude. Oh, my Lord. Just ridiculous. That's recent, too, isn't it? Yeah, no, he was homies, man. He was straight up fucking homies with Jeffrey Epstein. Like, when we found out, when there was suspicion that Noam Chomsky had a deeper relationship with Jeffrey Epstein because he had actually like spent time when he was in France, like being around Jeffrey Epstein's like butler or something. That was already fucking insane, right? But this latest tranche of images and the email back and forth correspondence between Jeffrey Epstein and Noam Chomsky has revealed that their ties, they were like this, dude. They were two peas in a fucking pod, a libertarian pod, if you will. Why are your lights flickering? It just looks like they are. Yeah, two pedos in a pod? Maybe. Bannon is so cooked, he's all over this shit. No, man. Bannon is a fucking human skin tag. It doesn't even matter for some reason. He's all over everything. It's so crazy that, like, it's so... Dude. Steve Bannon has done everything, okay? Like, ideologically, with Noam Chomsky as well. Now, he has been photographed and collaborated with literally every type of ideology, I think. Like, remember, he was supposed to be in prison because he got caught. I think when they arrested him, when the U.S. Postal Service agents arrested him, he was on a fucking private yacht with, like, a Chinese billionaire dissident anti-CPC guy. Because he had done like a scheme, right? I think it was he had collaborated with a quadriplegic veteran to do a scheme to farm donations, to farm donations for building the wall. They were doing like a GoFundMe. Postal guys can arrest people? Yes, they don't fuck around, dude. Yeah, they did a build the wall initiative where they got like all of these stupid right-wing boomer racists to be like, we'll build the wall ourselves. And then they just did like, I guess they did like mail fraud or something. I don't fucking know. But yeah, the U.S. postal inspectors are not just delivery people. Like there's U.S. Postal Service cops. One of the oldest versions of federal, what you would consider federal law enforcement. Anyway. Yeah, Trump is now running an astounding, even for him, 90 minutes late for his scheduled 3 p.m. bill signing event. I wonder why he's been. He's being camera shy today.
David, as we've been spelling out,
I will say, tactically, releasing information like this right before he goes live is actually awesome. Okay. Tactically releasing more Epstein connections to Donald Trump right before he goes live is a fucking incredible move by the Democrats. They normally suck, but this is one of those instances where they're actually popping off.
Here, it does show the connection, the breadth of Jeffrey Epstein's network. And also we've seen others in there as well. Ghislaine Maxwell, of course,
yeah, also,
who is
on
currently
the other
incarcerated.
Yeah, on the other side, you have the low-level Jeffrey Epstein, Andrew Tate, offering fucking dating advice to Baron Trump. Okay? I was going to talk about this as well. A new report from the New York Times reveals that the Trump administration and some members of the president's family may have been involved in a larger movement in conservative circles to support Andrew and Tristan Tate, right-wing influencers charged with rape, human trafficking, and other crimes. You know? Like father, like son, I guess. New York Times did a huge investigation into this. I'm going to be talking about that as well. But you know, that's another thing.
In the
Baron Chad Vice now is on. No, dude, Baron is a Aiden Ross fan and an Andrew Tate fan.
US,
he's cooked
as well.
And Matt, let me just tell you that we've now received a statement from the House Oversight Committee. They are not always terribly impressed, it has to be said, when Democratic members of the committee release this material. This is what the statement says. Once again, Ranking Member Robert Garcia and Oversight Committee Democrats are cherry-picking photos and making targeted redactions to create a false narrative around President Trump. We received over 95,000 photos and Democrats released just a handful. Democrats' hoax against President Trump has been complete.
Yeah, well, they also released a Bill Clinton photo too. So what of it? Release them all then. You know? Let's see it. Let's see the truth. Let the photos do the talking. You know? If you don't want a one-sided revelation, a one-sided release of photos, then release them all. Don't threaten me with a good time here. This is some of the crazier photos I've seen from his house. Another one of these fucking dentist chairs. He had dentist chairs all over the house. I don't know why. It's just so freaky. And these like masks on the walls. I'm browsing through them and I'll show you. Oh, here's an even crazier image of all the masks. Yeah, I know there's like sex toys in some of the images, and this is the new one that they just just dropped, and I'm going through them. It's just like, it don't make no fucking sense, dude. It's out here looking like a real eyes wide shut moment, okay? As a gamer fan, I feel like I should tell you I caught up on every dispatch VOD in the last 3 days so I could watch the Finale stream live, so you better not debate us. Yeah, I won't. Don't worry. Clip from CNN.
Do you have pictures of people engaged in sexual acts as part of this?
As part of this release, yes, there are pictures of people engaged in sexual acts.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ.
There are pictures of men, not Jeffrey Epstein, engaged in such acts?
We're going through that. Again, the last time there was a big production, what we tried to do was release all the files eventually. We're trying to be selective about what we release now. And so in this case, we're not really quite sure yet who is who. Certainly, there's a lot of people.
Truth nuke.
People involved, though, in some of these acts.
Okay, I'm almost sorry I asked. Point on that. Do you have
little Stevens Hawking about to get revealed? I don't know. It could be any number of different people. That's the craziest part. It's probably, most likely, it's got to be like Prince Andrews, you know? I feel like he was the most connected. He was the one who was always constantly getting fucking photographed and shit. So who knows? He beating around the bush, so you know who's in some of them. Probably, maybe Bill Clinton. I don't know. It is pretty. This is a crazy fucking day, man.
Completely debunked, they say.
By the way, pour one out for the pro-Trump guys. Okay, they're probably not having a good time today. You know, shouts out to Asmongold. He's probably, this is going to be quite difficult to hit a yeah based over. You know, yeah based. I don't know what kind of talking points you need to download to make this make sense to a pliant audience here. I guess what will happen in this situation is they just have to hit the pedophilia is actually good route, right? Like, biggest story of the day. Nah, pedophilia is in. They don't care. Only if there's pics of Trump being gay. Yeah.
Nothing in the documents we've received shows any wrongdoing. It is shameful. Representative Garcia and Democrats continue to put politics above justice for the survivors. So very strong words from the Oversight Committee. They are not impressed that the Democrats have chosen to release at this point 19 of the 95,000 images they've received from the estate of the late Jeffrey Epstein. Among those 19 pictures, 3 of the President of the United States, Donald Trump, though we know there is one of the former president, at least one of the former president, Bill Clinton. There are others featured there too, but I'm going to state what we've been stating repeatedly, just appearing in a picture that's been released from these documents is no indication of wrongdoing, and these people have repeatedly stated that they had no knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes.
Maybe actually it's a phobophilia route. That could be one route.
Key figure in the Trump administration's immigration.
You know, some along those lines. Here, let's see what CNN is saying, because there's like new stuff coming out right now. Ezra Klein tomorrow coming out saying Donald Trump did pedophilia the right way. No, that was the funniest Ezra Klein take, when he just went out for no reason and was like, do I think Jeffrey Epstein is a pedophile? Yes. Do I think that he had a lot of famous and wealthy friends and financial elite in the financial elite? Yes. I think those two things were totally separate from one another. One of his greatest takes of all time. Okay. It's right up there. Is right up there with Charlie Kirk was doing politics the right way. Because it's one of those things where it's like, you have no reason to say this. Okay. There is no reason for you to come out and try to hit a Jeffrey Epstein's pedophilia centrism line. Okay. But he still did it. He still did it. There's just something about the mind of liberals that where they just have to be like, the reasonable position is always in the middle. Okay. I will find a way to just make everybody upset. I will always find a way to, oh, this is the massage therapy system that he had, I guess. And this is the famous, now famous photo of him in the fucking bathtub, looking real freak-like. You think they'll try to blame the pics on AI? I'm terrified of that excuse being weaponized. I mean, it seems like they're talking about the top armed services dem on his meeting with the admiral in charge of the double tap bow strike on CNN. Let's see what Fox News is talking about. Probably anything but this. And we are waiting on. We are currently waiting on Trump to go live. He was supposed to be live an hour and 30 minutes ago. So, do you think they'll reveal photos of his egg-shaped penis? I hope not. I don't know how to answer that. Yeah, he had like some sex toys. These are PG-13 enough to show, I guess. They're not like, it's a weird way to describe it, but you know what I mean. Like, it's not the jawbreaker gag, terms and conditions, disclaimer, warranty, and this freaky glove that he has that I guess is like a dildo glove or something. And then a bunch of, I'm not going to show you what the other ones are. Here's a photo of Jeffrey Epstein with a book cover of his own face. He's holding it up. A photo of a Trumpkin for some reason. Don't know what was going on there. The dilly glove is insane. Yeah, I skipped through some of the sex toys that he also had. Here's a photo of the weird, freaky island temple thing that they're building. Apparently, like while they were building, it seems like a fucking 3D rendered image almost from this angle, but I don't know what's going on there. There was a photo of Trump condoms that came out in the last one too. Here's an up close and personal shot. Trigger warning. Don't know who this guy is. Is this Shanghai? No. Is it Dubai maybe? I don't know. It's the Dubai Marina. He was very connected with the UAE. He did have a Saudi passport, for those of you who don't know. Here's that photo of him talking to Steve Bannon. I don't know why there's comments on some of these fucking photos. The photo of the Trump condom. Larry Summers, Richard Branson. Hold on. Woody Allen photos. More photos from his house. The images that have like censor bars over their faces obviously are like some of the victims and unaffiliated people. I think, is that Bill Gates? Is that a fucking frame photo of Bill Gates in Lolita Express? And it also looks like that was taken. It looks like that photo was taken far before. It looks like that photo was taken far before the last time we knew, or the only time we knew Bill Gates had actually hung out with Jeffrey Epstein. So that's interesting as well. Hold on. I'm going to open it in a new tab and zoom in. That's definitely Billy Boy. And no, he's not wearing a dentist outfit. He's wearing a sweater vest over his button up. Boomers committing crimes is so awesome because they cannot resist taking pictures of everything, zero OPSEC. I mean, honestly, this is a unique situation because I think the whole point of Jeffrey Epstein was to photograph these people. You know? Here's another photo of Billy Boy again, this time with Prince Andrew. In a more recent pic of him. And then, of course, some of y'all's faves are also getting implicated. Here is fucking Steve Bannon and a more recent Noam Chomsky, as a matter of fact. Maybe not as recent as, like, I don't think he's capable of traveling any longer, but looking real chummy with the fascist Steve Bannon. Another photo of Billy. Another photo of Billy with a pilot on what I assume is either his own private jet or Jeffrey Epstein, one of Jeffrey Epstein's chartered jets. And then, of course, we saw this one already. They took a fit pic together. Steve Bannon and Jeffrey did. And then the classic. Of course, you're going to see rare Alan Dershowitz in ways that you've never seen him before, I guess. Steve Bannon with Woody Allen. Another, I don't know who this guy is again. I think this might be the Dubai guy that he's like super connected with. And no, I don't think that's hot pot. I think that might be shisha. More Donald Trump. Bill Clinton. Seemingly signed by Bill Clinton. And who could forget? Ehud fucking Barak, dude. Of course. Of course. You had to get one of the besties in there, you know? He would have felt left out. All these photos coming out. Master of disguise, Ehud Barak, former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak. There are pics he had in his house and things. Yeah, so this was the, I think that was the second tranche, but maybe not. The Dubai man is Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, CEO of Middle East logistics giant DP World. Emirati CEO asked Jeffrey Epstein for Elon Musk connection. 2 years before hosting a meeting with Elon Musk in Dubai, Emirati logistics CEO Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem asked Jeffrey Epstein to connect him with the Tesla head. New released emails show it's not the only time Musk has come up in the Epstein files. Dear Jeffrey, I'm building 2 hotels in Dubai. One is Duke's Dubai. The other is a Maldives-style 60-room beach hotel at one of my world's islands. Duke's Dubai should be open in December this year, while the Island Hotel might open September 2016. I recently read that Tesla is producing home battery to store solar energy. Both hotels have access to city power grid, so it would be ideal to use solar and keep city grid as a backup. I would like to discuss with them utilizing Tesla battery to provide 100% power for my hotel. I would be the first to use their battery on a large scale. Can you put me in touch with Elon Musk or ask him to refer me to someone at his company so we can discuss? Yours, Sultan. Listen, they might be pedophiles, but they're at least green. Okay? They're eco-friendly pedophiles. Think about that. I'm a harm reduction voter. Would you rather have them be invested in the oil and gas industry and do pedophilia? Yeah, your Sultan is a pretty wild way to end a fucking email. Yeah, he was a woke Sultan. The details of Sulayem's email come several months after House Democrats released Epstein's daily schedules, which included December 6, 2014 note stating, reminder, Elon Musk to Island, December 6th. Is this still happening? In response, Musk claimed that he refused the invitation and that he had never visited Epstein's Little St. James Island, where Epstein allegedly brought young women, including some who appeared to be preteen. Sultan is his name, not a title. Oh, okay. I thought his name wasn't Sultan. I thought it was Ahmed, but I mean, I don't know. Anyway, in 2019, Musk told Vanity Fair that he had visited Epstein's New York home and that Epstein repeatedly tried to get him to visit the island. Musk said he declined the invitation. It's actually, Elon Musk's connections to Jeffrey Epstein actually run deeper than Elon Musk directly because Elon Musk's brother was all over Jeffrey Epstein, as a matter of fact. It is known that Kimball Musk, Elon Musk's brother, actually was dating one of the girls that was that Jeffrey Epstein was trafficking. So Musk has also been linked to Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's former girlfriend and co-conspirator who played a key role in Epstein's sex trafficking scheme. According to prosecutors, in 2014, Musk and Maxwell were photographed together during a Vanity Fair Oscar party. Musk later accused Maxwell of photobombing him at the party. I wonder if anyone in Epstein's circle ever was like, hey guys, should we really be taking this many pictures? No. And the reason why they didn't say that is because they're all fucking billionaires and millionaires. Okay? They're like sheiks and members of the royal family. Why the fuck would they ever think that their network of pedophilia would be unearthed and that anyone would actually see even an ounce of scrutiny? That's kind of the whole point. You feel like you're untouchable. And to a certain degree, they are untouchable. They quite literally are untouchable. I mean, what has happened so far? The only person that's gotten the only person that's seen any repercussions is Prince Andrew, whose title of being prince is gone now, but that's it. That's it. And Jeffrey Epstein, of course. But it seems like he was more disposable, discardable. Anyway, for those keeping score at home, says Adam Johnson, Wall Street Journal editorial board opposes releasing the Epstein files. Washington Post editorial board opposes releasing the Epstein files. New York Times editorial board in true New York Times fashion conflicted about the release of the files. From the people who brought you the 2020 Elizabeth Warren and Amy Klobuchar co-endorsement and vote for anyone but Mamdani, wink, wink, non-endorsement endorsement of Cuomo comes, who's to say if more public transparency relating to Epstein is good or bad? Clearly, very few people would want to put their names on columns opposing the release of the Epstein files, so the editorial is the perfect forum for elite counter messaging, as it is anonymous, but still has an authoritative view from nowhere tone. It's crazy. Trump has made the Epstein saga a case study in manipulation. Basically, what they're trying to say is the public is too conspiratorial because of Donald Trump. They're trying to frame it as like an anti-Trump piece while also standing at odds with the full release of the Epstein files. Because you dumb peasants, you unwashed masses will not know how to deal with the release of all of the financial criminals that are also directly associated with the international sex trafficker who was potentially running a blackmail operation for America's number one ally, Israel. Okay? You can't handle it if you knew with a certainty how pedophilic our elites are. You wouldn't know what to do with that information. You'd go too crazy. Given all the conspiratorial noise about the Jeffrey Epstein story, we understand why some Americans are tempted to look away at this point. Who? Who is like, oh man, please give us less info about Jeffrey Epstein? Even Trump's own base of support is actually pissed off at him. It's one of his worst performing. It's one of the worst performances, worst performing aspects of his presidency, aside from the economy. Okay? Because most things, Republicans are like, oh, I'm 90% invested in Donald Trump. Like they do these different polls on different policies, right? And if you ask the Republicans, it's like 90% approval on the on immigration or whatever. But when it comes down to his base, his own base, when asked the question, how do you feel about Donald Trump's performance so far on the release, non-release of Jeffrey Epstein files, they quite literally give him the worst marks. They give him the worst marks on that issue. And the reason why they give him the worst marks on that issue is because Donald Trump has quite literally tried to stop this from happening very publicly. Americans skeptical of Trump on Epstein, but Republican doubts ease, Reuters Ipsos poll finds. Most Americans believe Trump's administration is covering up Epstein information. 53% of Republicans approve of Trump's handling, up from 44% last month. That is abysmal. Anything shy of 80% is abysmal. You understand? Trending upwards doesn't change that reality. "62% believe government is hiding information about Epstein's death. 70% on trafficking." Do you understand how bad that shit is? I need you to understand something. when we look at these polls, we look at the broader polls, right? And the buyer's remorse demonstrated by people who voted for Trump usually come from the independents. Okay? It comes from the independents. So Donald Trump's approval rating is obviously underwater because the Democratic voters, the self-IDing Democrats, obviously all despise Donald Trump. That's understandable. There's regular partisanship demonstrated on these polls all the time. But when you look at the Republican approval rating on Donald Trump's performance, it's usually at 90% on a lot of the issues that he said he was going to engage in. When it comes to the economy, it's pretty fucking bad, even amongst the Republicans. And when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein, it's, as you can see, 53% approval by the Republicans. That is devastating. The poll completed on Monday found that most Americans believe Trump administration is covering up information about the late sex offender, including his 2019 death and his ties to the rich and powerful people, and do not believe Trump's claim that he was unaware of Epstein's alleged trafficking of teenage girls when the two were friends decades ago. Okay? Only 23% of Americans approve of the way Trump is handling the ongoing scandal, the poll found, while 52% disapprove. Okay? However, the poll found he appears to be easing the concerns of his supporters. 53% of Republicans said they approved of the way that he was handling the issue, up from 44% last month. That is still well below the 85% approval rating Trump enjoys overall among Republicans. You see that? So even amongst the Republicans, what the fuck is this? This is what, by the way, while all this Epstein stuff is happening, what's Fox News doing? Shea Fisher performs Jingle Bell Rock.
Gliding in one horse slow. Giddy up, jingle horse, pick up your feet, jingle around the globe.
That's awesome. It's so fucking awesome. They're like, don't look at the photos. There's no photos. Don't worry about the photos. All right, let's see what the arena with Cassie Hunt is covering.
This weekend, this Saturday, you can catch the arena Saturday. It's going to be on at 8 a.m. and noon Eastern time, right here on CNN. You can also stream the arena live.
Okay, I don't care about the arena. PBS shout out. Yes, the Piker Broadcasting Service is only going to give you the news and nothing but the news. So help me God. And it is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers, as always. Your voluntary contributions in the form of a subscription or a free subscription in the form of a Twitch Prime is the only way you can support the Piker Broadcasting Service, the real PBS. Why are we here, just to suffer? Yes. Also, at this point, Donald Trump is officially 2 hours late. He was supposed to be on at 12 p.m. Pacific time for a live signing ceremony. He is now officially 2 hours late. This is a new record for Donald Trump, by the way. A new record for Donald Trump. Do you think he had a heart attack and died? Fuck no. I don't think that. Listen to me, okay? Listen. Things that you may or may not want to happen will not happen, okay? It's just not saying I'm wishing that it's going to happen. Obviously, I would never. But you need to understand, okay? Evil never dies.
Photos from the estate of dead pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. The photos show powerful people
He
who were
said
in
dead
Epstein's
pedophile.
corner, including former President Bill Clinton, Steve
Legal
Bannon,
heretic, thank you
Bill
for the
Gates,
50 bones.
and yes, President Donald Trump. Now, it's important to note, none of the photos showing these individuals or President Trump depict any sexual misconduct, nor are believed to depict any underage girls. It's also not immediately clear when or where these photos were taken. But let's take a look. One image shows what appears to be a bowl of condoms with a caricature of Trump's face. The bowl has a sign saying, quote, Trump condom, $4.50. And each condom has text that reads, I'm huge. Another showed Trump with 6 women whose faces were redacted by the committee. A White House spokeswoman said in a statement, in part, once again, House Democrats are selectively releasing cherry-picked photos with random redactions to try and create a false narrative. A White House official also said no documents have, quote, ever shown any wrongdoing by President Trump. Now, other released photos included Steve Bannon and Epstein taking a photograph in a mirror, Bill Clinton with Epstein, his accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell, and another couple, and tech billionaire Bill Gates with the former Prince Andrew. Now, CNN has reached out to all of those men. A spokesperson for Clinton has repeatedly said he cut ties with Epstein before his arrest on federal charges in 2019 and did not know about his crimes. A reminder, the photos released today are from the Epstein estate. They were released 1 week from the deadline when the Justice Department is expected to release its files on Epstein as required by the Epstein Files Transparency Act, the bill overwhelmingly passed by Congress. We begin with Julie K. Brown, the investigative reporter with the Miami Herald, whose reporting has brought so many Epstein sex trafficking details to light. She's also the author of Perversion of Justice, the Jeffrey Epstein story. Julie, just to start with what you took from the photos today, what stood out to you?
Well, it sort of further signifies the contacts that he had all over the world. There are some new ones that were just released, as a matter of fact, just moments ago, within the past 10 minutes. And there's some other people that are in there. Ehud Barak, who's the former prime minister of Israel, is in there. And so we know it just further solidifies the fact that we know that he was a power broker who was using some of these important people, powerful people, as leverage in order to get whatever financial deals he wanted to be done, or, you know, we don't know. There's so much mystery surrounding him and how he became as rich as he did, and there are a few answers. So these are all part of a puzzle that the Oversight Committee, I'm sure, is trying to put together.
Guys, put some respect on
The
Julie
top
K.
Democrat
Brown's
on that
name,
committee,
okay?
Robert Garcia,
Stop
said in a
saying
statement,
she
quote,
sounds like RFK.
These disturbing photos raise even more questions about Epstein and his relationships with some of the most powerful
important
men in the world.
journalists
We will
on the
not rest
Epstein
until
stuff.
the American
Jesus
people get
Christ.
the truth. I think the question is, we've known for a long time. You made this point.
If it wasn't for her investigative reporting at the Miami Herald, Jeffrey Epstein wouldn't have gone to prison again, okay? They reopened the investigation because of her reporting.
To run the world, hanging out with him on a regular basis, which is unsettling in and of itself. But is there anything really new here?
Well, let me put it from the perspective of the survivors who I speak to quite often. From their perspective, all these people should be looked at. From their perspective, these men were in a place where there often were a lot of young girls around them all the time, around Epstein at the very least. But there have been many of them that told me that they went to certain events, dinners with people who were in the room, like Woody Allen, for example. And in their mind, that all these people should be looked at. And this case has never been taken as seriously as it should have. We know that he was trafficking in young girls and women. This does not mean that just because they were in a photo with him that any of these men did anything wrong, but all of it should be looked at.
You mentioned kind of the pieces of the puzzle that people are trying to put together. What pieces are you going to be looking for when the Justice Department releases the files it has on Epstein? Do you think that there's going to be critical pieces that you've been waiting for, looking for, thinking existed maybe, but didn't necessarily have nailed down?
I think there will be some things in there that will be new. But to be honest with you, I think most of the interesting or the new revelatory information is coming out through the estate. I always sense that the FBI perhaps got reports that they didn't act on, or that they did and they hit a wall because of political interference, or they just got nowhere with the case. I just don't think that the FBI ever investigated it as thoroughly as they should. So it will be interesting to see if some of these women who were trafficked actually went to the FBI and filed reports, just like Maria Farmer initially did, and she was ignored. How many other women over the years went to the FBI and told them what was going on, and whether the FBI, it doesn't sound like it, but whether they took any action.
Yeah, it'll be fascinating to see it. To your point, the estate House Democrats making clear they have a lot more. They're going through a lot more documents related to it right now. Julie K. Brown, as always, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I want to talk about this more with Liz Stein, a Jeffrey Epstein survivor, and Lauren Hirsch. She founded World Without Exploitation to combat human trafficking and sexual exploitation. Liz, just to start with, what's it like to see photos like this released from the estate today? How are you doing?
Thank you for asking that. I think that this can be really difficult for us. And when we're seeing these photos, things that might seem like they don't matter to the general public can really be meaningful to us. I was talking to a survivor earlier who said, to the rest of the world, that just looks like a room. But to me, that's the phone that I picked up to call for help. And so these things can be really incredibly triggering for us. And at the same time, we realize how important it is for this to all come out. You know, these images can be really horrific. There were some images that were released today that were particularly difficult for me. And we're going to see that happen as information is released. But we are really standing together, united in the fact that it is so important that this information comes out, and we're willing to sit in that discomfort while it does.
Lauren, to that point, you have worked, and I think that the combination of balance, but also strength and courage that comes with that balance. You've worked on behalf of Epstein victims, seen their reactions as more and more of these documents come out. You can't generalize an entire group, but how are people preparing for what the Justice Department is supposed to release?
You know, it's been quite remarkable to watch this force of inspiring survivors. They have come together. Many of them before September had never met one another. And now they have really become this incredibly powerful sisterhood. They are supporting each other, both forward-facing and behind the scenes. Today, we watched many of them come together and really sort of recognize that this day was very challenging, very painful, and there was this overwhelming message, I've got your back, amongst all of them. So I think what you're seeing is a really united front who are ready to stand together on December 19th and going forward to make sure that all of the files get released.
And Liz, this past Tuesday, a federal judge in New York granted the Justice Department's request to unseal records from the investigation and criminal prosecution of Ghislaine Maxwell. The documents will be redacted to protect victims' identities. What's your reaction to how that played out?
I think that this is information that's really important for us to see. We need to know what the evidence was that led up to her being charged with these crimes. And I think that anything that we're able to reveal that kind of shows the patterns that were in place and tells us more about the people who are involved.
Whenever stuff like this happens, I can't be the only one who wonders, like, what will Trump do to try to fucking shift the attention away from this issue? Like, are we going to invade Colombia? Like, what country are we going to explode? What new ethnic minority will he put the crosshairs on? Will it be a Latin American, immigrants coming from like a Latin American nation? Will it be immigrants coming from an African nation? You know, because I know he's gonna he has to do something. That's what he's done every single time. So we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is these women together have really moved mountains, and what comes next, we're not sure. I think in large part, it depends on what we see on the 19th, what we see after. We're going to be going through what comes to us, what we see, what we don't see. If there are, high levels of redactions with information, these survivors know in large part what they've shared. And so they're going to know if there are things that are missing. And so the next step will be to comb through, to see what's there, to see what's not, and then to make sure that what's not becomes available to the survivors and to the public.
Just before I let you guys go, it's worth noting and saying repeatedly, because there's been a lot of releases and a lot of information. Moves mountains is an understatement with what this group has been able to accomplish. Liz Stein, Lauren Hirsch, really do appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
So are House Oversight Democrats cherry picking which photos to actually release? That's what the White House says. We're going to ask a Democrat on the committee. That's a head.
What was
Plus,
the glove for? It's
California
a
Governor
dildo
Gavin
glove.
Newsom
Every finger has a different. It's a dildo glove, and every single finger has like a different dildo. What does it do? What do you mean? It's just to fucking shove it in people's asses, dude. A dildo glove, a glove dough. How do you know this? Because I have a fucking brain, dude. What do you mean? How do I know this? It's a latex glove, and every finger looks like a dildo. It's just basic. I don't think you need to. You need to be freaky to know what it's for. Those things aren't rare. You see them at any adult novelty store. I've never seen one until that very moment. It's for doing electrical work. Yeah. It's ribbed for her or his pleasure. Why do you think it's ribbed? I assume the point is to shove it into a hole. Freaky Unk strikes again. Okay, dude. It's fucking ridiculous. Fox News. What is Fox News up to?
Well, it looks like Christmas came early for Republicans.
Oh, Newsom defends healthcare for illegals. That's one of the redeemable things that Gavin Newsom has done as of late, is to say that healthcare for all means healthcare for all, including our immigrant neighbors.
Out of that, because I believe in universal healthcare. Others.
I don't think he believes in universal healthcare.
We failed on the border. We need to own up to that. Largest border crossing in the Western Hemisphere in my state. Spent $1 billion+ to do migrant centers, try to put a lid on things. It was quite critical, but I tried to do it in a respectful way of the Biden administration. We failed on the border.
And
yeah, he's been beefing with Elon Musk too.
Gets rocked.
Yeah, so we'll talk about Gavin Newsom real quick because that's an important part of the story as well. That's another big story of the day. So Gavin Newsom has been duking it out with Elon Musk. He did this thing. He went on Ezra Klein to do the fuck. I'm out of focus. I don't know why. Okay, it's fixed now. To do politics the right way. Okay, he went on Ezra Klein to do politics the right way. And in that conversation, he brought up a bunch of things. Some things that were actually redeemable, like the universality of healthcare. Not that he actually truly believes in it, doesn't matter. And also something about Elon Musk and Elon Musk's daughter, friend of the show, Vivian.
Get into transports. That's an issue no one wants to hear about because 80% of the people listening disagree with my position on this. But it comes from...
Gavin shouted out Atriok in the interview with Ezra. Gavin Newsom mentioned on the podcast that Atriok made him think about affordability. That's crazy. I mean, that's awesome for Atriok, but also you probably shouldn't admit that. Like, if you've been a fucking governor for how long you've been a governor, that is an insane thing to admit. Okay? That's crazy. They're underselling it. The Atriok interview was a big piece of the interview. That's fucking dope. I mean, that's dope for Atriok, but it's just kind of, it kind of shows how out of touch you are as a governor of a major state that is the fucking 5th largest economy on the planet by its own. It's insane to me that you're like, oh yeah, I was talking to a Twitch streamer And that's when I realized
We're not talking
affordability is kind of a big deal.
About people's lived experience. And we missed that. And with Atrioc, he kept bringing that back, that systemically for decades, this economy has not been working. 10% of people own 2/3 of the wealth. Half the consumer spending is that top 10%.
Bro, this guy might be president. Bro, I got Brandon G.H. Ewing got this guy.
If Newsom runs on universal health care, can he win? No, I think I've said this already. He's getting a lot of favor from liberals right now. It's so funny because if he knows Atrioc, he 1000% knows you. What a dodge by him. No. He has brought me up in a favorable way as well. He, however, has not, like, I've talked to people in his team about having him on. I've talked to people in his team about having him on, but they're ducking me. They're steady ducking me. Yeah, he's glazed me before publicly when Connor asked about whether he knows who I am or not. But this isn't about that. On the one hand, this is great. This is a great look for Atrioc. Okay. This is an incredibly bad look for Gavin Newsom, though, because a governor should be thinking about affordability before a recent interview that he did with a Twitch streamer. Okay. A governor should not be admitting in a public platform that a conversation with Atrioc was what made him really think about affordability. That's kind of crazy.
And it might be president to realize that. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy.
If he ran on universal healthcare, stronger corporate regulations, affordability, and anti-Israel stance, he would win. I think in the upcoming elections, in the presidential elections, the next time around, I mean, who knows what the world would look like? We don't even know what the midterms are going to look like. And by that, I don't mean like, are the Democrats going to win it in the midterms? They will if the midterms do happen. but I just mean like, I cannot tell you what the next couple of years are going to look like because I know what this past year has looked like. Right? But I can tell you right now what the top line issues will be most likely in the upcoming elections and what a winning candidacy would look like. Whether you want to call it affordability or not doesn't matter. Universal health care, okay? Medicare for all, universal health care. And punishing corruption. An anti-corruption candidacy will do insane numbers. Okay, because a lot of average Joes recognize how bad things have gotten. Okay, any agenda that will tackle affordability from the perspective of healthcare, first and foremost, and say we're going to fix this. The system is broken. Universal healthcare. We're doing universal healthcare. And you're going to like it. Any candidacy that tackles the housing market crisis, which is Gavin Newsom's weakest point, which is why I think Gavin Newsom will be looked at nationally in a poor fashion, because that is his number one weakest sore spot, okay? Any campaign that runs on Medicare for all, increasing the availability of housing, not with a public-private partnership. I hope it with actual government initiatives. Okay. Any candidate that runs on tackling corruption, and by that I mean like actually charging financial criminals, okay, and punishing financial criminals with an anti-Israel slant would, and also an anti-ICE position as well, with focusing on the humanity of migrants, especially because if things continue going the way that they are, by the time the midterms come around, people are going to be much more negative on the anti-immigrant white nativist agenda of this administration. They would do very well. The problem with Gavin Newsom, I don't know if you could explain why so many Gavin haters in the chat. What do you mean? There are a lot of people from California, myself included. Gavin Newsom is, has been a pretty bad governor overall. There are, obviously, in comparison, as a blue state governor, he is, far better than some of these other governors. But with the amount of power that Gavin Newsom has, with the mandate that he has gotten over and over again from the voting public in California, he has consistently squandered any and every opportunity to expand on public transit. He has consistently squandered any and every opportunity to tackle the homelessness crisis born out of the housing market because he is in the pocket of the real estate developers. Sure, he has a very difficult job, but the reality of the matter is, he's Mr. Veto as well. He has used his veto power to consistently strike down bills that the state legislature pushes for, including vetoing Medicare for all in the state of California. Okay. Vetoed and announced the data center bills, to name a few. He also has, instead of trying to tackle the housing market crisis in his state, because California is one of the least affordable states in the country, broadly, because there's a lot of densely populated areas in California. We got Los Angeles, you got San Francisco, and then beyond. Even San Diego is experiencing these issues now. Gavin Newsom has consistently refused to address this pivotal problem, and that has exploded the homeless population in the state. So most people that are not in California, and even people that are in California that look to Gavin Newsom, see him as the guy who has basically decriminalized illegal activities and has allowed homeless people to run amok. There is some truth to that as far as not tackling the homelessness crisis. Okay? Obviously, most people's position is incredibly reactionary on this, though. They don't. They refuse to understand that this comes from the housing market. The main issue is the affordability of housing. When people get priced out of the available housing, they become homeless. That's the number one cause for homelessness. But unfortunately, a lot of fucking dipshits assume that it's because they're, morally impure or they've just done something wrong, and that's why they became homeless, and now they're all drug addicts or whatever the fuck. And their solution is to criminalize homelessness further, right? And that's precisely what Gavin Newsom has tried to do. Instead of dealing with homelessness as an issue born out of material conditions, Gavin Newsom has decided to tackle the homelessness problem with increasingly more militant approaches, including but not limited to participating in a sweep of a homeless encampment. So the rest of the world, the rest of the country sees Newsom as a guy presiding over some of the worst homelessness crises that you've ever seen. And the number one way to attack him would be, don't make the rest of the country look like California. They'll just keep running Skid Row photos from Skid Row, videos from Skid Row over and over again and be like, this is what your Iowa town is going to look like if Gavin Newsom becomes the president. AP is moving in for the Trump signing. All right. We're going to get a somewhat rare Trump signing. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look. He's here. He's live. What the fuck are these hats, bro?
Thank you very much. Well, this is very exciting. This was one of the greatest moments in the history of U.S. sports. I
He's
wouldn't say
2 hours and 30
maybe
minutes
for
late to this,
other
by the
countries
way.
They weren't so thrilled, but for U.S. sports, and we have a very exciting team of champions standing behind me. Mr. Attorney, could you read what we're doing right now and get it done?
This is H.R. 452, the Miracle on Ice bill. The United States Congress has authorized 3 medals to be struck commemorating the historic victory of the United States men's hockey team in 1980 at the Lake Placid Olympics, where they obviously defeated the Russians or the Soviet Union, excuse me, in the famous Miracle on Ice hockey game. This will serve as a fitting commemoration of that incredible achievement. And will hopefully be a lasting memorial of that achievement going forward, sir.
This was an amazing event. Pretty big, I mean, I don't know. There were some other upsets in the world. I haven't noticed them getting any of these, right? I think you're the only ones. That's great. Well, we don't use auto pens here. It's a great achievement. Okay, wait a minute. There you go, Mike. Take that.
Thank you, sir.
At least you have Newsom. I got DeSantis. True.
Most of these people are too young to remember that. But the real sports fans know it. Thank you very much. It's a great honor to have the media, too. We're delighted to be joined today by true legends of American sports history, the heroes for the entire nation. The 1980 U.S. Olympic ice hockey team. This was one of the biggest moments that I've ever seen in sports, and I like sports.
Oh,
These are the men who gave us one of the most storied athletic wins of all time. It's called the Miracle on Ice, and I guess that's what it was. We're with us today by players like Jim Gregg, Steve Janicek, Bill Baker, Dave Christian, Ken Morrow, Jack O'Callahan, Mike Ramsey, Neil Bratt, Mike Urizioni, Rob McClanahan, Buzz Schneider, Dave Silk, Phil Bercoda, and numerous others. And what I'd love to do, you know, when you have all of these media people, it's a nice, slow afternoon. Nothing's too slow around here. I think we just did a very good job with Thailand and Cambodia. We had them stopped, and I've been saying I stopped 8 wars, but they started shooting at each other 2 days ago. It wasn't good. And we got it, I think, straightened out today. So Thailand and Cambodia is in good shape. So we get a lot done. 8 wars, nobody's ever stopped 8 wars. We have 1 more to go. The easiest one, I thought, would be a country that you're somewhat familiar with, Russia and Ukraine. But a lot of progress is being made even there. Could I ask you to just say your name? And if you have anything to say, you could say that also. And then we'll get on with reading some of the stats.
Yeah, my name is Ryan Suter. I'm here representing my dad, Bob, who passed away. It's a true honor for me to be a part of this, and thank these guys for allowing me to be a part of their team. And thank you for having this and hosting us.
Your father was some player, incredible player. Did you ever play ice hockey?
I did, yeah.
How good was he compared to his father?
Don't not answer.
Mr. President, Ryan just played 21 years in the NHL. He played 1,500 games in the NHL.
Pretty comparable, though, right? Better? You think better?
Yes.
You can say he can.
His dad was tougher.
I've heard he might be.
Dad was tougher, you're right.
Dad was tougher, but you got good genetics. You had a great career. How long did you play?
I played 21 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, you look pretty good.
Chatters, he's signing a fucking bill that is like commemorating the Miracle on Ice against the USSR, some fucking hockey thing. Okay, it's not this signing ceremony that's like the significant aspect of this. It's like it's live. There's a press corps in there. They're gonna ask him some questions, and it's gonna be about Jeffrey Epstein. So that's what we're waiting for.
Know so many people from Duluth, Minnesota that love you, and
thank you.
Here, thank you for having us here.
Thank you.
So,
Yeah, he's been watching Heated Rivalry.
Great father.
That's why he wanted to be
great
around
player.
so many sexy hockey
Thank you very
men.
much, right?
So many
serious.
sexy hockey men.
Thank you very much.
I'm surrounded by all these
Please,
big,
go
beautiful guys
Tomorrow.
doing ice hockey
Honor to meet you, Mr. President.
in
What
a
great win for our
what
country,
some
and,
might call a
people
heated
don't remember
rivalry.
that's when the USA chant started in Lake Placid.
That's right.
Yeah.
I tried to take credit for that. you had to bring that up, didn't you? That's the end of that. That's all right. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Jim Craig, and it's an honor to be here. I'm so proud of all my teammates and what we were able to accomplish for our country. And when you get a chance to represent your country, whether it's in the military or a sport, and you do something really special like our team did, and then be recognized many years later. So, Mr. President, I want to
For
thank
people
you
asking
for
why
your
is he doing
courage
this,
that
it's
you showed
busy
the
work,
country
bro. It
this
just makes
day,
him look like he's busy.
making
It
our
makes him
country
look like he's busy. He's surrounded by a bunch of people that like show admiration to him. It's a twofer, okay? He does this every day, pretty much. This is the new, this is the Trump 2.0 meta. Instead of on Trump 1.0, where he would go on rallies all around the country,
Thanks, Congressman Stopper, for
now he's getting an increasingly smaller group of people, sometimes noteworthy individuals, to glaze him publicly on camera. And because these are the only times where he's on camera, everybody covers it.
They are.
And oftentimes it's an opportunity for him to do a little bit of
Hi, I'm
commentary,
Neil
do a little
Brown
bit of
from
propaganda.
Minnesota. Thank you, Mr. Trump. It's an honor.
Okay.
You're celebrating us, and I can't believe I'm even here.
How is this allowed on Twitch? So much cock riding? Yeah.
It's an amazing
Luckily,
office.
this kind of gay porn is allowed.
Everybody
still.
that comes here, they can. The biggest people in the world, they come into this place and they go, wow, it's the Oval Office. Most important office. Not even close. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, Michael Ruzioni, on behalf of the team, we have a replica hat that we wore at the opening ceremonies in Lake Placid.
Thank you.
We'd like you to have that. And more importantly, I don't think words can explain how proud we are for what you've done for our team.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Wow.
What do I do with that strap?
There you go.
Now we can take a picture.
You got to take a picture. You remember a certain
I'm a
governor
real
in
cowboy.
Massachusetts, when they put that helmet on, that was not good. Michael did that.
Yep.
They put that helmet on. That was the end of his political career. Okay. Hey, that's good.
But the honor that you bestowed upon our team is something that's incredible.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, I feel it.
Thank you.
Mr. President, hello, I'm Jack O'Callahan from
Hey,
Charlestown,
Jack.
Mass. And grew up on the battlefield of where the Battle of Bunker Hill was fought. And that's where it all started. And thank you so much for having us here. We're a bunch of proud Americans, and we're thrilled to be in your presence, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm thrilled to be with you guys. Winners, champions.
Mr. President, my name is Dave Silk, and like Jack said, I'm a proud American. Thank you for having us here, and thank you to all that put this on for us. Well, I'm honored to be
Yeah,
here.
his hair looks like shit now. That's why he's worried. Look, you can see how fucking bald he is at the top.
I'm from Minnesota. I know that right now that doesn't ring very
Look at the top of his dome, brother.
Hopefully we can get that turned around.
The comb over only works if you don't touch the hair. And now that the hat touched the hair, you can clearly see that he's balding severely up top.
Incredible, and we are starting to feel that again thanks to your leadership. Thank you very much.
Well, you know, Minnesota's a great place, and this is a great leader right here
Sure
from
is.
Minnesota. He loves it. Not happy with what's going on up there, and I think he'll take care of that situation.
Now, glass houses, buddy. I mean, you can see my hairline, baby.
What's happening up there is
Shit's
is
looking
a
mint.
disgrace. It's a disgrace. Billions of dollars have been stolen. Billions sent back to Somalia. And Tom can solve that problem better than anybody. And you have the go-ahead, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. What do you think of this team?
This is the team that set the whole tone for this country back in 1980. It was the beginning of the great comeback, which, by the way, Donald J. Trump was the next beginning of the great comeback. So it's perfect that it's both you and this great team from 1980.
Thank you, Tom. You're doing a
Why the
fantastic
hats?
job. Really a great
I guess
leader.
they were
We
wearing
appreciate
it
friend.
when they
Jackie
did Miracle
is,
on Ice. I don't know.
Have a great spouse.
Remember, that's her favorite.
That's true. That's what I heard.
Yeah, yeah.
And Elise, everybody knows Elise. She's doing phenomenally well. A really tremendous congresswoman, and she's running for a little position called governor of New York, and she's got a hell of a shot at it. That's all I can see. I see polls that look very good, and we could use you in New York. She's got a little competition and with a very good Republican, but she's a great Republican. So we'll see what happens, but Elise is respected by everybody, and we appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. As the representative for Lake Placid, this is so meaningful to my constituents, and we are home of the Miracle on Ice, and it's wonderful to be here with these teammates who just stood so proudly for Team USA.
Thank you. Thank you, Elise. Thank you. Please.
My name is Dan Brooks. I'm the son of Coach Herb Brooks. It's an honor to be here, Mr. President. My dad, he believed in the American hockey player. He believed in his country. He loved this team. He loved his country. I wish.
Yeah, I want to see this dynamic play out really bad. All these people sitting here glazing him minutes before reporters start asking him about being a pedophile is pretty hilarious. How are they going to do that? It would have been even funnier if he still had the white hat on while he was like, I am not a pedophile. You're still asking me about Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, he's dead. The New York financier, he's dead. He's dead as a dog. I killed him. I mean, no, not me. It was Hillary Clinton.
Echoing everybody else's words, it's an honor to be here, and it's an honor to be a teammate of this great team.
I just don't know if he's going to. I don't know if he's going to answer questions. He has to, right?
Really a perfect case of it.
Yep.
That team was.
Maybe they'll go no questions route. We'll see.
I'm honored to be here. I'm representing my brother Mark, who died in 2024. I know he's looking down with a big smile on his face.
Great player.
Yeah, and I'm sure I am honored, and I know he would be too.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Trump, Dave Christian from Warwood, Minnesota, Hockeytown, USA.
Is it still? Is it?
It still is. But
still?
it's a privilege and an honor to be here with the greatest teammates anyone could have.
Thank you very much. Great honor. Great job.
Mr. President, Mike Ramsey. I'm also from Minnesota, and Minneapolis. It's not Hockeytown, Minnesota. It's an honor to be here with my teammates.
Say it by its right name, Somalia
awesome.
Soda.
Thank you.
Great to have you. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, Steve Danisak, also from Minnesota, White Bear Lake, Minnesota. It's
Right.
not as big as it sounds. I backed up Jimmy Craig, and I want to thank all you guys for the job that you did. Pleasure to be a part of this team, and luckiest guy on this team.
Yeah.
Without
Jimmy
a doubt.
Craig was pretty good, right?
I know goaltending, and he did an awesome job.
Yeah, it's pretty good. That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank
Great
you,
honor.
sir.
Thank you.
Wow, I didn't know he had to talk. What do you think, Phil? I'm speechless, of course, but I'm Phil Burkota, originally from Duluth, Minnesota, and certainly, like all the other gentlemen here, we're having a wonderful, wonderful day, and just seeing the history of Washington, D.C., and the invitation and the award is beyond what I could imagine.
Well, it's an honor, and so many people from Minnesota. There's something.
There's
Good
a
hockey blood, huh?
Oh yeah.
No, so many people. A lot of the team. Congratulations. And Minnesota's going to be back, right?
It better be back.
Going to be back. Going to be back. You got a little bad governor up there, a couple of other little problems, but it's going to be back. And unbelievable people in Minnesota. 45 years ago, this tremendous group of collegiate players and amateurs faced overwhelming odds against the Soviet Union in Lake Placid Winter Olympics. They said it was the greatest team ever put together, the Soviet team. They weren't saying that about you, but you were damn good. And they were saying that team was unbeatable. The same month, the USSR's hockey team had crushed our squad. They did I guess an exhibition game of some kind, and it was not pretty, 10-3. And people were not even looking forward to this game, fellas, I hate to tell you. They liked it. That last 10 minutes were not fun. The Soviets had not lost an Olympic game since 1968.
Dog, this is literally almost an entire half a century ago, okay? it is, I mean, America is so fucking washed. I'm sorry. I know this is a very important sporting event for a lot of people. They watch the movies and stuff, but like, really, this is so, we are so fucking washed, bro. There is no new glory that we can
World
achieve at this
expected
point.
the Soviets to win, quote, unless the ice melts. So that wasn't a very...
Like, think about it. The country that we defeated doesn't exist anymore. And it was so long ago that, like, virtually all the players that participated in it are dead. That's why their relatives are there.
Advancing
and even their
to a
relatives are
long-awaited
old.
rematch against the USSR. 3 times we went down by a goal. For most of the game, they were down by a goal. 3 times. And then remarkable players put America back on top where we always wanted to be. Buzz Schneider, he scored the opening goal and a slap shot from 50 feet. That's a big slap shot. That's a big. How the hell did that happen? Was there goal? I thought they had a good goal.
They did have a good goalie. The pass came across the ice. I caught him going the other way.
It just happened, right? Miracle, they call it. A miracle. Thank you. That's a long one, right?
Yeah,
That
that's a good
doesn't.
one,
How often does a 50-foot shot go in? Not too much, right? Huh? That one. Well, you have a little extra power. You're strong. You were a strong guy. That ball, that's something. That puck was hit. We have a puck here. Does this mean anything, or is this something you just gave me?
I gave the FBI hockey pucks to the
well,
team.
that's good. Well, that's nice. I'll put it here on top of a piece of gold. In the second period, Jim Craig withstood a barrage of shots on goal and kept the dream alive.
Give it to me?
That's the guy, right? And then after a goal from team captain Mike Eruzione, who's a fantastic guy, and I know him from outside of hockey. We played golf. We were in a golf team together, and we happened to win, right?
We did, sir.
We won.
Yes, we did.
I liked my partner very much. But he put us up 4-3 midway through the third. These fighters held on to the longest 10 minutes of their lives. They call it the longest, most horrendous, scariest 10 minutes. Is that true?
Absolutely.
Because you couldn't believe that you were there, right? And they're leading by 1, and they got 10 minutes, and just please. Anybody pray? Were you praying?
Doing everything.
I don't know. Did you have time to pray? I don't think you had a lot of time.
You just had to go out and play.
They're religious guys, but they didn't have a lot of time to pray. They were out on the ice. But to win one of the greatest comebacks in sports history really was amazing. The observers in the arena noted it was the first time in his life that he heard the chant USA, USA, USA, which I don't like hearing because I tell people that had to do with Trump in 2016.
Oh, shit. That doesn't look too good.
Slightly after your big win, but no longer. That's the end of that, right? I can't use that one anymore. But I do remember them doing that exactly. For a long time they were doing that. This team united us and they inspired us. The United States was like brought to a level that of sports that they've never seen. And they brought us Olympic glory that we celebrate to this day. Nobody thought it was possible. It really shows that, you know, anything's possible. Nobody thought that one was possible. But I want to congratulate you all. And now I'd like to invite Mike to say a few words. And then Congressman Stauber, who introduced. And then we're going to speak from a couple of other people. And I have to tell you, our leader, I have to say that Emmer is a very special leader, and I want you to maybe wrap it up and say something on behalf of your great state in particular, the country, but your great state in particular, okay?
Thanks.
So let's go, Mike.
Just again, Mr. President, to reiterate what we've all talked about, this is an absolutely incredible honor. I've said this before. When you
Bro,
put a
they're
USA jersey
painting
on,
that shit
you're playing for
on.
your country, you're not playing for your state, your town, or your city. And what an honor it was for us to put that jersey on and accomplish what we accomplished. I've always said the gold medal is something that's incredible, but this is the frosting on the cake.
There's no way he
receive an
doesn't
award
take
like this, an honor
he doesn't
like
take
this.
questions, right? There's no way.
Maybe that's this is it, guys. I don't think there's anything else we can get.
There's nothing else.
This is just incredible.
There's nothing else.
No, this is it, and thank you for making this happen.
Great, thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Pete?
Yeah. Mr. President, thank you for signing this piece of legislation. I first want to say, on behalf of Congress, I want to thank Lee Stefanik and Tom Emmer for being co-sponsors of this piece of legislation. I also want to thank my staff. Ali Esau in my office did a tremendous job getting this, to be able to pass the House and the Senate. I want to thank my staff. And Mr. President, it was 45 years ago, Friday, February 22nd, 1980, that the game of hockey changed. That was a 5 p.m. game. It was tape delayed. Those of us that were hockey players back then, this was a game changer. We couldn't find that USA jersey anywhere. It was sold out wherever it was. And so I'm very proud to have led this, and I would be remiss if I didn't introduce my younger brother, Rob, who was he was a gold medal coach for the 2018 Women's Olympic gold medal team in Pyeongchang, and Robbie's right over there.
Hi, Rob. Nice seeing you.
So, Mr. President, I will just say that I'm in awe of these hockey heroes, and as we move forward, they changed the game of hockey. It was a powerful, dominant performance that this country needed. They beat the powerhouse Soviets, and as you know, you're continuing to do that today, and this was a great start of it. And for me, I'm very just privileged and proud to stand with these Olympic heroes that literally changed a nation and gave us the strength that we needed.
I wish one of these boys would do a heroic thing and be like, Mr. President, we're here honoring Miracle on Ice. But the real miracle that we want to know about is your affiliation with Jeffrey Epstein.
It means more to the team. When I talked to him this afternoon, this was a
Pyeongchang,
as Mike just said, it's the cherry on top of what they did for this country. And thank you for signing it, and I appreciate it.
Well, we love it, and he was a really great hockey player too. So let me ask you a question: was your brother in this category of hockey player, or slightly less?
You want to answer that?
See, he was smart.
He was better than me. Robbie was a goaltender in the National Hockey League as well. So
wow, that's pretty good.
He was
Boy,
much better than me.
That's a lot of good genetics
Also,
in this
yes,
whole thing.
every single day is this. It's glaze. Oh no, don't shake his hand too hard, brother. Don't shake his hand too hard. He's got bruises from handshaking.
Photo with our hats off.
Yes.
Okay, let's go.
Fix my hair.
That's from Minnesota. We used to wear hats.
Okay.
Straighten it out.
Take a good one. You have Dan?
He's got great head of hair
Let's
for his
go,
age.
Dan. Get with it. Get with it, Dan. Oh, there we go. Good photography. You got a little off guard. It's a good photo. Good idea.
A little bit more.
Why is Cash Patel even there? Why is Elise Stefanik there? I mean, she, I guess, co-sponsored the bill to commemorate the Miracle on Ice heroes, but I don't even know why she did that, and I don't know why fucking Cash Patel's there. Maybe he's a big hockey fan or something.
Just
I don't know.
A fantastic congressman, leader, person from Minnesota. Loves that state. Boy, do you love that state, and they love you equally as much. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I got to thank Pete Stauber as he's talking about humility. Pete Stauber actually was in the White House as a national championship captain of a national championship hockey team back in the 1980s. So this runs in the blood in Minnesota. This runs in our blood in Minnesota, but it's not about Minnesota, even though I will point out most of the guys are from Minnesota, but that's not the point. It doesn't matter if it's Massachusetts, Minnesota, Michigan, Wisconsin, wherever players came from back then, they were all Americans. That's what mattered, and they were an inspiration. And you know what it means to my state? It shows us that no matter how bad it gets, there's always a way to succeed if you're willing to try. And I think Mike Eruzione said it earlier. If you think you're going to lose, you're probably not going to win.
Right.
If you think you're going to compete and you're going to give it everything you've got, these men who are standing here and their colleagues who are not here, God bless them, those who couldn't be here and those who have departed, they reached the ultimate peak. And when they did it, as Pete pointed out, they lifted an entire country out of the ditch and set us off to an amazing several decades that followed.
Somalia is real? Put some respect on it?
47th President of the United States. So I think it's entirely appropriate that you're doing this for these men. You're really doing it for the country. And God bless you, because Minnesota, I think, is going to experience a comeback because of you.
Well, never mind. Minnesota's on the downtrend, he's saying, but it's going to do a comeback.
So many of these champions come from Minnesota. It's amazing. It's a great place. Thank you very much.
We engineered it.
Well, the best players are from Massachusetts.
It starts again.
Well, thank you very much. Any questions for the? Let's go
I
to
thought
the
he was trying to
players
say,
first.
like, no matter where people come from, they're Minnesotans, and on the hockey rink, like, on the ice rink, like, they're all, you know, representing America. Like, I thought it was more so about, like, immigrants and they're a part of our communities, that kind of thing.
Mike Ruzioni, I have to ask you a question. What did it mean? I realize it was the semifinal game, but what did it mean to you at the time?
Ain't no fucking way they're only asking hockey-related questions. Stop.
It gave us an opportunity to play for a gold medal. You know, people always talk about the Soviet game and the Soviet game, and I know how
Nobody
important the
cares,
Soviet game was
dude.
from a
Nobody
political
cares about
standpoint. We didn't know it at the
hockey-related
time, we knew
shit
it
that
after.
happened fucking
But if we don't beat
700 years
Finland,
ago. Come
we're not
on.
having this conversation
Come
today.
on. Even
We're
Trump
not
is
here.
bored. Look at his
As great as
face.
the Soviet victory was, and it was an incredible victory, but if we lose to Finland, it would have been, God, if you only could have beat Finland.
What was the score?
4-2. We were losing 2-1 going.
Ask the players how they feel about being next to a Jeffrey Epstein affiliate. What are we doing?
You are not inviting us to the White House. We are not receiving this honor if we don't beat Finland. So I think it speaks volumes of the team and the team that I played on to come back after such a great victory. We were ready to play Finland on Sunday. And I think, again, that's a tribute to the team and the type of players that we had. So years later, 45 years later, we realized how important that victory was against the Soviets. But I think a lot of us take
Hockey is
great
actually the
pride in
fastest growing
knowing
sport in the
that
United
we
States.
closed
Is
the
projected
deal.
to be more popular than the NFL by 2031. I feel like you just made that up.
You wouldn't be here. I would not have invited you. I would have said, you gotta be kidding.
Yeah, what happened to Finland?
Mike could be driving Uber.
That's very funny. A little twist of that. But you did win.
What's the lesson for Ukraine from this win from 45 years ago when you defeated Russian team against all odds?
Well, it's a very similar situation, isn't it? Let's see what happens. We're working on seeing if we can make a deal right now. We're gonna see. We'll soon know.
fuck?
I guess we're gonna see
That
a
guy
lot of
just
death.
gave up. He was just trying to, like, he was trying to be interesting. You know what I mean? He's like, oh, what about Ukraine?
and Russia. 25,000. Can you imagine that? It's ridiculous.
Maybe we should send our team over.
If I could, you guys were a team of amateurs. What do you think about the NIL, the deals that are being made with players?
There were Ukrainians on the
And they're
Soviet team,
hopping
of
around
course.
schools.
I'm
What do you
saying,
think
like,
about it? Get your thoughts
I understand why he's bringing up.
I don't like
Like,
it.
I understand why Ukraine would be relevant. It's just he's not doing a very good job of, like, tying it back to, you know, modern Ukraine somehow and Trump's dealings with Ukraine.
I don't like it. And a lot of
Mr.
people
President,
that
do you feel like you're gonna fuck over Ukraine just like the U.S. hockey team did to the Ukrainians that were playing on the USSR team?
I think it's a disaster for the Olympics because, you know, we're losing a lot of teams. The colleges are cutting a lot of they would call them sort of the lesser sports, and they're losing them like at numbers nobody can believe. And they were really training grounds, beautiful.
I played hockey for Australia growing up, and even I'm bored.
Young people, they were training grounds for the Olympics, and a lot of these sports that were training so well would win gold medals because of it. Those sports don't exist because they're putting all their money into football. And by the way, they're putting too much money into football because colleges don't make even the most successful.
Makes more sense when you realize
universities
America
don't
is a
make that
jock
much
who
money.
peaked in high school
And you can't pay a
and
quarterback
spends his
$14
days telling
million
drunken
to
stories
come
of his
out of,
glory days. Yes,
high school.
It's true. They want Reagan.
They don't even
like
know
this
he's
is
gonna be
this
a
is
very good player. I mean,
going
they tried a
back to
couple of
like
times. 14 and 12 million.
going back to a time when there was the top marginal tax rate was like 70%, but of course without the top marginal tax rate being 70%, having like a robust industrial base and much higher labor union participation without any of the reasons as to why America was actually on the up and up. But they want to go back to that with unprecedented austerity and unprecedented amounts of wealth consolidation and power consolidation at the top.
You're going to have a college president. I'm telling you, sir, we give a guard $7 million, we're going to win the national championship, and they'll give them 7 and they won't win it. And even if they do win it, colleges cannot afford to be paying the kind of salaries.
It's like wanting to relive the glory days of the Miracle on Ice for a hockey analogy, you know? without actually training the players or scouting the players. You know what I mean? Without actually having like an adequate farming program, a scouting program, decent training measures, or even bringing in talent from overseas potentially if necessary. That's the reason why we keep getting our ass pushed in by the Canadians. You can't relitigate or relive the glory days of Miracle on Ice without the things that are necessary.
There'll always be
for
that
it.
one player. If they only have that player, they're going to win the national championship. And they'll have 100 colleges thinking the same thing. Colleges cannot afford to play this game. And it's a very bad thing that's happening.
Mr. President, you talked about the Soviet Union, and I also want to ask about another country that you're targeting, which of course is Venezuela. Do you intend on seizing more oil assets from Venezuela and other tankers?
I wouldn't tell you that. I mean, it wouldn't be very smart for me to tell you that. You know, we're supposed to be a little bit secretive.
Okay, we're moving on. Okay.
You're a very big-time reporter, and I don't think
Not
I
even
want to tell a
relevant to
big-time
hockey any
reporter or a
longer.
small-time
Okay, good,
reporter that.
good.
But we are knocking out drugs at levels that nobody's ever seen before. We knocked out
the greatest drug of
96%
all,
of
oil.
the drugs coming in by water. And nobody can figure out who the 4%. I wouldn't want to be the 4% either, but 96% of the drugs coming in by water. Every one of those boats you see get shot down, you just saved 25,000 American lives. But we knocked out 96% of the drugs coming in by water. And now we're starting by land. And by land is a lot easier. And that's going to start happening. And we're not going to have people destroying our youth, destroying our families. Forget about youth, everybody. You ever see a family with the fentanyl or cocaine? Colombia has at least 3 cocaine factories. That's a different country. We're not happy about it, but we're stopping it. And we've stopped it now on water. You don't even find boats on water. You don't even see fishing boats on water. You want to go fishing in that area? Does anybody want to go fishing in that area? I don't think so. So I just want to say this. We have now a strong border. A year and a half ago, we had millions of people pouring through. Now we have nobody coming in through our border. And we have a strong country. We have a country that's respected. And we're going to keep it that way. And we're not going to let people kill 300,000 people a year with drugs.
Mr. President, can I also just ask you one more follow-up question,
Yeah,
Mr.
please.
President?
The fraud that you've been pointing out, talking about in Minnesota specifically. There have been some reports resurfacing and circulating, even by your own administration, alleging Ilhan Omar's marriage to her brother. And this would be a fraudulent situation if there, in fact, is found to be fraud in a situation like that. Would you like to see her denaturalized or others who have similarly committed fraud?
Well, I
in
think she's
Minnesota?
very bad for our country. All she does is complain, complain, complain. She comes out of a country where they have no government, they have no military, they have no police, they got no nothing. They don't have a country. And they run around killing each other. And then she comes over here, she tells the United States of America how it should be run. We don't want to hear from her. I don't want to hear from her. I don't want to speak for Emma, but I don't think Emma
I hate
particularly
this
wants to
shit
hear.
so
But
much,
don't say
bro.
it because I don't want to get you in trouble, okay? Just be nice and easy, all right? I'll do it for you, but that part I'll do. But I just want to say that there's nothing worse than a person that comes in and does nothing but bitch.
Dog, you're a person that came in, and all you
She
do
should be
is
telling us
bitch.
what to do.
The
She should
difference
be telling
is
us,
you're
and
doing it in the
everybody
right-wing
agrees with
direction,
me. And what's happening
and you're
in
white.
Minnesota with
You
Somalia,
bitch all the
where
time. You're
billions of
the
dollars
most
is being
corrupt
stolen,
motherfucker
right,
on the
like-
planet.
Like candy from a baby.
You are straight up the most openly, transparently corrupt president that we have ever fucking had. And your ties to the United States of America is 2 generations deep. That's it. The only
Because this
major
country's
difference
not
is
gonna
you're
put up
white.
with it anymore.
That's it.
Do you plan to withhold funding?
You talked about land strikes.
The fuck do you
happening
mean?
Soon.
It is
there
every
anything at this
American's
point that can
God-given,
prevent that?
constitutionally
And is the
protected right to be able to
objective,
bitch,
if you make that
okay?
decision,
Well, I don't want to
to
say that,
remove
but it's not
Maduro
only
from
land
that?
strikes on Venezuela.
It's not like
It's
Ilhan Omar
land
is
strikes
complaining
on horrible
about
people
random shit.
that
She's
are bringing
complaining
in drugs
for
and killing our people.
bettering the living
if we were at a
conditions
war
of her
and
constituents.
we
That's
lost
what you're supposed to do as an
300,000
elected
people
representative.
in a
I know
year.
it's a very difficult subject for someone like Donald Trump to fucking comprehend, because the only time he's bitching is about Graydon Carter, the sissy, not throwing good Vanity Fair parties or whatever the fuck. But like, yeah, that's what you're supposed to do when you're an elected representative. Complain and also make demands of the administration to change certain
Nobody's
things.
ever seen anything like that, and that's what's happening. So it doesn't necessarily have to be in Venezuela. It's people that are bringing in drugs
Yeah, he
to
said
our
land strikes on
country,
multiple
our
countries, not just
Mr.
Venezuela.
President, at the end of this year, those extended Obamacare subsidies expire. What's your message to those 24 million Americans who will see their insurance premiums go
Well,
up?
don't make
in a
it
year?
sound so bad, because, you know, obviously you're a sycophant for Democrats. You're obviously a provider of bad news for Republicans. Let me just say something. The Republicans, I think I can speak for Tom.
It's a
and most
male
of the
reporter,
people.
so he's
I
not
think
going
what
as
most
hard.
Republicans want to see
Wait
is
till a
what I
woman
want to
asks him the
see.
question. He's going to be like, you
And
fucking
I leave it
pig.
to them, and hopefully they're going to put great legislation on this desk right here. We want to see all of the money that's been squandered and given to insurance companies, because Obamacare is horrible health insurance. It's far too expensive, and it always has been. But what it really is a way of making insurance companies rich. We want the money not to be paid at all to insurance companies. You know, insurance companies have gone up 1,700% over a short, meaning the stock, 1,700% over a short period of time. And they've taken in hundreds of billions and even trillions of dollars. And we want the money to go to the people. They'll go in the form of a
single payer
insurance account,
Single payer
healthcare
now,
account,
King? Trump
or
care?
any other form
Medicare
that we
for
can
all?
create. We have a
Call
lot
it
of
Trump
different
care,
forms.
King?
We want to give the money to the people and let the people buy their own great health care. And they'll save a lot of money, and it'll be great. Now, the problem we have is that the Republicans
so
are
further deregulating the insurance marketplace. So your solution is to do something that helps the insurance companies even more. Oh, that's the problem. Oh, that's right. Oh, God. I do think Americans are that fucking stupid, unfortunately, by and large. I can see them believing this until they experience the free market, the bounties of free market.
Everybody wants
Especially
to see this
because,
happen.
much like with many of these other issues, Donald Trump, on the right, the entirety of the Republican Party, and even the entirety, damn near entirety, of the Democratic Party, are all under this uniparty consensus that there has to be a private-public relationship with healthcare. Republicans want to extend the free enterprise aspect of it even further than the Democrats do, but none of them are actually providing the alternative solution that is the only solution. That's a solution that has worked in every other OECD country, which is a public healthcare solution. And because neither party and representatives of either party is doing this, Americans don't even realize that this is the alternative, the only viable
What we do want to
alternative.
see is we want to see the money go to the people, not to the insurance.
Money goes to the people and then they fucking buy the insurance. What do you mean?
She's very aggressive. Okay, please.
Thanks, Mr. President. Can you tell us how this free economic zone would work in the Donbass and in land that the Russians took by
Well, I
force?
don't want to do that now. It's a very complex situation, but it would work, and a lot of people want to see it work. And all I want to do is I want to stop the death of 25,000 people a month. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. There were new Epstein photos released today showing you and also Bill Clinton, Steve Bannon. What were your reaction to those new photos that were released
Well,
today?
I haven't seen it, but I mean, everybody knew this man. He was all over Palm Beach. He has photos with everybody. I mean, almost, there are hundreds and hundreds of people that have photos with him. So that's no big deal. I know nothing about it.
How big a role do you want to personally play in the decision by the Fed on interest rates?
Oh, God.
Well, you know, I've made a lot of money. I've been very successful.
Ask
and
him about
I think
Steve
my,
Bannon.
Role should be at least that of a recommending. They don't have to follow what I say, but we're going to be choosing a new Fed person in the pretty near future. But they went out, they went out with 71 different people, all economists and Trump. I was 71. And of the 71 people, I got it right, and one other person, I think from the Wharton School of Finance, my alma mater, got it right. There were two people that got it right out of 7, but I was one of them. So I think I certainly should have a role in talking to whoever the head of the Fed is, or the Fed. I don't think that, in the old days that used to happen. Nowadays it's sort of, they think it shouldn't happen. But I've done great. I've made a lot of money. I've been very successful. I think my voice should be heard. But I'm not going to make the decision based on that. I'll be making a decision over the next few weeks. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Brett. Let's go. Thank you.
Thank you, press. Let's go. Let's go. Head out. Thank you.
Army decided if you join.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Thank you, press. My brother studied and works in finance. We debate leftism, socialism versus free market all the fucking time, and he truly thinks the Swiss model of healthcare is the optimal way to do it with a multitude of insurance companies. But what he doesn't understand is that the premiums are still fucking subsidized by the government for lower income individuals, and Switzerland spends nearly as much per capita as the U.S. on healthcare anyway. Yeah, it's the classic American method of like, you have to have a free enterprise in this, okay? Even though it doesn't make sense. Even though it doesn't make sense at all. Okay, so yeah, he briefly brought it up, so we'll talk about it. The White House vows action on healthcare as the Senate votes predictably fail. Oh my God, what a big surprise that the Senate vote that they secured in exchange for stopping the shutdown failed. Okay, and the Republican method is, of course, to deregulate the healthcare industry even further, and which only benefits the healthcare, the private healthcare insurance provider companies, right? And the capital owners who are slated to bring in even higher profits. That's it. Oh, you mean that exact thing you said like 3 weeks ago? Exactly. That thing that I said 3 weeks ago is now reality. It's the least shocking incident. Okay? In any case, the Republican solution, once again, is to look at a problem and then do more of the reason why the problem exists. Okay? Oh, do we have a gun violence issue in this country in comparison to every other country? Perhaps because we have no gun laws. You can look at that internally at the domestic level. You can look at different states where if there are less gun laws and less gun regulations in certain states, there's a higher likelihood that you will die to gun violence in said state, right? But of course, we can't do anything about it. Or rather, whenever the conservatives actually feel like they want to address this issue, they'll turn around and say, what we need is more guns. Okay? Well, more guns is the reason why we have gun violence to begin with. And the same goes for healthcare. The reason why healthcare sucks in this country is because it is privatized, okay? Every initiative, even those made by the Democrats, have worked with this public-private partnership attitude, okay? Even the ACA, even Obamacare was basically just a subsidy for private insurance in exchange for forcing private insurance providers to basically take on people with pre-existing conditions. Because until Obamacare, many people here don't know this because it sounds so cruel and so insane, but before Obamacare at the federal level, healthcare providers could just deny you coverage if you had a pre-existing condition because you were too costly to cover. So the people that needed the healthcare, people that needed the private insurance the most would not be able to get it, no matter how much money they had. It's fucking insane. Yes. That's what things used to look like only, 2 decades ago in this fucking country. And Republicans fought back against it tooth and nail. They fought hard. They lied about it. Now, what's so crazy about this situation is, and pregnancy was considered a pre-existing condition. Obviously, Down syndrome and like, cancer, all this stuff. Anyway, what's so crazy about what Donald Trump is trying to do here is to basically move in the direction of deregulation even further. Okay? They're doing it. Yeah, acne, asthma, these are all pre-existing conditions that were enough for private healthcare providers to deny you coverage. So instead of moving in the direction of socializing this structure, okay, and making it infinitely less costly for every single American, making it infinitely less costly for the government, making it a much better system overall, we are moving in the direction of supercharging profits for insurance providers. That is what deregulation does, okay? That's all this is. That's all this will do. And of course, deregulation means higher prices, higher premiums, and less coverage overall. and less legal recourse if you do get that denial of coverage letter. Fucking awesome. It is absolutely devastating. What will it take? I do not know. But it does sure feel like to me that the Democrats could make a much bigger fuss about this and not just simply fight on the boundaries of a private-public healthcare partnership and instead move in the direction of socialization. Okay? Free healthcare for all, Medicare for all. That is the only appropriate solution here. I despise every Democrat that has kept up this attitude that no, it is bipartisan, it is uniparty. We have to have a free enterprise run amok in healthcare. They are the reason why many Americans cannot even comprehend moving in this direction, for the record. Because if the Republicans are saying, no, of course, the answer is more deregulation, the answer is more private health care, private health insurance, and more options for people to choose from, even though deregulation, as we all know, in many sectors, has not led to an abundance of options, but instead more limited options, as a matter of fact. There's more mergers, there's more acquisitions, there's more monopolies, and therefore less options, ironically enough. Not that it fucking matters when it comes to healthcare regardless, because what are you going to do if you have an ailment, if you have a disease, what are you going to do? Just, you could die, I guess. That's the only other option. You either have healthcare and you pay whatever fucking price they dictate, or you die. That is a good or a service with inelastic demand. That's what that means. Okay? So the Republicans want to deregulate it further. Democrats' only alternative is to keep the system as it is currently, even though the system itself is failing. It's failing people because of the profit motive in healthcare. There cannot be profit motive in healthcare, okay? Do you think you'll be canceled one day? Brother, I get canceled every single day. I don't think there's a single day that I haven't been, quote unquote, canceled. What do you mean? Let's take a look.
20 million Americans are set to soar at the end of the month after the Senate failed to act.
After this, we'll not have time to try again before premiums shoot through the roof.
Republicans blocking an effort to extend expiring Obamacare subsidies, arguing the whole system needs to be overhauled.
Democrats' so-called plan is a 3-year extension of the status quo.
The worst part about the Republican commentary around this is that they once again literally point to a real problem that people people experience, a real problem, a real issue that people see with their own two eyes. That healthcare is far too costly, and that Obamacare has simply been a subsidy for private healthcare providers. What they, of course, don't say, because they're giant pieces of shit, they're monstrous, vulturous capitalists, they're parasitic in nature, is the fact that they want to expand the profit motive for these very same healthcare companies that they keep simply saying, oh, we're just subsidizing. Okay? That's what's so disgusting about it. Their solution is to make the problem worse. They have a solution. Don't say they don't have a solution. Their solution is to make the problem worse. But in the absence of an alternative vision that Democrats can proudly stand on and boldly declare they are in support of, no one realizes that the true solution to healthcare, the problem of healthcare and how costly it is, how unaffordable it is to socialize it.
No reforms, no revisions, no rethinking of the way that Obamacare works.
I gotta pee.
But Republicans have yet to agree on a plan, many looking to the White House.
More than 20 million Americans are now bracing for their health care costs to soar. Is the president prepared to let this happen, or is he going to step in?
The president is prepared to take action on health care, and he wants Republicans on the Hill to do the same.
The president has yet to release a plan of his own. During last year's campaign, he said he had concepts of a plan.
But these subsidies are expiring at the end of the year, so what is the plan, and what is he going to do to put this in place in the next 2-3 weeks?
You'll hear more from the president and from the White House on that very soon.
Speaking to Republican and Democratic lawmakers overnight, Trump teasing a potential compromise.
And I really believe we can work on health care together and come up with something that's going to be much better, much less expensive for the people, less expensive for our nation.
But in the meantime, millions of Americans are anxiously waiting. For some, like Stacey Cox of Utah, premiums will quadruple from about $500 a month to more than $2,100.
So to be sitting here knowing that 2 fully employed adults will not be able to afford health insurance is ridiculous to me. It makes me mad, it makes me upset, and really it just scares me.
Now, the president has suggested backing direct payments to some Americans to cover these costs, but Republicans remain far apart on this matter, and Congress is set to go home for the holiday at the end of next week. Will.
And Mary, there's been a major political setback for President Trump and his congressional redistricting push.
Yeah, and Will, this is a...
Yeah, that was really funny. I didn't get to talk about this too much, but there was a, yeah, fuck their holidays is right, by the way, as far as like, what motivates all congresspersons the most is always holiday season and like going back home. They love packing shit up. They'll sign on any bill as long as that means they can get out of work early. That and obviously lobbying dollars. Okay. Let me ask a question. Does Congress people get health care? They shouldn't if their constituents don't. That's a great question. Yes, they do, as a matter of fact. They get premium health care. They have the platinum health care coverage. Paid for by tax dollars, of course. Fully paid for. Of course they do. What do you mean? They're special people. They're very special people. They have to be well taken care of. It's the same reason as to why when Macron wanted to wanted to increase the retirement age in France, there was only one group of workers that he wasn't increasing the retirement age for, and that group of workers was the police. You have to make sure that the most loyal servants of capital are well taken care of, that they are totally removed from the impact of the legislation that they're advancing for the working class. If you make them realize how devastating healthcare is, then all of a sudden they're probably gonna design bills in a way that that improves everyone's living conditions. You can't do that. Also, yeah, without the platinum healthcare, half the congressmen/women would die instantly, probably. I know. Anyway, this is one of the most abysmal things that happens in America. I cannot believe that this is still a point of contention. And anytime Medicare for All became a major issue, anytime Medicare for All becomes a major issue, Republicans don't even have to address it because Democrats internally will try to address it with a public option alternative that they will never advance, like Joe Biden did. If you remember, Joe Biden was like, oh, I just have a more reasonable approach than Bernie Sanders does. That's what he said in 2020, if you remember. He said he had the public option. He never talked about it after he became president. Not once. Right? They do not, the Republicans don't even have to have a discourse around Medicare for All with a position that is against Medicare for All, even though it is an unimaginably popular bill that would greatly improve every American's lives instantly. It would greatly solve the issue of affordability on one of the major financial burdens that every American faces. Joe Biden was so antagonistic towards Medicare for All that he even said in a hypothetical where Medicare for All bill would be passed in both the House of Representatives and the Senate, he would veto it. He would veto it. That's what he had said when he was running for president, if you remember. That's how fucking insane the liberals are. So make no mistake, when people say, Hasan, you attack the liberals too much. You attack the liberals too much. I attack everyone that is against the working class. And I'm sorry, but the Democrats objectively have positioned themselves against the working class on this issue and on many others as well. And their consistent lack of interest in talking about this problem, or only talking about it within the established consensus of the current system that is obviously failing people, must continue with subsidies. This private-public partnership must continue, is genuinely a big part of the reason why Republicans don't even have to deal with it. They don't even have to tackle this issue at all. And that's how they can get away with doing more of this shit. Because the system is obviously a failure. Everyone can see that it's a failure. Everyone experiences that it's a failure. So Republicans can turn around and point to how big of a failure it's been, only to make it fail even further. Only to turn around and advocate for more deregulation. It is unacceptable. It is ridiculous. Medicare for All is not only an incredibly, immensely popular bill, it would greatly improve people's lives. Okay? And it is popular policy to begin with. It's popular for two reasons. It's popular because people just simply want free healthcare. Okay? They recognize that it's an issue. But it would also be smart politics and smart policy. It would be smart politics because it would put you at odds on a very tangible issue that is incredibly important for every single American. It would force the Republicans to have to position themselves against Medicare for All. Okay? It is a gift to the Democrats. If you are only looking at this not from the perspective of like improving the material conditions of the working class, but instead from Democrats winning, if you're looking at this from a purely team sports perspective, because maybe you're wealthy enough to not give a shit about healthcare, which is surprising, okay? And you only care about some of the other things that Democrats are ostensibly on the side of, or that you're fearful that when Republicans are in charge, your life will get worse. Like, let's say you're a trans person, right? And Republicans, when they're in charge, are advancing even worse bills, right? But you don't give a fuck about healthcare, and you only think about this from a team sports perspective, then think about what the discourse would look like if the Democrats were collectively in unison saying, we want to fix the healthcare system. It's busted. It's broken. We want to advance socialization of healthcare. And on the other side, Republicans are like, nah, you fucking greedy bitches. You don't deserve healthcare. The working poor must die. They would look like Ben Shapiro talking about the retirement age the other day. That's why they're trying to hurt Dr. Abdul El Sayed in the Senate run, because their pro-Israel pick is not going to win, so they're turning to the white moderate. Yeah. Democrats are so fucking awful, dude. Dr. Abdul El Sayed has been a pro-Medicare for All candidate when he had the gubernatorial run. And who won? Who became the governor? Big Gretch. Big Gretch. This is her weakest, Big Gretch's weakest aspect in her ideology. Her weakest ideological conviction revolves around private health care. Gretchen Whitmer is, I believe, the daughter of is it like a pharmaceutical CEO or something? Or a healthcare provider, right? A private healthcare insurance company. Or a pharma executive. Oh, it's Blue Cross Blue Shield, exactly. She was anti-Medicare for all. Why are they so against it universally? What do you mean? Capitalism. That's why. When Americans talk about the GDP growing, okay, when they talk about how great America is and how wonderful America has been, they're talking about how wonderful it's been for titans of industry. Private insurance is a money printing operation. They are some of the most important companies on U.S. soil. That's it. Companies that should not exist, by the way. An unnecessary middleman that does not need to exist, that doesn't exist in many other countries, is one of the most impactful industries in this country. It's crazy. It is a costly, unnecessary middleman. Most Americans say government has a responsibility to ensure health care coverage. Most Americans, 66%, say the federal government has a responsibility to make sure all Americans have health care coverage. Far fewer say it does not. Yet those who say federal government has this responsibility are split over how it should ensure coverage. 35% of all adults favor a single national health insurance system run by the government. 31% say insurance should continue to be provided through a mix of private companies and government programs. Yeah. And the only reason why they're even split on this, okay, which, by the way, 26 continue Medicare, Medicaid. But the reason why they're even split on this is because the Democrats are not even mentioning this as the alternative. We always forget. We make it seem as though politicians or political parties in this country are simply listening to what the base's demands are. That's obviously not the case. You know that from the issue of Israel. They are reluctant to listen to their base or even admit that their base is demanding a different way of dealing with Israel. Obviously, they don't give a shit. But on this issue, they try to act as though they're listening to the base. But we fail to consider that there is also an important role that politicians play as leaders. Okay, they have the bully pulpit. They have an opportunity to convince people. So if there were more public proclamations in the direction of socialized medicine, constituents would start believing in socialized medicine. They would be like, no, we want this. This is great. Yeah, the average apolitical normie assumes Medicare for all is completely out of the running because they've been lied to about it nonstop for so long from both sides. At a certain point, you have to realize that propaganda is effective. If virtually every serious adult in the room, all the politicians on both parties are telling you Medicare for all is ridiculous, it's socialism, it's communism, it can't happen, why won't you think about the healthcare insurance executives? If they keep saying it over and over again, then people are going to be like, okay, well, I guess I believe you, right? In the absence of alternatives, the very fact that there is still 66% saying that they want fucking federal government provided healthcare coverage, and 35% of them are saying it's a single national government program, single payer, is insane. Yet you don't tell us about the propaganda on your side, just like you, middleman. You are a middleman. IRA. IRA. Yet you don't tell us about the propaganda on your side. Yeah, propaganda like every American should not have to worry about medical bankruptcy. What such big propaganda? Yeah, my propaganda is that Americans should have one fucking pool that they pay into that would eradicate the private healthcare industry so that we have a single player program. And then we move in the direction of a nationalized healthcare system, as a matter of fact. Yeah, that's the propaganda. I don't know how to argue with my boyfriend on you being left-leaning and owning a mansion at the same time. What am I supposed to say? I don't feel that is hypocritical. What? Wait, I accidentally modded you? No, never mind. I did not. Okay. Owning a mansion at the same time. I don't know. Don't argue with your boyfriend. Who cares? Yes, I'm a hypocrite. Tell him you watch me because I'm fucking hot. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. God forbid every American gets Medicare for all, single payer health care. Oh no. What will the rich do then? To be fair, you could be donating more of your income. No, that's not to be fair. You have no idea how much of my income that I donate. You just made up in your mind that I'm not donating a decent chunk of what I generate. That's it. Like that's a made up concern that you made up in your mind that you are addressing cynically as though this is like a real established fact. Okay? That's the difference. I can't believe how fucking Once again, we're I'm over here talking about fucking every American getting health care, why it's politically viable, why it's actually good policy, and instantly people are just like, well, what about you, sir? I don't know, man. Can I fucking donate all of my income and then arrive at Medicare for all? If that was the case, I would do it. Okay. Do you think I put a fucking dent in the process? No. All right. Now let's get back to not Governor Gavin Newsom, not gruesome Gavin Newsom, but
Big blow to the president. 21 Republicans in Indiana, a deep red state, rejecting Trump's calls to read.
I'm smart enough to know I don't make enough, but not dumb enough to attack someone ideologically aligned with me. No, you don't understand. Only then will you arrive at true socialism. Except most of those people aren't even fucking ideologically aligned. That's the reason why they do it. This is not helping you and your cause, says the guy who actually despises you and your cause. The problem is that there are people who are ideologically aligned that hear that and go, oh my God, that is actually a good point.
Draw the state's congressional map to benefit Republicans ahead of the midterms to give them 2 more House seats. Opponents saying it would have undermined the nation's electoral system. But the president pushed really hard for this. And it is a sign that perhaps more Republicans are willing to break with the president ahead of the midterms.
In February, after.
Oh, shit. That is loud as fuck. Yeah, we're going to talk about the Tate brothers in a second. Yeah, dude on the left is called communists in the U.S. for advocating for universal health care and less income inequality. Dude on the right loves Hitler and wants a race war. This has to be the final boss of centrism. G. Van Fleet. Both advocate for state power to advance their causes. One in pursuit of equal outcomes for all, the other in pursuit for white and male dominance. In the end, it's not about left or right. They are two sides of the same coin, totalitarianism. That's awesome. Yeah, one in pursuit of equal outcomes for all. Even like the bastardized version of how this lady is trying to tackle my ideology is still like not even on the same moral playing field. Oh, wow. What a fucking terrible idea. That's a joke. No, this lady was on Fox News. This is the victim of cultural revolution lady that was on Fox News saying that I glaze China too much or something. I just found a channel by a Chinese expat who is critical of you called All Things China with Lou. You might be interested in taking a look off stream. No, I'm not. I'm not interested in that at all. Like, why would I be interested in that? There are a million people who take issue with what I have to say. What is this? Oh shit, you made it into emo
Yeah,
TikTok.
favorite
Time for
political
guy liner.
streamer.
Oh, I saw this already. I reposted it.
Ooh, Hasan Piker. Who's your least favorite political streamer? Hasan Piker? I don't know. Do you think Hasan intentionally electrocuted his dog for his own personal enjoyment? No, but I wish he would electrocute me. What's the most illegal? Yeah. What's your favorite
Shouts out to Johnny. All right. Anyway, yeah. Let's get back to the Andrew Tate brothers. Andrew Tate brothers. The Tate brothers. New York Times conducted an investigation of how the Tate brothers were freed from Romania, and everything that you thought that was going on in the background turns out was real. Okay.
Confinement in Romania.
Yeah, Epstein Jr., the poor man's Jeffrey Epstein.
Andrew and Tristan Tate posted a video.
Not gonna lie, as a Maoist, I cringe at your glazing of Dengism. It's literally Keynesianism. Okay.
To their followers.
We're massively back. Massively.
They were in a private plane being whisked to Florida. Since 2022, they had been under criminal investigation in Romania. They had both been accused of trafficking dozens of women into a porn business that they ran. Andrew had also been accused of raping one of those women and of having sex with a 15-year-old. Prosecutors in Romania had prohibited them from leaving the country.
Feel that? It's the feeling of leaving Romanian soil.
This moment is the culmination of years of efforts by the Tates to cozy up to conservative influencers, members of the Trump family, and administration officials. My name's Megan Toohey. I'm an investigative reporter here at the New York Times. My colleague Isabella Quai and I have spent months interviewing dozens of people in Romania, the United States, and Britain. We have reviewed hours and hours of video clips, hundreds of pages of text messages and emails and court documents. And we're able to piece together how the American right helped the Tate brothers get out of Romania. Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan are major stars in the so-called manosphere.
Welcome to the party, gentlemen. He-Man, woman haters party. It's a man's party.
Andrew is a former professional kickboxer who built a huge online following, preaching unapologetic masculinity and chauvinism.
All of history was built by men, always has been. If a woman is going out with a man, she belongs to that man, that's his woman.
He's told his audience that they were victims of feminism, that they've been maligned by the economy and brainwashed by the media.
You are now full slave mode, and that's all they want. So you will continue to work your shit job for shit money.
He and his brother have gained millions and millions of followers. They sell online courses to young men about how to make money and how to exploit women. That included this PhD.
Yes, as I've said over and over again, this is insecurity masquerading as masculinity, okay? These guys love presenting themselves as beacons of masculinity when in fact they are simply masking their insecurity, okay? And the issue is a lot of other also insecure young men cannot see that these are just insecure older men. And they lean into it.
Program, short for Pimping Hose Degree. They share what they say they've learned in pushing their girlfriends into making online sexual content for paying customers.
It's not just about picking up girls, it's about converting them into really loving you enough to moving in with you and working for you and giving you all the money.
The brothers, who have both American and British citizenship, started this porn business over a decade ago in Britain. In 2015, Andrew was arrested 3 times after multiple women accused him of assault. And while prosecutors eventually declined to bring charges, the investigation prompted Andrew to leave Britain. Andrew said that he thought that they'd be better served in Romania.
It's a little bit lawless, you know? You can get away with shit you can't get away with in the West.
Eventually, the brothers get banned from several of the biggest social media platforms, only to find new homes on Rumble, a site that was backed by J.D. Vance's venture capital firm, and Getter, a right-wing site. And then things really explode. In December 2022, the brothers are arrested in Romania. They had been under criminal investigation for several months after a complaint that an American citizen had been held by them against her will. The brothers are charged with organizing a criminal group and trafficking 7 women into their porn business. And Andrew is also accused of raping one of those women. And later, prosecutors in Britain would bring charges of trafficking and rape against Andrew and Tristan.
Literally roping in JD Vance for no reason? No, it's not for no reason, and you will understand why it's actually relevant. Rumble is a right-wing website. Like it's not an accident that all the right-wing content creators are on Rumble. I think they tried to do an initiative and they tried to be more. They tried to be like a website for all. They tried to become like a market competitor to Twitch. They even had an initiative with iShowSpeed and Kai Cenat. I believe they just like dumped boatloads of money in that direction, and then I think they did like one episode and then never again, and they just basically got the bag and moved on. But yeah, the face of Rumble right now is Nick Fuentes. So they have this like super pro free speech attitude, but you know what it's code word for, obviously. But the reason why it's like backed by JD Vance's venture capital firm is for that reason.
Additional charges that have been authorized will move forward once the Romanian case is complete. Through our reporting, we also found that the Tates have been quietly under investigation here in the United States by anti-trafficking agents and federal prosecutors. Andrew and Tristan Tate deny all allegations. While all of this is happening, they're building more and more powerful allies in the United States. In 2017, as Andrew tells it,
throwback to the times you fucked him live on stream 2 times just for him to duck you a 3rd time shortly after, you laughing straight to his face for like 10 minutes killed his ego at the time. I know. It was when that was the first domino falling, I would say. Because right up until that moment, he was on a rocket ship. Superstardom, leaning into extreme misogyny, just like women hate. And he was blowing the fuck up. And then for once, there was a dude who was like, what are we doing? You know, this is fucking bullshit. Where's Kai? And she's still lapdog, or rather, does she still fit? She's still a lapdog in her heart. She's on a walk right now. Anyway.
You know, he did a tweet in support of Donald Trump, and soon Andrew and Don Jr. had connected at Trump Tower.
The president's son, he made me a coffee. Like, he's a cool dude.
And this support and this relationship continues through 2023. When Andrew and his brother are placed under house arrest, Don Jr. sends out a tweet of support. By that point, the Tates had hired Joseph McBride, this attorney who had come to prominence representing Trump supporters accused of insurrection on January 6th. And McBride pitches his new client to conservative host Tucker Carlson, who
What do you respond to the doubling of the workforce argument? How are you still single and still henpecked? I guess you know your audience. Henpecked? You unironically say shit like henpecked, dude? What the fuck happened to this guy? How the fuck How did this person get so brain broken? The fuck is henpecked? It's like you're a white knight. Yeah. You're a cuck to women. Ran out of meds? Maybe. It's like incel terminology, pussy whipped. Yeah.
Travels to Romania and conducts a lengthy interview with Andrew in his mansion.
I mean, I was sympathetic to you already, but you know, a man's accused of human trafficking. It's worth finding out what he's accused of.
The Tucker Carlson interview gets more than 112 million views. This is a key turning point. Soon, other high-profile conservatives are defending the Tates.
When I see some of these videos and I see conservatives assigning like real meaning to you saying stuff that is just so obviously content for young boys.
Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan stand for the same things that I stand for.
Some real principled conservative values, you know? I'm glad that we got a demonstration of the real principled conservatism that I hear about all the time.
These relationships are mutually beneficial. These conservatives are tapping into Tate's.
Have you talked to Peanut? Who's Peanut?
Audience to expand their reach and connect with a demographic that is crucial to the president's re-election campaign.
Listening to him with Tucker for an hour and a half, 2 hours, it clicked.
Ignore the bait,
Okay, now I
Hasan.
see why he's popular.
And by 2024, BARONTRUMP is also a fan. Barron hosts a dinner at Mar-a-Lago for several prominent conservative influencers. One of them was Justin Waller, who has helped the Tates run their businesses and says that he's widely seen as the third brother. Waller told me that Barron admired the Tates, and he said that he and Barron called Andrew together and discussed the Tates case. When we reached out for comment, McBride called our reporting on the relationship between Andrew and Barron fake news. So the Tates are building up a lot of support here in the United States. And after Trump is reelected, some of those supporters have even more power and influence than they did before. Paul Ingrassia, who had once served on the Tate's legal team, is now the White House liaison to the Justice Department. He had called Andrew Tate an extraordinary human being and a target of the deep state and the satanic elite. Alina Habba, who had served as a personal lawyer to Trump, was now a counselor to the president.
It's kind of funny because like Alina Habba apparently cannot even be a lawyer. Trump's RGB lawyer, Alina Habba, she was in the news recently. And Paul Ingrassia, or whatever his name is, also was put up for a position that he could not get because he was just, you know, saying unhinged ass bullshit, like incredibly racist things, and demonstrating Hitler admiration in private group chats. So, you know, a great team overall that Donald Trump has surrounded himself with. Fantastic. Yeah, Alina Habba, former Trump attorney. Alina Habba resigns as top federal prosecutor in New Jersey following an appeals court ruling last week that found she was unlawfully serving in the role. Habba said in a statement posted on social media on Monday that she was not quitting in the face of legal challenges, but instead resigning to protect the stability and integrity of the U.S. Attorney's Office. The decision will not weaken the Justice Department, and it will not weaken me. After Trump returned to the White House, he tapped Habba in March to serve as the acting U.S. Attorney for New Jersey on an interim basis. He also nominated her to serve in the position on a permanent basis, but she failed to garner enough support in the U.S. Senate to win confirmation. Anyway. That touched off legal challenges that culminated in the unanimous ruling last week from a 3-judge panel in the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit. The court found that Habba was unlawfully serving as a U.S. attorney, and it disqualified her from supervising cases. The reason for that is because After Trump returned to the White House, he tapped Haba on an interim basis, then wanted to make it a permanent basis. The Senate refused to confirm it. With her 120-day interim tenure about to expire, the U.S. District Court for New Jersey opted not to keep her in the job and instead appointed a career prosecutor, Desiree Grace, to the post. Attorney General Pam Bondi then fired Grace, and the administration undertook a series of complex legal maneuvers to put Haba back in charge. And then the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit decided in a unanimous decision that she was not lawfully serving as a U.S. attorney, and it disqualified her from supervising cases. So she's not actually resigning. She's being fired from her position by force. Damn, they really wanted her in that position. She must be really qualified. Yeah, well, she is, because the only qualification that Trump cares about is dick riding. So in that sense, she is the most qualified because she was a loyalist through and through. I still suspect that they unanimously decided she was unfit for the position because she's a gamer, and everybody knew that she was a gamer because she had an RGB Alienware laptop. But that's just my own headcanon. Don't take that seriously.
She appeared on a podcast with Andrew in January.
We need strong, powerful voices like yours. And yeah, I got your back over here.
And this man, Richard Grenell, a special diplomatic envoy for Trump, discussed the Tate's case with at least 2 Romanian officials. Our reporting found that one of those discussions took place last December at Mar-a-Lago with an advisor to the Romanian Prime Minister. Ponta told us that he had discussed the Tate's case with Grenell. He then backpedaled and said they had not discussed the case. The other discussion was with Romania's foreign minister at a
That's crazy that this is such a, like, this was a big enough deal that there are people in the Trump orbit that were actively trying to extract the Tate bros out of Romania. Fucking insane, dude. I mean, what are we doing?
Conference in Munich in February. In a statement to the Times, Grenell said it was the foreign minister who raised the issue of the Tates. His statement did not address the Mar-a-Lago conversation. The public support from some of these allies set off alarm bells in Romania. Officials at the American embassy in Romania told us that they feared what would happen if their bosses in Washington instructed them to release new passports to the Tates in violation of the Romanian criminal justice system. It didn't come to that, but an extraordinary order came down from the highest levels of the Romanian government.
Why do they feel they even need to go out to bat for the Tates, though? They don't have anything to offer for Trump except for clout. I mean, clout is all it takes. It's also a message. It's a message to everyone. If you are loyal to the Trumps, if you glaze the Trumps, we'll get you out of trouble. It's the same principle behind, like, pardoning all the January 6 offenders. You know? You can do criminal shit. It doesn't matter. We'll protect you. If you are a right-wing commentator, we will protect you. Also, birds of a feather, you know?
On February 26th, Andrew sent a text message to someone close to him that we reviewed. He had been...
The left and the right does the same thing. Oh, yeah, no. Who could forget when Joe Biden did that as well?
Made aware that he was going to be released. He wrote, "I have very detailed instructions from the Americans about crossing borders, phones, passports, etc. I can't say more. This goes into instant effect." The next day, the Tates file a request that prosecutors lift their travel bans and return their passports. We spoke to sources who spoke to us on the condition...
Yeah, the leftist Biden. Like, I know it's a joke to even consider Joseph Robinette Brandon to be a leftist, but, like, even if that guy thinks that, can he point to one fucking example? Like, do you understand? Obviously, Joe Biden is not a leftist. It's laughable. But even if he was, can you give me a fucking example, please? Like, there is no There is no fucking world. Like Hunter Biden was literally prosecuted under the Brandon regime. Okay? He straight up was. And for one Hunter Biden incident, there is like literally a million things that Donald Trump has done. He has pardoned Honduran drug traffickers, a former president of Honduras. Only as recently as in the past 2 weeks, he did this. Yeah, Hunter Biden's crime was nowhere near as severe as even what the fucking Tate brothers were allegedly doing. It's not even a question.
Of anonymity, who told us that the prosecutors did not.
It's so funny. Donald Trump is literally selling pardons for cryptocurrency. And there are still dumb fucks who are like, nah, it's the same. Both sides are the same. No, the fuck they're not, man. I'm not a fucking friend of the Democratic Party, but god damn, dude, I'm a friend of the truth, okay? And you are a fucking moron. There is plenty of shit that you can say about the Democrats. There are plenty of valid criticisms of the Democrats. But when it comes down to transparent criminal behavior, the Trump administration stands alone, dude. They are unique even from a Republican perspective. Like, they've reached beyond ideological boundaries. They are worse as far as on this issue, as far as like transparent grift, utilizing the power and the legitimacy and the authority of the office for personal favors. I cannot think of another president that's come near this. I mean, the last time a Republican tried to do that was Richard Nixon, I guess. It's not even close, dude. Nobody has been this transparently corrupt. You can say, oh, other presidents have done incredible corruption as well, certainly. But none of them have done it in this broad daylight fashion. It's also low-level shit, too. Like, it's not even all high-level stuff. It's just like, as long as it directly lines up his pockets, he's there. I mean, cryptocurrency scamming is like the bottom of the barrel shit. It's crazy.
Want to do this. But the prime minister believed that lifting the travel bans would appease the Trump administration. He did not respond to requests for comment. In the early hours of February 27th, the brothers were driven to a private plane.
No one has ever been more back than we just got.
At the time, we asked McBride, their lawyer, whether the Trump administration had anything to do with their release. And he didn't answer the question directly, but he said, quote, do the math. These guys are on the plane. Once they're back in the United States, the Tates are filming themselves partying in Miami, looking at apartments in New York, hobnobbing with Kanye West in Los Angeles. But they weren't welcomed by all. There were some conservatives who spoke out against them upon their arrival. Some said that they undermined traditional conservative values. Other people likened the allegations against them to the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein. Through all of this, it's becoming clear that there is a rift on the right. Trump says he knew nothing about it.
I know nothing about that. You're saying he's on a plane right now?
An official with the White House said it is not involved in anything related to the Tates' legal matters. In March, they returned to Romania for a court date and have not come back. Shortly after they left, one of Andrew's former girlfriends accused him of assaulting her when they reunited during his visit. You know, she said that When they had sex, he had beaten her and choked her to near unconsciousness, which he denies.
The Jeffrey Epstein files have become a defining issue for Trump in his first year back at the White House, stoking allegations that his administration is covering up for the most notorious sexual predator in recent American history and his accomplices. But something that's flown under the radar is the story of how this man and his brother, two of them there, both facing charges of rape and human trafficking in Romania, were suddenly allowed to return to the United States, and how the Trump administration might have been involved in that. One of those men, Andrew Tate, is one of the most proudly, violently misogynistic influencers in the world, with an enormous following online, particularly among young men and even teenage boys. And in his online content, he and his brother have bragged about their recruitment and exploitation of women to make pornography. Both brothers have repeatedly denied criminal wrongdoing. Well, now the New York Times, in a remarkable investigative report, finds that they were released from Romanian custody only after Trump administration officials intervened. An official in the White House told the Times that it was not involved in Tate's legal matters. But the Times reports that 6 days before Trump's inauguration, Andrew Tate wrote in a text, quote, "I had word from the Trump administration that they're on top of things. I've been told I'll be free soon." And here is how the Tate brothers reacted when, in fact, they were freed. And they boarded their flights back to the States the very next month.
You know you are, Andrew. You know what we are? We are back. We are so back. No one has ever been more back than we just got.
It's true. And we never really left. So now we're back. Never left, but we're massively back.
Megan, too, is a Pulitzer Prize-winning investigative reporter for the New York Times, one of the reporters who broke that story, and she joins me now. It's great to have you here. This is phenomenal work.
Thanks for having me.
I say that to you a lot because it's always true. So first, I guess, just for folks that don't know who Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan are, like, can you just give us a sense of who they are and what kind of content they made and what their message is?
Sure. So they are huge stars in the so-called manosphere. Andrew Tate, in particular, has built a massive audience of mostly young men by preaching brazen masculinity and chauvinism. And they have also taught courses on how to date women and exploit women and make money, and have also, very notably, run a...
I think we need a different fucking term for this, because it's not masculinity. They're being weak as fuck. Like, they're... This is not masculinity at all. It's something entirely different. I'd go so far as to say it's beyond toxic masculinity. All right, we're talking about alleged sexual predators.
Business for about a decade, in which they kind of bragged about basically dating women and then steering those girlfriends into making content, online sexual content, in which they'd take most of the profits.
If I'm not mistaken, I think one of the courses they offered was like a pimping course, right? It had the acronym PIMP.
Yeah,
right?
it was a PhD, short for pimping hose degree.
Yes, and the whole idea was, and again, they would say this, is we will teach you how to find women, create some sort of what appears to be romantic connection with them, and then use that to manipulate them into them making sexual content that you profit off of, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And they were born in the United States, but grew up, spent much of their life growing up in Britain. And so they launched this porn business, if you will, around the mid-2010s when they were based in Britain. And then in 2015, they moved to Romania. We found out Andrew was actually under criminal investigation then for alleged assaults of multiple women. As he tells it, thought that Romania, was a place where you could get away with a lot of stuff that you couldn't get away with in the West.
I think he even said that,
He even
right?
said that, yes.
Get away with.
Yeah, exactly. And so they they basically relocate to Romania. And so they're running this business out of both like Britain and Romania. They're growing it into a variety of platforms with a variety of women. And so they're doing all these things simultaneously. They're doing the porn business. Then they're teaching the online courses in which they're basically saying, we'll teach you the lessons we've learned from this.
And there's some of the the MMA stuff, fighting and working out, and they're like, he's super ripped and all that, like all of that stuff adjacent to the sort of exploitation.
Yeah, exactly. Like super fitness. I mean, Andrew got his start as a professional kickboxer.
Right.
So it's really maximized that image.
So they have this huge following. Now, so that's sort of uncontested, right? That part of it, like that this is what they're about. And they've said it, and they've talked about needing to treat women like slaves, and you need to dominate them, and you need to treat them like a dog, that you say to them, you give them orders, right? And that you have to condition them the way you condition a dog. That's all stuff they've said. There are a variety of criminal allegations against them. Let's start with the Romania case. That was the reason they couldn't leave the country, because they were under indictment.
That's right. Well, actually, the reality is that they're actually under criminal investigation.
Sorry, criminal investigation. It's a different process.
It's a different process. So they have been, since late 2022, they have been under criminal investigation in Romania. And the allegations are there that they have coerced dozens of women into their porn business, into what amounts to trafficking. And that Andrew has raped one of those women. And there's accusations that he had sex with and beat a 15-year-old. And so those...
I want to just say that again. There's an accusation that he had sex with and beat a 15-year-old.
Correct. And so this case, as the prosecutors have been building this case, they have repeatedly sought to keep these guys confined. And so they had been prohibited from leaving the country as the prosecutors are building this case, with the prosecutors saying that they...
It's wild that this is the type of shit that the Republicans are staking their fucking claim on, or they're staking their reputation on. I mean, obviously their reputation isn't great to begin with, but it's just like so insane that like you couldn't find a different content creator. Like, this is the guy. Nuts. It also doesn't make sense that like dudes look up to these dudes. Like, I don't know. I'm not too much of a fucking old head, right? Eat louder, please. I'm so close. Take a week off.
Posed a public danger and a flight risk.
I want to read some of these texts that you have gotten in the article. This is a woman who says, do you want me to be your slave or your wife? This is a woman who, again, he's sort of, it seems to be recruiting kind of quasi-romantically and then maybe trying to move him to something else. You'll do whatever I tell you, which is the same thing. I'll choose a woman to be my wife. She'll love me enough to let me tell her what I feel like. I will decide if she's a slave. And then this is a text exchange in a text chat titled Pimps. This is two associates, along with Tristan, the brother, discussed how to punish a woman who said she would no longer work for them. Tristan Tate, the move now is as follows. Okay, both of you go, get her out of the house. Okay, hit her if you have to. I don't care. Don't let her take her things. Thanks. Okay.
You're right. Those are among the text messages that the prosecutors have gathered. I mean, we've been pouring through hundreds of pages of court records from Romania in which they've gathered together and spelled out what they say is a long pattern of this behavior with a variety of women.
There are other criminal charges in England, am I right?
Yeah, absolutely. So in Britain, prosecutors have authorized charges. They're not just under investigation. They've authorized charges of trafficking and rape against both brothers there. And those are charges that they'll have to face when the Romania case is complete. They'll have to go to Britain and face those there. And we also realized, one of the things we discovered in the course of our reporting, I worked on this with my colleague, Isabella Quai, and what we found was that here in the United States since 2022, anti-trafficking agents at the Department.
So the chatter said, I've never actually heard Hasan's chewing noises. How loud did they have the stream on? The reason why I banned that person is not because they're actually hearing my chewing noises. The reason why I banned that person is because they're lying. The noise gate that I have is so severe that you don't actually hear the fucking chewing noises at all. He just wanted to be annoying.
Of Homeland Security, as well as federal prosecutors here in New York, the ones who eventually convicted, won a conviction of Sean Combs, have been investigating the Tate brothers.
We should also note that almost immediately upon return, a girlfriend of Andrew Tate's accused him of assault and rape. He denies those charges. She has now sued him. He has countersued her for defamation.
Right.
So that happened immediately after it came back. Now, everyone, I think, has a picture of these individuals at this point. They were in Romania. It's very clear from your reporting, even though the Trump administration has tried very hard to run away from it and deny it, and Romanian officials have tried to deny it, that there was some pressure put by the Trump administration to get these guys back to the U.S.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, what we found was that their release from Romania was really the culmination of years-long efforts by Andrew Tate in particular to forge very strategic alliances with prominent figures on the American right, media figures like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, people in the Trump family, first Don Jr. and then Barron, and then eventually some of his supporters who were very public with their support and defense of him and their criticism of the Romanian criminal case ascended into the Trump administration.
Alina Habba has talked about him. Richard Grinnell, who has a kind of freelance portfolio and in fact admits that he discussed the case with a Romanian official.
Right. So, right, exactly. Paul Ingrassia, who actually served on the Trump's legal team, he ascends into the administration as well. And so after this new administration comes in, Richard Grinnell, in particular, we found, had discussions with at least 2 Romanian officials about the Tate's case. One at Mar-a-Lago in December of 2024, the second in February at an international conference in Munich. And what we also found was that within days of that second conversation, an order from the highest levels of the Romanian government came down to the prosecutors in the criminal case saying, you got to strike a compromise with the Tate brothers. And they did
They were unhappy.
They were outraged, but they did follow through with ultimately lifting their travel bans, which the Romanian prime minister believed was going to appease the Trump administration.
It's truly it's really a shocking set of events and incredibly scrupulous reporting.
Dude, the more I hear this idiotic extreme centrism shit, the more I understand why there are so many stupid content creators that people actually gravitate towards. I think this makes people feel like they're smart. That's got to be it, right? If you don't know anything about anything, you can just simply go, both sides do this. And then a lot of other stupid people, I think, will turn around and go, wow, that guy's fucking brilliant, dude. He's kind of right. Yeah, your dumbest coworker thinks this. Exactly. I'm not a part of either fucking quote unquote team. But there is a difference, okay? It's crazy. It's crazy to go, nah, both sides do it. The system is broken. Yeah, the system is broken, okay? But you don't have to always hit this extreme centrism route. There is no equivalence to what the Trump administration did in terms of wheeling and dealing to extract people that were, no, the left gives Disney Channel happily ever after nonsense and wonders why these dudes are popping. Brother, you already explained to us that you are a fucking incel. We already know that you're brain broken. What do you mean? You just said, how are you still single and henpecked? I guess you know your audience. Do you think you actually have good insight into how the planet is because you watch the likes of Andrew Tate? Are you that fucking dumb? I'm trying to help you by telling you right now, you've watched far too many weirdos on the internet and they've poisoned your brain. You guessed that, by the way? Yeah, I think it's a pretty solid guess from the way you're conducting yourself. I always assume that Twitch chatters are going to be smart enough when their favorite content creators align with dipshits, right-wing dipshits. They'll be smart enough to be like, Yeah, this is just content for me. This is just entertainment, and I'm not going to adopt the ideology of whatever the fuck my favorite content creator is identifying with. Right? But it turns out I think many people do that. Yes, also the chatter didn't deny it. He just basically admitted to it and said I guessed it correctly, I guess. Brother, does that not also apply to you? Me? I watch content creators and my ideology is guided by the content creators I watch. Is that what you're saying? At what point throughout the day? What is... No, your chat? So you mean that applies to you, not me? And yes, there's a difference between someone being like an XQC fan and then getting captivated by fucking right-wing charlatans versus someone who's going to an actual political commentary stream. Lol, chat controls Hasan. Lol, no denial is crazy. Oh. You let AP News guide your sense of reality too much, shaking my head. I know. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's is it because it's Friday? I think people are just bored or something. I do feel like a lot of people are just bored of politics. It's not because it's Friday. I think a lot of people are just like, it's the holiday season. A lot of people are totally checked out of politics. So they want to make the content more fun. And the only way to make it more enjoyable is by pissing me off and having me react to it. You know?
About all this, and people should check it out at the New York Times, where you can read some of these texts and you can read more about some of the allegations against Andrew Tate and his brother, which the men deny. You should definitely check it out. Megan Toohey.
Talk about international politics. Way more vibrant. Trump and U.S. stuff is boring. Dude, shut the fuck up.
Stephen Crowder, who wrote on our YouTube.
That's the other version of the give us fucking theory chatter. If I spent every waking moment covering like developing nations, I'd have 12 people by the end of next year watching and tuning in. And that chatter himself would not be one of those 12 people. Okay? That's basically the equivalence of a gaming when chatter who just comes into the chat to spam gaming when, Pago, only to instantly leave after I start gaming. Many such cases. The reality of the matter is a lot of people in this community, a lot of people in Twitch chats in general, don't know what's good for them in terms of content, okay? They just don't know. They think they know. They think they feel like, you know, if you satiate this need that I have in this very moment, that it'll be good content for you, not realizing that you actually won't enjoy it. Anyway, what do you think about Chris Hayes? He is, he's decent. I like him. Look how mad Erica Kirk gets at the mention of Candace Owens' name.
Podcaster Candace Owens.
Yeah, we watched this yesterday.
At one time, a friend of Charlie's. At one time, an employee of Turning Point. She has been one of the main peddlers of these conspiracies, and she is making a huge amount of money on it. She is building her business off of these lies. What do you want to say to her and the other people that are putting these lies out into the world right now.
Stop. That's it. That's all I have to say. Stop.
The podcaster.
Yep.
Every move I make, every single day, every time I pray, I'll be missing you.
Yes, I'm gonna do Vince Staples on Z-Way. Y'all are fucking so annoying, dude. I know. Yes. Yes, he's revolutionary. He's a Maoist. Third worldist. I know. I saw the clips, okay? He's taking my job from me. I'm done. I'm washed. We aren't annoying. You just lie all the time. Okay. Talking to Barry White is a great way of dispelling the rumors. I know. If there are rumors surrounding your husband potentially being executed by the state of Israel, what you should do is go to one of the most loyal servants of said state, working for major donors that are almost singularly invested in defending said state's interests. And everyone will think, oh, certainly Israel had nothing to do with this. While in the process of selling a book that apparently is coming out about how much your husband that was assassinated loves Israel. The question at this point basically is like, are you trying to make everyone assume Israel did it? Are you trying to convince people that Israel is definitely responsible for this? I don't even believe that Charlie Kirk was going to turn on Israel or some shit. But goddamn, a book about how much Charlie loves Israel after he died? A book about how much Charlie actually loved Israel after he was assassinated and people were like claiming that Israel did it. So much so that Benjamin Netanyahu came out and did multiple fucking interviews, multiple videos about how he definitely didn't kill Charlie Kirk. What is this timing? Even if that book was locked in the chamber, okay? Even if that book was locked in the chamber, you keep that. You don't release that book. You know what I mean? Like, that's just horrible timing to release a book like that. Amanda Seyfried says socialism is a gorgeous idea as she grapples the current state of America. How about we all don't have any kind of agendas? How about our agenda is take care of each other? I know socialism doesn't work perfectly, or that people understand what the word actually means. For me, it's taking care of each other. If I have money, I can spend more money on other people. You think they care about optics? I mean, they should.
And it has become all the more clear to me since, as I've gotten to know her more, that this is somebody with an immense amount of strength and courage. So when people look at Erica and say, she's acting strange, I've never seen a grieving person act this way. Well, I agree. She's an exceptional person.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, they got Matt Walsh on board too. Oh, he's going to get yelled at so much in his replies. I can't wait to look at the replies after I'm done with this video. It's going to be at least, I'm calling it, there's going to be at least 4 mentions of how Ben Shapiro cracked the whip.
Situation. Handling it with remarkable poise and dignity. That is a virtue. And virtue is a strange thing in our day. And even if she were not an impressive person, she would still be a grieving widow. She would still be my friend's wife. And I would still feel duty-bound to support her, as I have over these past 3 months in ways both public and not. So,
hey, yo. He's trying to crack. He's trying to hit. Straight up.
What I am asking everybody, including Candace, is to please leave this woman alone.
Oh my God.
Let her grieve. Let her pick up the pieces of her shattered life in whatever way she sees fit. She deserves that grace. And we owe it to her. Not because
Brother, she is sitting on a throne of $100 million conservative outreach operation that has its own media wing. Okay? What the fuck do you mean, leave the poor widow alone? This is what most like Victorian era plays are made of. Okay? A mysterious death in the family. Who will take over the franchise? That's like 98% of fucking theater plays from before the 18th century. Can you imagine how fast those plays would end if someone goes, oh, but what about the widow's feelings? And then everyone goes, you're right, my good sir. We shall stop now. Make haste. The leave her alone strategy, the leave Britney alone strategy is not gonna work, man. I'll have you know she's a grieving mother. Not gonna work. Especially when people are just like, all right, well, we got some questions about what took place, really. And also, why is she selling a book now? If anything, if she didn't immediately kickstart the social media posting, literally the day of Charlie Kirk's assassination, with the embalmed body that she was crying over, that she filmed herself crying over, and then instantly start going on all these other fucking media, instantly start going on a media tour. WWE funeral. Running around. WWE funeral. Running around duking it out with people. Like the day after Charlie Kirk was killed, she went on fucking Turning Point USA, in front of the Turning Point USA banner. She went live and was like, I'm gonna show it to you. I'm gonna show you what's what. You just pissed off the wrong woman. Like, you know, all this shit. Like, she is playing a role. She is being performative. I don't give a shit overall, but it seems like the reason why Matt Walsh is coming out with the statement implies that right-wingers don't think she's actually being sincere. Because if it wasn't right-wingers that were making a big stink about Erica Kirk's book tour right now, Matt Walsh and everyone else on the right in unison would be dunking on, you know, the left and being like, look at how insincere the left is. They're fucking animals. They're fucking animals. But no, they're begging their own fandoms to not yell at them. And that's the reason why they have to take this route where it's like, how dare you? How dare you? How dare you?
because of any specific debt, not because we have no right to question her. Of course, we do have the right. But we have a moral obligation as children of our Heavenly Father to be charitable and kind towards suffering widows, especially the widow of a man that all of us on the right say that we respected and admired. All told, the tragic reality is that 3 months after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, the leftists who want us dead are more emboldened than ever. They are thrilled. And that was always the worst possible.
Yeah, here's the problem. The right-wingers don't think it's the leftists that killed Charlie, Matt. They think it's Israel, Matt. And they also correctly point to how you are noticeably absent from the conversation of Israel, Matt. Perhaps because you work for Daily Wire. This is the one time where the conservative media machine broke, dude. And that is why I fucking love. I'm sorry. I love this chaos and panic taking place. This is what she thinks about your take.
What do you say to people who justified his death?
You're sick. He's a human being. Stop. That's it.
What do you say to people who justified his death?
You're sick. He's a human being.
I don't know. Is it because she got blue ass eyes? Is that what it is? Have y'all ever seen that meme? It's like I think it's like Miley Cyrus maybe with the blue ass eyes, or like the other meme where it's like, we see it, okay, we get it, your eyes are blue. Like, it's just crazy. Is that why I don't trust her? I don't know. I don't know what it is. There's something about the way she looks though where I'm just like the way she carries herself, not the way she looks necessarily, but the way she carries herself that rubs me the wrong way. Denim's analyzed her makeup. She has white skin, blonde hair, blue ass eyes. Using black mascara makes it look extra horrifying because it mismatches her look. Bro, there is literally something kind of demonic about it. It's just like terrifying. They are very much culling the YouTube
We are
comments
only
on
going to
Matt
talk
Walsh's
about one.
full, oh. Nope. Watch his mic on right shoulder after he was shot / boom advice. We know you're controlled now. I like Matt Walsh, but there are so many things that don't make sense in the official narrative. Candace is not the only one doubting the story. There are many more. It's crazy that a trans lover went after Charlie Kirk while you, Matt Walsh, lived to talk about it. Even Charlie wasn't that much stuck on the trans issues at all. They must be fucking culling the comments, right? What is up with the Republican makeup? Anyway, I'm not even going to get into it, but it's just like... This one?
How did you get in here? Hello. How did you get in here?
There's something freaky about blue ass eyes like this, man. I don't know what it is. Yeah,
Hi, how are
people
you?
with blue eyes trying to get you to compliment them.
I'm good. How about you? I'm great. I like your outfit.
Oh, thank you. Is there anything else that you might like?
Oh yeah, I like your makeup.
Is there anything else that's like on my face, on my upper head region?
I like your eyes.
Anyway, let's finish this fucking Mount Walsh video.
Outcome. It's a trajectory that, if it continues, could destroy not only what Charlie built, but also what's left of the conservative movement. A movement that is the only thing standing between Western civilization and the forces that wish to tear it down brick by brick. That's the reason sociopaths like Tyler Robinson are smiling right now. They know they're winning, and we cannot let them.
God, you are so bad at sincerity. Peak empathy. Sorry, husband's got assassinated, but have you considered my podcast and these clicks? I mean, Matt Walsh is trying to farm. He's trying to farm the rest of the conservative movement, but it is clear that there is a lot of fear around Candace Owens. A lot of people who are fearful of Candace Owens. Okay? And part of it is because, like, the reason why she got this level of prominence is because of Israel, dude. Because she's anti-Israel and these guys are not. That's it. All right. We're going to get into Z-Way and Vince Staples. This is a Z-Way interview. Vince Staples, an iconic
Style
guest.
yourself,
Let's
or
start
do
it.
you have usually? I do too.
I'm not paying for that shit.
Bro, tonight I interview
And then we'll do the boy video as well.
rapper and comedian Vince Staples. What do you want your last words on screen to be?
R. Kelly. He only had one slow kid in the whole school.
Hasan, no comment section? What do you mean? In the Matt Walsh video, we just looked at the comments. There's still people who don't believe it.
Ooh, pick up a book. Where were the white people?
Well, you brought up slavery. Don't put this on me.
F you and your bald ass granny. Shoot guns, smoke crack, bitches.
My most iconic interview yet.
Kill the there.
Z-Way News Network starts now. My next iconic guest is a Long Beach rapper known for his razor-sharp cultural commentary. Watch The Vince Staples Show on Netflix. Please welcome Vince Staples.
How you doing?
Swell, how are you?
I can't complain.
It is a
Vince Staples? Who is that? You said, who is that? She just did the intro, chatter. Fucking listen.
pleasure to meet one of the...
Bro, get Vince on stream. For many, many years, I have been trying to get Vince Staples on the stream. At this point, he has to know, at least, like, he must have heard about who I am. It's been many years at this point. No motion whatsoever. No motion at all. I've asked to have him on stream. I've replied to his tweets in the past. Right after he like tweets something out, I'll reply immediately. We'll ratio him. We cannot get him on. And obsessed much? Yes. I mean, I really like Vince Staples. I've loved Vince Staples for many, many years. I have actively tried. I've actively tried to bring him on the stream because I think he'd be a great guest. Old HasanAbi heads, no.
Funniest people on the internet.
You think that's me? I appreciate that.
Why would you doubt yourself?
I don't know. I don't like being laughed at. Feels condescending, a little racist sometimes based on my demographics, but...
And what are the demographics exactly?
White people.
Oh.
White males, 25 to 49.
Hey.
Gotta pay the bills, right?
Can you state for the record your race and gender?
I'm a black male.
Please.
I'm a black male, African-American black.
Or African-American black.
Descendant of slaves. That's what they call it on the internet.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, we're doing this compartment.
He knows. Oh, God. He's talking about ADOS.
Compartmentalization thing is black people now to make the white people like us.
For the record, so you were born and raised in California, but where exactly do you know where your family moved from? Is it what part of the South?
Talking slavery?
Tariq Nasheed Head, yes.
Yes. Well, you brought up slavery. Don't put this on me.
It's one of my favorite things.
Oh.
Yeah, really, we persevere, you know what I'm saying? But we had some Canadians, because they had slavery up there too. They pretend they didn't. And then those people moved to Louisiana. It was like a trade for land. They pretend that didn't happen either. And then they ended up in Texas, and then they ended up in California. But some of them were in Stockton, California, being slaves as well. And California pretends they never had slaves, but we were there.
Do you have a message to the Californians who are pretending that they were part of the Atlantic slave trade?
It's okay. It's okay.
Top stream Bill Burr or Vince Staples. After the Riyadh Comedy Festival, Vince Staples has officially arrived at the number one guest slot. For years and years, there's the other person. Bill Burr and Vince Staples are the two people that have constantly tried to get on the stream, never have been able to. And now the number one slot is Vince Staples.
That's not an indictment at all.
I still love Bill Burr. It's just like, I'm disappointed.
That they weren't slaves or were slaves.
That they didn't have slaves.
Oh, the whites?
You literally just said that.
California pretends they never had slaves, but we were there. I thought you meant the slaves themselves.
No, you said that Californians and people from Canada pretended that they did not participate in slavery.
See, I thought we were consoling the slaves.
Okay, well, we can console them as well.
Yeah, shout out to the slaves. As far as massa, we're gonna revolt one day. Schools, churches, all of that, you know.
That was haunting. Coming up, do you read a lot?
I just read something called Sociopath.
And did you see some similarities?
I've heard that a lot.
Now, what is your horoscope and how do you use it to justify your personality disorder?
Shit. Cancer. But when you get into like the risings and shit, it gets pretty dark.
What is it?
I don't know, but one of my friends, she suggested therapy.
Oh.
So I think it's pretty bad.
And do you have a therapist?
No.
No.
No, I'm very fiscally responsible.
When you say that, because therapy helps others around you.
If you're adding to the money, I'll apologize. If not, I won't. It's not right, but it's...
No, it's classist.
Yeah, it's a fact.
On season 2, episode 5, you are ostensibly held hostage at a private members club. Do you support class segregation or are you a demon?
I'm not in the 1%. I'm probably a high percent because you know how the economy is right now. It's pretty bad for a lot of people. But
Do you know loosely top 5?
I gotta be top 10.
Oh.
It's a lot of money out here.
And you have a bunch of it because you have season 2 on Netflix.
No, but I have California state income tax. They know how to, you know.
Would you ever move to like Rhode Island, Delaware?
Maybe Rhode Island. I do actually like Rhode Island.
Lower taxes. Should billionaires exist, and are there any billionaires in particular you pray take a submersible trip to the Titanic?
See, I don't think billionaires should exist, but it's not their fault. I think we need to get back to the revolt. We need to get back to pulling people out of their house, killing them.
Oh.
Taking their wealth, like they did the guy who started, you know, Mormonism.
Who started Mormonism? John Smith?
Yeah, and then, you know, Brigham Young told on him to the government and they killed him in Philadelphia in jail.
Could you tell this story to camera, please? Because I'm not familiar with this lore.
Once upon a time, there was a man named John Smith. He was a pedophile. To justify his pedophilia, he decided to have multiple wives. He said he got a message from God in a tree. I think that's a fact. Brigham Young was working with the government. It's like Judas and the Black Messiah, but in Utah. He told on John Smith. He was arrested for some charge that's going against the government, and then they murdered him in Philadelphia, dragged him and his family out, killed him in the street. Now Brigham Young has a university, and he's the father of Mormonism.
Wow. Coming up, you watch a lot of reality TV?
I love Mormon wives.
Well, you really do?
I love Mormon wives.
Shut up,
Yeah,
really?
Yeah.
Who's your favorite character?
I like the football-playing son because you can tell he's
You mean
ashamed of his
sister
life.
wives?
Sister wives.
You're being racist. There's a
I like the football playing son because you can tell he's ashamed of his life.
Secret Lives of Mormon Wives, which is about these young polygamists.
John
and then you're
Smith.
talking about Sister Wives, which is Cody. And Yeah. And you like that show.
Love that show.
Who's your favorite wife?
I'm really more into the kids because they have like shame and pain in their
Yeah.
eyes. Not a big fan of Cody. I feel like he's gonna snap, you know?
He is losing it because he's losing control of the kids.
And the hair.
Yeah, he
The
looks like
hair is
shit.
the biggest issue.
What's the issue to you?
He's losing his hair and then his wives are like, oh, you look wonderful. And then he's like, you're lying to me. It's weird and it's not godly.
As an ex-Mormon who hates the church now, almost everything he said was wrong. The only thing he got right was Joseph Smith being a pedo. No, he also got the tree thing right. Right? Wasn't it upstate New York where he found the message, the word of God in a tree or something? No, it was a hat. I thought there was a, yeah, not in a tree. Gold plates, right? Not a tree. He used a hat to translate.
Now, question for you. Would you give away 10% of your net worth to help end poverty, or are you a selfish demon?
Can I pick whose poverty I end?
Sure.
Yes.
Whose?
The black community.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't believe in helping other people like that.
And yet you have 70% of your audience that is uplifting you.
Tortured artists. I tell them thank you, but it's like, you know, it's like McDonald's. You know, they don't say that they're not selling poison. They just say over 1 billion served in Happy Meal. And that's my political practice when it comes to my fans.
What's the best way for rich black celebrities to give back that doesn't involve inventing the moonwalk?
Or like a casino or like a African school.
a school in Africa or an African-themed school in the United States?
I like that one too.
Okay.
I don't know, man. I think you gotta go Patty Hearst. You gotta go Harry Belafonte and just fund the revolution.
You are a radical.
A little bit. A little bit.
Okay. The episode features a murder mystery game called
Shade. Shade. There was shade in that. Yeah, now we know why Vince won't come on the stream, okay? If you're wondering why he won't come on the stream, it's because I'm a fucking filthy revisionist. That's what it is. I'm not real enough for him. And white too. That's probably the other reason.
Killed Massa. I'm going to list some famous events and conspiracies, and you tell me who is responsible. Are you ready?
Caucasian and 2 revisionists.
The disappearance of
being white is also automatically revisionist. That's what it is. He only fucks with this white boy?
My name is Captain John Brown.
Okay.
Amelia Earhart.
The United States government.
The moon landing.
United States government.
And you think it's real or do you think it's fake?
I think it's a little bit of both.
Oh. Assassination of JFK?
The mafia.
Egyptian pyramids?
The aliens.
Bermuda Triangle?
The Mexicans.
9/11?
George. Just pick a George.
Got it. John Benet Ramsey?
R. Kelly.
Murders of Biggie and Tupac?
Institutional violence in the black community and hip hop. Wrong place, wrong time.
Assassination of Martin Luther King Jr.?
Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson and the prostitutes.
Oh. The disappearance of the ancient Mayans?
The Mexicans.
Autism?
Oh, I had a conversation about this the other day.
What was it?
At the chiropractor.
Why were you doing that?
Well, because he's an anti-vaxxer.
Okay.
Yeah. And he said, when I was a kid, we only had one slow kid in the whole school. Now they're just full of them. It was very interesting.
Unprompted, he said that too.
Yeah. Autism, that's just life, man. It's creativity. We're selfish as human beings. We want Mozart, but we don't want a little drool here and there. It's wrong.
You rapped, if you ain't talking dollars, it doesn't make sense. Marry, kill, capitalism, socialism, communism.
You gotta marry communism. You gotta capitalism. You gotta kill socialism.
Why?
Because it feels like a scam. With communism, it's like we share. Socialism is like a little bit more let's be fair. And I don't like that language.
No.
Capitalism is like get it how you live, survival of the fittest. But capitalism doesn't really work with like laws. So if we go wild, wild west, I think the blacks will overcome. And I love us.
Can you please give a word of inspiration to the blacks in hopes that they overcome?
We gotta fight back. We gotta attack their schools, their churches, everything.
Wow. Speaking of violence, the season 2 finale cuts to black just as your character is about to be stabbed. In the pilot, your character is warned that a fellow inmate has good form for stabbing. What exactly is good form for stabbing?
It depends if you're talking about a traditional knife style. You know, you go palm up. But if you're talking about a shank, you want to get the Garnier Fructis bottle, melt it down, get the CD jewel case, then you wrap it around, melt it down again, and try to, it depends.
Hasan, you missed it. He did fuck, marry, kill, socialism, communism, capitalism. Okay.
Dollars, it doesn't make sense. Marry, kill, capitalism, socialism, communism.
You gotta marry communism. You gotta capitalism. You gotta kill socialism.
Why?
Because it feels like a scam. With communism, it's like we share. Socialism is like a little bit more let's be fair. And I don't like that language.
No.
Capitalism is like get it how you live, survival of the fittest. But capitalism doesn't really work with like laws. So if we go wild, wild west, I think the blacks will overcome. And I love us.
Can you please give a word of inspiration to the blacks in hopes that they overcome?
We gotta fight back. We gotta attack their schools, their churches, everything.
Wow. Speaking of violence, the season 2 finale cuts to black just as your character is about to be stabbed. In the pilot, your character is warned that a fellow inmate has good form for stabbing. What exactly is good form for stabbing?
It depends if you're talking about a traditional knife style. You know, you go palm up. But if you're talking about
Hasan has no input because he knows he's right. No, that's why he doesn't want to. That's why he doesn't want to talk to me, dude. It's because not only am I white, but also on top of that, not radical enough. I told you already.
a shank, you want to get the Garnier Fructis bottle melted down, get the CD jewel case, then you wrap it around, melted.
We found out that I actually probably banned him many, many years ago when he was yelling at me about not building the Revolutionary Vanguard. I didn't build the Revolutionary Vanguard when he demanded I do, and I banned him, and I yelled at him, and he's hated me ever since.
Down again and try to. It's a lot of. It depends. Long story short, it depends where you are. But different strokes for different folks. Have you seen Parent Trap?
Of course.
Fencing. It's kind of like similar to that.
So you couldn't give a tutorial on how to stab if you wanted to, or could you?
I don't believe in violence. We gotta fight back. We gotta attack their schools, pulling people out of their house, killing them.
Your show presents a militarized LA. There's gun violence at the Kurtz rental place, on the way to Uncle James's funeral. An abuela is packing a single-barrel shotgun in her car. It is literally Guns Are Us. What's your favorite type of blicky?
Walther PPQ is pretty good. Smith & Wesson Shield's pretty good. There's a recall right now on the 6. I forgot what number SIG it is, but you just tap it on the side and it's like Kill a Baby. So
Oh my gosh.
crazy. I would suggest people buy those. But I'm also anti-gun violence in my old age.
Okay. At 34, 33.
32.
32.
But I'm on the way to 33.
Okay.
Hopefully.
How old are you when you fired your first blicky?
Like towards someone or like for fun?
Both.
I've never shot a gun before.
Oh my gosh. Would you be willing to give away your blicky to the government for a safer public?
When I was a kid, they had a program where if you turned in a gun, you got a Best Buy gift card.
For how
And
much?
I've done that a couple times. It was never a lot of money. It was like a couple hundred maybe. And I was like, let's stop gun violence.
Yeah.
Go buy a PlayStation.
Okay. Wow. Coming up. You said that you thought Super Mario Kart was for babies.
Yeah. I'm just old. We played that as a child. I don't want to race a little cart. Ooh, banana out the tailpipe. It's not for me. You know what I mean?
Respect.
I have an automobile. I live a decent lifestyle.
I appreciate that.
On your show, you said, when
that's a
tragedy
good
strikes,
take.
black...
That's a good take. That's a good take, and it will not be well received in this community, okay? Yeah, if I want to do Mario Kart, I can do it in my car.
People start stealing shit. What were you
it's
doing?
a babby game. It is a babby game. Nintendo makes babby games. Sometimes they're fun, though. Because you are also old. I know. I'm washed.
January
I'm on.
6th, 2021.
What were we doing? Were we on tour? Were we on tour?
They're all
Yeah,
avoiding eye
we were on-
contact.
No, he knows.
On tour in DC? Where were you?
No, we were on tour. We were watching on the bus. It was amazing.
Amazing.
Yeah, it was amazing.
What was amazing about
I
it?
want us to do that.
Got it.
And we would do better because they were just ugly. Like, the problem with Revolution is that it will be photographed.
Yes.
So sloppy, loose T-shirts.
Oh my gosh.
Nobody got a pump. Nobody drunk their cayenne and their lemon. It's just not beautiful. So you're fighting the government and you look like shit. So when you die, it's for nothing. Did you see the lady that got shot? Disgusting wardrobe.
Oh my goodness.
Terrible last moments.
And our January 6th would differ because we'd be looking...
Met Gala. Amazing. Wells Bonner everywhere.
Shut up.
You know?
Wells Bonner everywhere.
Coming up, your character dates a light-skinned woman named Deja, who is frequently referred to as white.
Dude, I thought I had either invented or had seen every take about January 6th. That was a new take about January 6th. I never even comprehended that. I never even thought about that. He said Ashley Babbitt was chopped. That's a new take for sure.
Biracial people exist.
It depends where they get their trauma from. Depends on the mother or the father's kind of, it's a different thing. If you have black man, white woman, you can get an NBA player. If you have white woman, black man, you can get a politician.
Oh my goodness.
It really just depends on the blend, you know?
Are you a black entertainer that only dates light-skinned women?
No. My mother would disown me.
Oh, really?
But you gotta dabble when you dabble, but
Why do you think that that's a stereotype for black entertainers?
I think we need to stop looking at black entertainers.
Say more.
Because you sing and dance doesn't mean we need to pay attention to the things that you do.
Mm.
You know what I mean? But that's capitalism, as we talk about. It, don't marry it.
Folks at home, we will say there's irony because you're a black entertainer and we're hanging on your every word.
You're making a mistake. You should not listen to anything that I say. I'm here for capitalism, but I won't marry it.
And do you have any words of encouragement for dark-skinned black women that are single?
Look, man, don't let them tell you that you're ugly. It's not true. They're ugly on the inside and the outside. Look at their mothers. Look at their skin. They don't got the oils.
Coming up.
I want to know where the school is.
What school?
Exactly. Exactly, Umar. Where's the school?
Oh, shit!
Your mother on the TV show was tasked with cooking macaroni for the cookout, which is described as a delicacy. What would you bring to the cookout?
Okay, see, I'm more radical than he is because I'm a Dr. Umar truther. I believe that he actually did not succumb to the mercy of the snow bunny at Cherry Hill Mall, and I also believe that the school is being built as we speak. Whereas Vince is not a believer. It's fine. He's not a true believer. Okay? Both of those things I believe sincerely. Dr. Umar would never do that. He would never do that. He's simply asking where it is. It's in our hearts.
I'll probably pay for someone's bail.
Oh,
Yeah, I have one of those families.
got it.
I think this week I probably gave out like $4,000
Really?
until Friday. It's always Friday.
Yeah.
Everybody get paid on Friday.
I think it's good that you're giving back to your community.
I don't know, it's a loan. I want it back. For sure.
Okay, that felt scary. What's done more harm to the black community, crack cocaine or processed sugar?
Hip hop and R&B.
Really? As a rapper, you say that.
What the fuck?
I know what my job is.
Why do you say that?
Shoot guns, smoke crack, bitches. You know what I mean? The right beat.
We're the hoes,
We out here.
we're the hoes, we're the bitches.
Where the hoes, where the bitches, and the crack at? Just kill the on the back street. Yay, yay.
And so, is this an anti-hip hop and rap PSA?
No, not as long as I'm doing it.
Got it.
But know you're selling the poison.
If you could encourage
Strange
people
take,
at home
okay.
to read and promote literacy, what would you say?
You're not that smart if you're a idiot. Pick up a book. It'll help you. Mike Judge made a movie called Idiocracy, and we're living in it every single day. Camachos everywhere.
That's a unk take. I know. That's a conservative unk take. That's the Aaron McGruber take. Of course, my chat is going to say, oh, he's right though. He's right though. Because you're all fucking unks too.
Pick up a book.
Anyway, he was obviously memeing. I don't think he was being serious about that.
Coming up. If we can't attack people's looks, what can we attack?
Their grandmothers.
And say what about their grandmas?
You and your bald ass granny. Your dead ass granny. It's common ground. Because I'm attacking you, but not you personally. I'm attacking your lineage, which made me not with you. Because if I want to attack your looks, you got them from granny. You know?
Are we living in hell?
Absolutely.
Do you think there's a heaven?
Absolutely not.
I think this is it too.
But I put it in music because people like to feel like you believe what they believe.
You're manipulating people with the music?
Absolutely.
You know that there are cameras in this room.
They know it too. I say it all the time. They just ignore it.
Okay.
I pray to God. I say that shit all the time. Every album, every Jesus
And you
song,
don't
every
believe
album.
in a God at all.
I believe that people need what they need to survive. But don't think there's a floating man with a blowout? No. Maybe a beaver, maybe an aardvark, maybe a body of water.
Wow. Are there any white people you would invite to the cookout? And if so, who?
No. I don't believe in, like, why is everyone homeless? Why are we cooking out? Can someone host? You know?
You don't like homelessness.
No, I don't like homelessness. But I live in a city that's overcome with it. It's like rampant.
Yeah.
So I have a lot of friends that are unhoused.
And what do you do to support them?
I give them money for their drugs.
Okay. For their drugs?
Come on. I'm hungry. For black tar heroin.
Vince, who is a shining example of the black diaspora to you?
Angela Davis.
Oh.
Light-skinned Afro prison time.
Why'd you have to say
Brilliant.
her complexion?
Because it's a range of things that are all black. And I dare tell Angela Davis she not black. Gonna get shot in the face.
Wow. How many black friends do you have?
All.
All.
It makes me kind of sad though, because I've never really had like a real friendship bond with a white person. I realize this in my older age.
You think so?
Music is like, you have collaboration, coworkers and stuff. Like as a kid, there was a kid named Eric that in the first grade, he was cool, but I didn't really with him after a couple weeks.
Got it.
So it makes me feel like I missed out on like something.
You talk about Mac Miller so fondly and
From
about
music, I was grown.
Yeah.
But it's like as a kid, it's like, where were the white people?
That's a great question.
Because they were everywhere.
How many black female friends do you have?
A whole lot. Shout out to Jay Shauna. You know what I mean? And Kiana. You know what I mean? Crystal. Shout out all the homies. You know? Shout out Black P, my cousin.
Oh.
Shout out all the homies. You know what I mean? Shout out Binky. Love you, Binky.
These people are real.
Oh, yeah. Corey knows Binky. Binky like 6'6". Yeah, Binky like 6'6", swole.
And how many of these friends have been to your home?
One of them. I see you in the ghetto. We all in the ghetto. What you said, the cookout, let's commune. See you at the park.
See you at the park.
See you at the high school football
You're
games.
not letting your close friends like Binky into the front door.
Oh, Binky could come to the house.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Coming up. You think so?
Yeah, I'm sorry to the children. Well, no, they're not really black, so I can say what I want. You know what I mean?
So you're selling the poison to 70% white men from age 18 to 25.
It's a sad existence. I'm telling you, it was torture up here.
Are you happy?
I'm ecstatic. I didn't graduate high school. I have no better options.
Let's pivot. So season 2, episode 1 starts with an argument between two lesbians arguing over paternity. What's your favorite letter in the LGBTQIA+?
Definitely the plus because it's everybody.
Ah.
You know what I mean? I support the whole diaspora.
Go drink your water. Go.
No homo or yes homo?
All right, go. No, go drink your water.
I don't think we can say that anymore. We can't no homo anymore. That's crazy. You got me.
As a straight man, which do you give less of a about, women's rights or gay rights?
See, that's hard, right? Because when it comes to the gay rights thing, I'm a little...
That's tough. It's a tough question.
A little bit selfish. My Uncle Keith, that's my boy. Taught us how to hoop. Had an Audi like 2003 in Watts. You know, that's rare. And as far as the women's rights, it's only women in my family. So them is my rights. It's selfish, but I'm fighting for both. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Shout out Uncle Keith. R.I.P. Uncle Vincent. You know what I mean?
Well, would you rather have a thought daughter or a gay son?
Twins, both.
Coming up. Is self-love a message for everyone, or should some people hate themselves?
Some people should for sure hate themselves.
Who?
The tortured artist. Moi.
Oh. Do you hate yourself?
No, but I should. It's something I'm working on. I gotta get my guilt up.
Let's land this plane. What advice do you have for Americans struggling to stay sober in a dystopian police state?
The police.
What does it have to do with sobriety?
I've never been high. Well, I was born high. You know, crack baby, 90s.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but you know,
Oh.
after that, I cut cold turkey.
Do you have any vices at all? Like gambling, anything?
I don't know. Negativity.
Oh.
I'm really working on like my disposition.
This is working on.
You get what I'm saying? Yeah, it used to be way worse. I'm doing really good.
Really?
Yeah. It's not for me. It gets pretty dark because it feels like a scam. I'm not against it, but I am against it.
This is you at your most positive and cheery.
I promise you, it's like my peak.
You're the first artist I've ever interviewed that has a disdain for artists.
I don't think that artists appreciate the regular, everyday person as much as we should. I don't like this pedestal. It's crazy.
If you could talk to the artists at home.
Love your family, love your friends. Just because you're great doesn't mean you're not a piece of shit.
Well, music has always brought people together. What's a song that could fix the growing conflict in the Middle East?
I got a lot. The Big Payback. This is a Man's World. Write a Letter by The Whispers. Fight for Your Right to Party. Many Man, 50 Cent.
Many Men by 50 Cent.
Yeah, that's off the top of my head.
Why?
Cause shit, it's hard out there.
It's a great song.
Yeah.
Wow, Vince, you have a deep undercurrent.
You think so?
Yeah, you are as deep as the ocean. Are you kidding?
Thank you. We don't really know how deep the ocean is, though, do we?
Exactly.
Yeah, I feel you. That's deep. I like that. Thank you. That was kind of you.
Oh, yes. How do you think this went?
I think it went amazing.
What do you want your last words on screen to be?
I love you all, and thank you.
Well, thank you, Vince. Wow, Vince Staples, everyone. Thank you.
Was that too bad? That was too many N-bombs? Dare let you gun smoke crack bitches.
We're the hoes, we're the hoes, we're the bitches.
Where the hoes, where the bitches in the crack at?
We're the hoes, we're the bitches.
Just kill the on the back street.
We're the hoes, we're the bitches.
Yay, yay.
She hit him with the Amy Goodman. HasanAbi couldn't handle it. Cried on live. I am fucked. Beyond fame. 88 views 4 hours ago. What are my fucking... Watch it? Yeah. No, I think I'm gonna skip that one. When the algorithm is serving me anti-Hasan slop, that's how you know this shit is popping on YouTube. Anyway, gaming Shirley, yes. Afraid of criticism, yes. I'm afraid of criticism from a dude with 88 views. He is going to have cutting. He's going to have biting criticism, which will be insightful, and it will make me reconsider my priorities. Oh, we got the Boy video that I said I was going to watch as well. We snuck controversial art into a famous art show. I tried to help with this, but I failed.
This is us.
I think.
Carrying a giant metal sculpture in the middle of the night during a thunderstorm, trying to dodge security, so we could secretly set up our artwork at the world's largest open-air public art exhibition. Now, it was incredibly difficult, but I just couldn't stop smiling because I knew it'd all be worth it, right? The rainfall and thunder was deafening, but all I could hear was the public's adoration. You know, like, who is this sneaky, agile art prodigy? Is it Banksy? Has Banksy done another one of his Banksies? Is that, well, that's not what happened, right? When people started posting our anonymous artwork online, everyone just called it anti-Semitic for some reason.
Sculpture by the Sea organisers have explained why they immediately removed a pro-Palestinian statue from the Bondi exhibition. Featured a traditional Palestinian scarf known as a keffiyeh and blood-drenched hands and head.
Oh, I see how you help now. Oh yeah, but I didn't.
So now my artwork's gone. Like I've got no artwork, and apparently I'm an anti-Semite. So I guess I need to work out how this went so badly. But it's pretty rough actually. Like seeing the statue getting torn down. I don't know, it triggered a lot of just intense memories that I repressed, right? Like it's been the same story my entire life when I think about it. Like back in high school in art class, I poured my heart and soul into this. This is a painting of Zinedine Zidane headbutting Marco Materazzi at the 2006 FIFA World Cup.
Legendary
I really felt like I'd witnessed something magical, right? And I
headbutt to the chest, dude. No one's ever done it like that before. Or after.
I wanted to share this feeling with the world, right? I wanted everyone to look at this and to feel the same way I felt when I was watching the World Cup. But my art teacher, she looked at it and she told me I'd never amount to anything. She said I didn't have a single artistic bone in my body. And she also said I just should have copied some of the smart kids and not like wasted her time with this stuff. So I don't know, as I grew up, I kind of realized that she was right. Like, it hurt, but she was right. Like if I wanted to become an artist, I knew I needed to copy an artist. And that's when I saw it. At the world's largest open-air public art exhibition right here in Sydney, Ukrainian artist Yevgen Primachenko made this, and I was blown away. It's so beautiful. It's a brave depiction of the horrors of war, the bombing on civilians, but it's chilling, yet it's made of like abstract, simple shapes. Like now I feel like I finally understand what my art teacher was talking about. Like honestly, I haven't been moved to tears like this since the 2006 World Cup, so I copied it. Right, and I should apologize. Yevgen, if you're watching this, I understand you're upset and we copied your artwork and I'm sorry, but I'd like to explain this is actually completely normal for YouTube. You see, in my industry, we get rewarded for copying each other's videos, which is, honestly, it's for the best because whenever we test our own, original ideas, we end up making something disastrous.
Look at this family. They look Asian.
But look, we didn't copy it completely. We did make some minor changes. Like the Ukraine war is old news, right? No one really cares. It's been gradually shifting from the news cycle and it's been replaced with Gaza. So we decided to update it, by giving him this cool little scarf and making him Palestinian this time. It turns out this was like a massive mistake. It somehow went from being like a celebrated work of art with a big ceremony where they unfurled a massive Ukrainian flag and everyone sang the Ukrainian national anthem together, and then we added the scarf, and it suddenly became like a vile anti-Semitic piece of trash. But we didn't know that at the time, and we just wanted to put up an artwork, and we needed to work out how to secretly erect our statue. Now, usually when they're putting these artworks up, they spend days digging big holes and filling them with concrete and other fastenings so, no one steals these precious artworks, right? This way, the organizers can rest assured knowing this $3,500 street sign by Richard Tipping or this special net by Kassane Lowe is, safe and sound from art burglars. And as an art aficionado myself, I completely understand why someone would want to steal something like that, because I think these are really profound things. Now, we can't really dig a hole and pour concrete in the middle of the night in Sydney's most famous beach, so we needed to work out a different way to fix our statue down. So we went down to the beach while they were setting up the exhibition to test it out. Now, originally, we wanted to weld like a big magnet to the bottom of the statue and place it on a metal surface. The magnet just sticks it there. But it turns out there aren't a whole bunch of just metal surfaces at the beach. And the ones that do exist are really easy to pick up and take away, which, was disappointing until we realized that under these light metal grates are just big concrete holes. And we came up with a whole new idea. If we put something like a bottle jack in the hole and crank it out so it's like jammed in there, then we can have a winch hit it in the bottom of the statue with a rope hooked to the jack. And it's pulling the statue into the ground with like 2 tons of force. So you can't get rid of it. Now, we didn't bring any measuring tape, but we were able to figure out that the hole is exactly 1.5 boots wide. So we needed to make a statue base that's exactly that size. Now that we had the measurements, we just had to, cut up a bunch of steel sheets and weld them into the shape of someone else's beautiful artwork. And look, I won't bore you with the build process because that's more of I did a thing kind of video. And I just think you guys are smarter than those freaks. You don't want to watch a guy hitting a piece of metal with a hammer for 30 minutes. It's boring. Although, it's not all bad. There were some entertaining bits, like, when Alex crushed his hand testing out the winch. That's not coming out of the ground. Also, this magical spray we made that rusted the statue in minutes, that was pretty cool. But other than that, we can just skip to the part where we have a mesmerizing work of art. It's beautiful. I love it. Now, I realize it's a lot of pressure to set up this entire contraption in the middle of the night without getting caught. So we decided to go down to the site one more time to set up the car jack in the hole and, you know, get that ticked off the list beforehand. But it turns out because the exhibit already started, it obviously meant that the place was just completely packed. And we got a bit too scared to set up the jack in front of everyone.
Yeah, I feel like a terrorist. I feel like I'm planting a bomb at a massive gathering.
I don't think the first thing someone else is going to think if they see two guys digging around in the drain is they're putting a bomb in it.
We got an orange thing that looks like a fucking decommissioned nuke.
So we do it at night.
Yeah, we've got more things to do in the middle of the night.
I reckon, yeah, tradie vests. We're working there.
Yeah.
This is our job.
This is our job.
We're just walking down. Someone talks to us. Go, how are you going?
Yeah.
We don't even say anything.
I don't say anything. What tradies? We don't know anyone any explanation.
Yeah.
Take it up with the boss.
Talk to Jerry.
Yeah.
I'm just going to keep saying that.
Yeah.
Talk to Jerry.
So we woke up at 3 a.m. To go.
We hate elbow.
And put the statue up, but we realized we made another big mistake. Like we picked the worst possible night to put it up.
I think we picked the wrong night.
Why are they still doing
It's the middle of the night and there's people around.
I'm making a drunk guy.
I think it's because it's Halloween.
Hasan underpaid some migrant workers to set up that Christmas background. Really? You know I have a team, right? A team of underpaid migrant workers. It's true.
Fuck! I thought it was gonna be dead quiet.
No, it's a storm rolling. We looked at the weather and everything. We also picked the night with no moon.
I thought the dead of night was gonna be dark and there was gonna be no one around.
Yeah.
It feels like daytime.
Bondi's bad because people party till 3 a.m. and then the joggers started at 3 a.m. There's like a perfect overlap.
I'm scared. Let's give up.
No, we got this. This is gonna be
Look, there's a fucking guy here.
Who?
Look at that guy, fucking Viking.
Now, I realized there was another thing that we failed to consider at the start. We spent this entire time worrying about how we'd get in trouble for, putting up an unauthorized statue. But I started to realize that if police saw us carrying a statue in the middle of the night, they're way more likely to assume we're just stealing a priceless piece of art, which is so much worse than what we were actually doing.
I reckon if police stop us, and they think we're stealing a statue, we'll say, okay, we'll put it back. And then it's just us.
Oh, then we get to put the statue back in.
Yeah, and then the statue will be in. We'll be arrested, but the statue will be in the ground.
You're probably doing a heist. It's probably worse.
I mean, they got
Don't stop
that
it.
out loud.
It does feel like we're doing a heist now. All right, boys, get changed. Dead at night.
Honestly, everything was working against us. Like, we had to drive down and park here and then carry this 70-kilogram statue down to the shore and then set it up here as quickly as possible without anyone seeing us. And on top of that, we had to put the jack in the ground, which we failed to do during the day. But I don't know, there was no turning back now.
Who'd have thought people would be stopping and taking pictures at an art exhibition?
Yeah,
it's like the worst place to do a crime.
Now, the night had been going pretty badly so far, but what we didn't realize is that it could and also would get much, much worse.
We're doing a fucking heist.
Oh no, there's couples kissing. Yuck!
There's a security guard right there.
Where?
Right there, there's a security guard.
Okay, let's turn around.
Yeah.
Turn around. It's not us. We'll have to go the other way. What are you doing sitting in the rain? Man, some people really love art. At least he's sitting here facing that way.
Yeah, it's gonna start raining. He's gonna go inside his little hut.
I just wish I knew where they spawned.
Okay, change of plans. It turns out there is at least one security guard and he's right here. I mean, there are probably more on patrol, but we don't know where they are, so we can't really plan for that. But in order to avoid this guy, we got to go back and park all the way up
Worst
here,
hitman mission.
then carry the 70-kilogram sculpture through this park and somehow scramble it down this cliff face to get to the spot where we need to set up the statue. And we got to do it as fast as we can and without anyone seeing us. Like needless to say, I was not feeling great about it.
What do you think?
Terrified.
Terrified?
Yeah.
This is your big break as an artist.
That's true. This is the day we become Banksy. No more YouTube.
That's it.
Now we're just doing stencils.
Yeah, back in the day, there was Australian month. There was Aussie month for the entire, for an entire month during the summer. These two boys would come here and stay here between VidCon and whenever the fuck they decided to leave, and they couldn't because Donald Trump took that away from you. I hope you guys are excited. We all voted for Donald Trump thinking he was going to fix the economy and get the migrants out, and it turns out He's not doing either. And now the Aussie boys can't come in either. Okay? Yeah. That's what happens.
At this point, there was nothing left to do but just, commit to the job and carry the statue down.
Well, then we just decide when it's time. Probably now.
I'm going to look at the radar.
I mean, I can tell you right now it's raining.
And I want to see if it's going to get heavier.
Alexa was this close to coming to China too. So get mad at him for not doing it, for not pulling the trigger. You were really getting through to them as well. Now they're back to their normal crime-ridden ways. I know, it's fucked up. They love doing crimes, dude. Oh, look at that raptor.
How did you not bring this up until now?
Snitch-ass shorts? No, tradies wear shorts. The shorts are actually... the shorter the better. The shorter, the more valid you are as a tradie. If they actually wore pants in the rain with the high-vis vest, that would probably out them as not real tradies.
Alex did a great job just jamming the jack into the hole with, what was essentially a waterfall forming around him. But all I could think about was how incredibly noisy the winch was. And the fact that there's at least one security guard just 20 meters away, within earshot, who could just ruin our month of hard work. But
top tradies wear G-strings. True. Yeah, if you wear a G-string on the job site and a G-string only, nothing else, that's how you know who the top tradie is on the job site. They're like, wow, respect. Yeah, they make you the CEO of the company. Two key features, okay? The shortest shorts you've ever seen and a ute, okay? You need to have a ute and you need to have the shortest shorts you've ever seen. And considering that they already have a Raptor ute, it's over. That's some real tradie shit right there.
We did it. I honestly can't believe we pulled this off. We felt like school kids. I mean, not the kind that the IDF kills, but the kind that get to giggle and do pranks and stuff. I can't even imagine what the security guard's going to say when they discover this whole statue in the ground.
It'd be so funny to be that guy, and then next morning find out something's going on.
They took a statue? No.
They put one in. Exhausting.
That is my
It was so hard to carry.
That was so hard to carry.
Who'd have thought carrying a whole ass sculpture down some rock steps would be so hard? I got sympathy for those ancient Egyptians. I feel like one of them.
Oh. And this beautiful rain.
Yeah, this is the timing. As soon as we arrived, it started raining. All the Halloween weirdos all dispersed.
We didn't even realize how lucky we were. As we drove away, we noticed a security guard at every other entrance except the one we went to.
Residence access center. There's probably gonna be a security guard down here. We probably picked the one entrance where you can go.
Hopefully the security guards, they're now guarding our art.
Yeah, exactly.
So if someone comes to take it away, security will be like, it's in the museum.
It's like an achievement in a video game. If you get it in without being spotted, then all these guys were in your team.
Yeah, exactly.
But we were done. We're done for the day. We could go home and sleep and just wait for the praise to start coming in. But I don't know, it all moved a lot quicker than we had anticipated. People started calling us anti-Semites, and the organizers, they managed to tear the statue down fairly quickly. So we raced back to find them still trying to get the jack out of the ground. But we saw the statue, our beautiful statue, just lying in the back of a truck, too offensive to be considered art. The main question now is why was the Ukrainian statue good and normal, but the Palestinian statue was bad and anti-Semitic? Well, I thought I was a well-informed guy. I thought I was a reasonable man, and you'd look at me and you'd think, this is a guy who knows what anti-Semitism is, right? Well, you're wrong, and we're both idiots, because I actually had no idea what anti-Semitism was. Like, I thought anti-Semitism was like when you do like a Nazi salute or something, like Elon Musk does, or when you believe conspiracy theories about Jews controlling hordes of minorities and sending them as a flood to destroy the white race, like Elon Musk does as well. But it turns out that stuff doesn't actually matter that much when it comes to anti-Semitism.
So we have to talk to Elon. He's not an enemy. He's a friend.
Look, this is all incredibly confusing. I mean, it throws my understanding of anti-Semitism out the window. I mean,
yeah, he was throwing his love to the crowd. These guys, it's an easy mistake. It's an easy mistake. That's not real anti-Semitism. Real anti-Semitism is when you say Palestinians are human beings, not when you do a Sig Heil, a double Sig Heil on the day of the inauguration. That's just an awkward gesture, depending on how pro-Israel you will become.
maybe Elon just gets like a Nazi pass because he's the richest man in the world, which is crazy. You know, like the kind of depths people would sink to for money. It's actually disgusting. Now, before we go on with our beautiful artwork, we'd like to teach you about the art of project management with the sponsor of today's video, Odoo.
Odoo is a management software all-in-one that offers a plethora of entrepreneur-focused applications for entrepreneurs to facilitate daily management of their activities such as invoicing, accounting, project management, inventory, site creation, and more.
One of our favorite aspects is their instant lead capture, which means that interested customers can contact you directly on your Odoo website and a new opportunity is automatically created in your CRM. Another great aspect is the pipeline view with Kanban view. You have opportunities separated through different stages and every opportunity is presented in card form, from their details to their priority level and the expected revenue.
Within each task, you could add complete information of the client and their requirements in the description. It also offers simplified communication and monitoring, so all your email exchanges and log...
Odoo is the most ride or die sponsor. They've just sponsored them through thick and thin. I don't know how. I guess they just don't know what they get up to in their videos.
Take place in the chatter. You can even integrate it with ChatGPT to save time and easily schedule activities such as meetings, calls to do, etc. Best of all, you can create and send quotes in just a few clicks.
Bro, this fucking management software has been fucking spamming the shit out of our YouTube ads. What do you mean our? You mean your?
Directly from your opportunity. Your client can even accept and pay for it from the customer portal, at which point you would like to say, well done, you made your first sale.
And the best part is it's absolutely free. Your first up with Odoo is free for life with unlimited hosting and support.
So what are you waiting for? Click our link and download Odoo today. Now go back to our statue.
Now, it turns out the definition of anti-Semitism actually changed, and no one told me, right? It literally changed in 2016 when the IHRA released the working definition of anti-Semitism. Turns out anti-Semitism isn't about being a Nazi anymore. It's about criticizing the government of Israel. Like, if you do that, it means you actually hate all Jews. And I don't hate Jews. Like, I don't even think about Jews, to be honest. Like, I think about them like as much as I think about Sikhs. You know, they're just like the kind of guys who get to have special hats. But I just never think about Jews. Like, I'm serious, I'm not even thinking about them right now. Like, I'm talking about them, but I'm thinking about the 2006 FIFA World Cup. And I do that all the time. Like, I can just talk about something and just think about nothing. You know, I think about Jews sometimes. Like I watched Fiddler on the Roof. Thought that was really good. And one time Spotify recommended Jorah Feedman to me, and I honestly liked him so much that I like immediately bought a clarinet so I could learn how to do this. Nah, I tricked you. I wasn't even thinking about Jews when I was doing this. I just really wanted to show off that I could play the clarinet. Judaism is just, it's not something I ever really think about. And it honestly feels baffling to be accused of anti-Semitism. So I think this is a good opportunity for me to learn where I went wrong and to teach you guys what not to do. So I'm going to assume you guys are like me, right? And you like to wind down in the evenings with a nice cup of chamomile tea and just passively scroll through hundreds of videos of dead kids or you know, first-person footage of the IDF double-tapping aid workers or them, you know, sexually assaulting Palestinian prisoners. And I don't know, you start to feel a little hollow and empty, like you've been watching these videos for all eternity. You struggle to remember a point in your life where you weren't witnessing this. Even before the most recent war, I remember seeing videos of people getting beaten for daring to walk on a Jewish-only street or having their family home stolen by an Israeli settler.
Jacob, you know this is not your house.
Yes, but if I go, you don't go back.
You are...
Stupid question, but Boy Boy's Jewish correct? No. He's Serbian. I think like the furthest in proximity on the religious spectrum, other than like a Taoist or something.
Stealing my house.
And if I don't steal it, someone else is gonna steal it.
No one is allowed to steal it, يا عمي.
After seeing all this horrific stuff every single day, 24/7, you might be tempted to agree with Amnesty International and the UN and even B'Tselem, Israel's largest human rights organization, who say that Israel is a racist apartheid state committing genocide. Now, you might say that, but according to the IHRA Anti-Semitism Uno Reverso card,
that explains why you guys look alike, both Serbians. He will take offense to that. Not me. I think it's funny because I always say he's my Balkan slave. He's my Balkan slave boy. So Balkans might be like, oh, he's Turkish. Like we're similar. And to them, I say, you guys look like good Janissaries. You would make good Janissaries. Freaky Unk at it again.
You're actually being anti-Semitic. It's actually racist to call Israel racist. Because if you criticize Israel, you're actually criticizing every Jew in the world, which I don't know, it's just wild because so many Jews aren't even fans of Israel at all. In fact, if you're an evangelical Christian, you're twice as likely to be a Zionist than if you were Jewish. Only 40% of Jews think Israel was given to them by God, compared to 82% of evangelical Christians. And so if anything, if you're criticizing Israel, you're more likely to offend like a really red guy who drives this kind of car and drinks out of one of these, instead of a Jewish person. Look, I don't know. It's just a horrible definition of anti-Semitism. Like it doesn't make any sense, and that's probably why Kenneth Stern, the American Jewish Committee's anti-Semitism expert who wrote the definition, said it should never actually be legally adopted by a government. And I mean, it says not legally binding on the front page of the thing, which is a little bit awkward because, all the Western politicians who were holding this in their hands.
A real Dr. Frankenstein's monster type situation, honestly. Guy who writes it is like, no, what have I done? Basically spends the rest of his life since the inception running around and telling governments not to use it as a legally binding definition of anti-Semitism, including in America. Like he was recently grilled by, if you recall, we watched it on the stream. He was grilled by Josh Hawley. Josh Hawley was like, the fuck do you know about anti-Semitism, bitch?
He decided in all of these countries to legally adopt this definition, which means that while Israel is breaking the record for the amount of kids killed in conflicts over the past few decades, in the West, a children's hospital is forced to take down artworks drawn by Palestinian kids because that's now considered anti-Semitic thanks to the new definition we've adopted. And look, we've had a brush in with this new form of anti-Semitism before. Like we tried to be Twitch streamers last year. We spent a lot of time reading the news, and the problem is, if you've ever read the news over the past 2 years, chances are you'd be reading about Israel's genocide in Gaza. Like, granted, if you're reading Western news reports, they wouldn't call it a genocide. Like when an IDF tank is driving around in the ruins of Gaza and just, decides to spray 356 bullets at Hind Rajab, like a 5-year-old girl, our media refers to her as a full-grown woman.
Hind is a reference to a woman who was killed in Gaza.
But when a full-grown adult IDF soldier who operates one of these tanks is captured by Hamas, well, then he's just a cute little baby, and who knows how he wound up driving a tank. But what's important is that he's just a little kid who's been kidnapped.
Matan Angrist kidnapped from a tank.
But either way, even with our incredible...
Kidnapped from a tank, man. That's so crazy. I cannot believe that is a real thing that was written in the news and also read in the news as well. It's so crazy.
Biased news. If you're just like reading this stuff out loud every day, as another hospital and another school gets just like razed to the ground, it means you're criticizing Israel, which means you're anti-Semitic, which means you get demonetized, which sucks, but whatever. I mean, I guess these streaming platforms are held to, you know, certain standards by their advertisers, and criticism of Israel is just a step too far for them.
I'm literally giving you the chance of a lifetime to go viral. Just kiss me.
But it's gotten a lot worse since last year. Like back then, you just lost your job for criticizing Israel. But today, you know, as the children's bodies pile up, even after like multiple pretend ceasefires and, you know, public sentiment in the West turns more and more against Israel, our governments are like pushing even harder. And now you can get sent to prison just for holding a piece of cardboard criticizing Israel.
The crime was holding these signs, the cardboard taken away by police to be used as evidence.
So this year, Australia updated its hate speech laws, featuring a 1-year minimum sentence for someone accused of anti-Semitism. So I guess this is a bit more serious than we initially thought when we made the statute. So I decided to call my lawyer before like committing to uploading this video. Hey Mark, how you going?
I'm good, mate. I'm just reading the 2 acts as we speak. They're a nightmare. They're a fucking nightmare.
Like
The
a
next being,
like a good nightmare or like one?
no good nightmares. There are no good nightmares, Alexa.
Okay.
By definition. There are no good nightmares. What the fuck is wrong with you? There's 2 acts. They both came in this year. It's mandatory, Jack. Like mandatory. They're fucking insane. You'd never negotiate your way through these acts if they you know, gaze upon you. They're the worst type of law there is, you know. I forget your image precisely.
It's a rip-off of a statue from a previous year. We've just got a Palestinian scarf on it.
Well, you know, the danger for you is probably lies within, of all things, the Palestinian scarf. Now, what is now an offence, and indeed is a mandatory...
They did an anti-Semitism. What? Yeah. They put a artwork of a Palestinian kid, which was seen as anti-Semitic. So now he's talking to his lawyer. Murat is here.
Offence is the display of terrorist symbols.
Right. If we have to go to jail for 12 months, do we get to choose? Like, how do you know if you're going to like the nice prison or the scary one?
Oh, they're going to put you with all the hate
They did a thing, anti-Semitism.
criminals. I'm sure they'll have a special hate criminal prison. Yeah. I don't think you won't get the garden prison. I don't know.
Because that's what I was looking for. I was just like, well, I just make videos.
You were hoping for the artists prison, weren't you?
Just hanging out, doing some gardening.
Yes, with all the creative people.
Also, like, what's a year? What's a year in prison? Like, what's, you know, people have gone to...
Murat Riz, engineer. They're saying engineer, wife guy, better piker.
Where's that from?
I don't remember. Probably from when we went to an event together.
Oh, back when we used to go to events together.
Okay. Get out of here. Get out of here.
How long I said that?
Get out of here. They can't hear you. The Murat stare.
Prison, is a year really bad, or is it?
It's pretty bad, yeah. Their lives are genuinely ruined, but I think, you know, I'll be your friend. I'll help you back into society.
Oh, nice. Oh, maybe I get to work out. Maybe I can become like a bit tougher.
Yes.
That's actually terrifying. Is there? I mean, my predicament now is that like we haven't released the video. People don't know that we put this thing up. Would you recommend we just bury the video and then, you know, not go to prison? Just keep it a mystery.
I would not recommend that. It's not my job to recommend that. I will defend you. I'm not going to recommend that you don't put the video up. I would see it absurd for you to be charged. But we are living in an age of absurdity, so it's your call. It it would be outrageous. Of course it would be outrageous, but outrageous things will happen under this legislation. I think you can pretty much guarantee it.
Thanks so much for the call. I'm actually more scared than I was before I called. Look, my lawyer is very, very compelling, but if you were clever enough to piece it together, you can tell that we uploaded this video anyway.
Wait, first of all, how you need to give them asylum in America, the one other country that's extra insane about anti-Israel speech? Are you fucking kidding me? He'd have an easier time seeking asylum in fucking Israel than the United States of America, chatter. Which is where he will land if they actually entertain coming to the United States of America seeking asylum. America would basically fucking kick them to Germany or Israel. They would inevitably make their, they will inevitably land in Israeli prison somehow.
And look, I need to be earnest here. Like, anti-Semitism is real and it fucking sucks. Like, I do understand that people are scared. Like, I'm not Jewish, but members of my family were exterminated at the Jasenevas concentration camp in World War II because they had the wrong ethnicity. It's bad. Like, I understand doing everything you can to make sure that never happens, like, ever again. I also know that my ancestors would look at what's going on in Palestine today and they would understand that it's the same thing that happened to them. And I know they'd be absolutely disgusted, like not just at the crimes of the state of Israel, but at the way these modern Zionists completely just trivialize the horrors of World War II. Like, you've got Netanyahu out here saying that it was somehow the Palestinians who planned out the Holocaust and, not the Nazis. He's literally glazing Hitler so he can just justify killing more Palestinians.
Hitler didn't want to exterminate the Jews at the time. He wanted to expel the Jews. And
literally a violation of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, by the way, but when you're Benjamin Netanyahu. But he gets to say it.
Hussein went to Hitler and said, if you expel them, they'll all come here. So what should I do with them? He asked. He said, burn them.
Like, stuff like this is so offensive. Like the only thing that tones it down is how incredibly stupid it is. Like, just imagine Hitler, right? The Aryan, white supremacist, master race guy. And, he's there and he's like, you know what? I don't really want to kill the Jews. It's not me. Killing Jews, it's not very Hitler, and but the problem is my superior Aryan brain just can't figure out how to solve this. So you know what? I'm gonna talk to a brown Muslim guy. And
Ethan put that in his court proceedings too. Yeah, remember when he was suing people over what he said was a copyright violation? And then in the court documents, he compared me to the Grand Mufti for some reason and brought me. Yeah, I mean, he's still suing two other people, Frogan and Denims. And then in the court proceedings, he mentioned my name 250 times. Just a regular IP lawsuit, man. Totally normal stuff. Yeah. Just normal guy, not a stalker, not an insane person.
I'll just do exactly what he says, right? It's so stupid. Like, Netanyahu's out here just rehabilitating Hitler. But, if an Australian journalist writes a pro-Palestinian tweet, then they can be taken to federal court for anti-Semitism. And look, I don't want to play down the real threat of anti-Semitism, right? Like, there are a bunch of idiot Nazis out there who think Jews control the world and, they're racist, violent thugs. But these guys are white supremacists, right? They couldn't care less about Israel killing brown people. They just think Jews control the world when they see a hot black guy in a movie or when they remember gay people exist. These guys are just dumb racists. And when they get together with their like-minded, bald-headed child groomers and start assaulting people on the street, you know who's there fighting these Nazis on the front lines? Pro-Palestinian protesters. They're the ones fighting the Nazis because being pro-Palestinian has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. It's about being anti-apartheid. They're not racist, right? They don't think there's some secret Jewish conspiracy running the world. I mean, they'd be the first to know if there was one, though, because so many of the pro-Palestine protesters are Jewish. The reason the state of Israel holds so much sway in Western societies is not a conspiracy at all. It's based on the simple fact that Israel is incredibly useful to the West. It's in the perfect spot. It's an outpost in the middle of the world's biggest oil reserves. Like, if the Arabs who live here ever decided to, team up and take control of their own resources and shipping lanes, then our companies would lose their stranglehold on the world economy. And then we can't just steal the oil whenever we feel like it. Like, it'd be up to the Arabs, right? We'd need to be nice to them and make a deal with them so they'd give us, enough cheap power for all our AI data centers and our spin class match arrays and all the other important stuff we like, and the West doesn't want to take that risk. We'd rather be in control. It's much safer to have Israel in the middle of the Middle East as an attack dog, that mercilessly mauls the.
So what are your actual thoughts on this guy? Alexa? Hate the guy. He's the worst. Because he won't come to America. It's messed up. Seems gay to me. I know. Fact checked by real American patriots. It's true.
These guys and keeps them in line and keeps the oil flowing. They literally cannot stop bombing their neighbors. And that's exactly what we want them to do. So our government doesn't want us criticizing them.
Here's a thought. Why don't you go to them? I mean, low key, I might. Don't threaten me with a good time, dude. I fucking might. They convinced me after this video, I no longer believe they're anti-Semitic. I now understand they're anti-Ukrainian. Yeah.
Side of that, when Russia bombs one of their neighbors, then it's the opposite effect here, right? And it's totally cool to back the Ukrainian resistance fighters because, unlike Hamas, these guys are useful. They're useful to us against our geopolitical rivals. And look, to be clear, that there are other factors, right? It's not all about what's useful to us, right? Obviously, Israel is its own country, and I'm
gonna be honest. I'm not quick to say there's no threat of rising anti-Semitism in the world, and the only reason why I say that is because you never know what time may hold. Okay, you don't know what the future holds. If we're talking about currently, present day, yes, of course, it's not like a systematic form of discrimination. It's nowhere near to the same degree as anti-black racism in this country. But the reason why I never say, all of things won't change is because you kind of don't know. Especially considering that in the past 50 or so years, especially in the past 20, 30, 40 years, anti-Semitism was absolutely not allowed institutionally, and it still isn't, right? There's still a little bit of institutional stigma, but that last dam is slowly being chipped away at, and not even slowly, but pretty aggressively being chipped away at. And once that dam breaks, who knows? I mean, you're seeing a lot of open anti-Semites. And I don't just mean people who engage in anti-Semitic statements, saying all Jews care about is Israel. I'm talking anti-Semitic neo-Nazis. They're gaining a lot of prominence. So you never know. Yeah, in the words of Adam Friedland, Zionists are going to cost us Jews the white status is not the wrong assessment there. So far, all I've got is this: that Hasan has a strong, distasteful disdain against Donald. No. I voted for him a lot illegally.
Every country in the world, they obviously exercise their own forms of coercion and co-opting. Like the Israel lobby is a very influential lobby group in the West, and it's honestly too much to go into in this video. But if you want to know more about the Israel lobby, jump on our Patreon and check out our interview with Bob Carr. He's the former Australian Foreign Minister and the founder of Labour Friends of Israel back in the 1980s. So he knows how the lobby works firsthand, and now he's one of the most vocal critics of the state of Israel in Australia.
What is happening in Gaza, I say it unabashedly, is a genocide. If you've got a thesaurus that offers us, a dictionary that offers us a different word, I'll look at it. But in the meantime,
look at it.
This is a genocide.
If you ask me, I think the Patreon's great. And look, there are hundreds of hours of like other exclusive full-length videos on there, and you get to join the Discord. So I think you should check it out. I think it's a really good idea.
How to pick up
back to the video, right? So there are lots of politicians in the West who are just dumb guys, right? And they give Israel like billions of dollars because they legitimately believe that God gave this land to the Jews.
Those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse Israel will be cursed. And from my perspective, I want to be on the blessing side of things.
But the majority of these politicians are just pragmatic people who send Israel billions of dollars because they understand Israel's role in American empire.
It is the best $3 billion investment we make. Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest in the region.
And that's why Australia and like every other Western country supports them. Like we understand that they're on our side in like exploiting the rest of the world. So
sticking your hand in the Wallousy. That's how you know. He had to grab him by the pussy on all accounts, dude. He can't stop molestation. Even in the wall, he was like, I'm molesting it. This is how I will show how much I love Israel.
You know, we can stay in control of like all the resources and keep the cheap stuff flowing. Like we also understand the Israelis were just late to the game, right? Like Australia and the US, like we did our genocide and we took our countries from indigenous people back when it was cool. And Israel just needs a little extra support because they're doing it at a really hard time, you know, when everything's live streamed. That's why the US sends them billions of dollars. That's why Australia sends them weapons and guides their missiles through Pine Gap. And that's why it's so important that we speak up about it, because like our countries are bankrolling the whole operation. Like we're the root of the problem. Like the fact that our governments are trying to arrest Israel's critics here, it's a sign that they're getting desperate and people just aren't buying the mainstream narrative anymore. And you know, once our countries stop backing it, the genocide stops. But that being said, I actually just wanted to make an artwork. Like that's what this video is about. Like for legal reasons, I don't know, all this history stuff that I talked about, I learned that like way later, like after I made the statue. Like the statue is just like a work of art. And I think it's really cool and it looks good.
All right. I know I said I was going to do dispatch later, but my family's here, so I'm going to go spend time with them. Don't yell at me, yell at them for coming earlier than I suspected them to. So I'll do it tomorrow, and we'll do some more fun stuff tomorrow too. Lol became aware because they took down the statue. So yeah, no, I said I tried to help them out by like boosting it. The post about the statue. Because there is a tremendous amount of people that, you know, I have a lot of the fucking bots and the people that watch my shit. 23,000 people tuned in just to hear lies. What do you want me to do? You want me to not spend time with my family? That's crazy. I guess you hate me spending time with my family. Anyway, I love you guys. But tomorrow we'll do some fun shit anyway. It's the weekend. I'll do some fun reacts, maybe reality TV, maybe some gaming. And Free Palestine. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The stun lock to the stun lock to the topic that's just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Euger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop. Grey names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, and Anya out your door. The H3 Crowder debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. 90-day fiancé talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot in DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat advice. In all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, months of streaming in your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time.